Is this where my life ends? I stood drenched in blood, my once golden mage robe hanging from me in tatters. A purple bone jade staff was the only thing keeping me upright. A bottomless abyss yawned behind me, while Huaxia's top fighters closed in from the front. 10 of them had come for me. I had already taken 3 down, yet none of the remaining 7 dared to make the first move, no matter how loudly they shouted. Wind surged up from the ravine, and blood dripped steadily from the hem of my robe. My mana was completely drained. Every instant cast life-saving spell was on cooldown, and a spear had punched straight through my left leg. The 7 across from me were hardly unscathed. One held a broken staff, another had half a shield left, and 2 hid in the rear, unable to meet my eyes. They knew that whoever charged first would die with me. My gaze swept across every face. Some were former teammates who had cleared dungeons beside me. One was a guild leader whose life I had saved. Others had only reached the expert rankings because of equipment I had given them. 10 years of apocalypse had worn human loyalty paper thin, but I had never expected all of them to unite behind a fabricated charge of treason. Looking back, the accusation had never needed proof. All it required was the promise that they could divide my gear after I died. Mage God, you've got nowhere left to run. Hand over your equipment, and I'll leave you an intact corpse. I ignored them and shielded Lin Rufei more tightly behind me. During 10 years of apocalypse, I had dragged her out of corpse piles again and again, forcing a mediocre fighter all the way into the ranks of the powerful. Even when the entire world called me a traitor to Huaxia, I never once doubted her. Then an icy chill pierced my lower abdomen. A dagger radiating dark purple light had punched through my body from behind. It was the bloodthirst dagger, the defensive weapon I had recently spent a fortune crafting for Lin Rufei. I turned and found nothing but disgust in her eyes. She pulled the dagger free, then skipped into another man's arms. The intimacy between them was something she had never shown me in 10 years. Only then did I finally understand. I was no mage god. I was merely the god of simps who had spent 10 years worshipping her. I had poured my equipment, supplies, and every ounce of effort into her. I power-leveled her and even looked after the man at her side. All the while, the 2 of them had been working together, treating me like livestock that existed only to bleed for them. He was the true mastermind behind today's ambush. My fury finally collapsed into a self-mocking laugh. I tried to activate the transcendent artifact ring on my finger, the Phoenix Heart, but countless weapons pierced my body at once. Before blood drowned my vision, I burned every excited face into my memory. The deep crimson ring suddenly blazed to life. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in Xingqing, Huaxia, on Blue Star, inside the home that felt at once familiar and foreign. The Phoenix Heart had crumbled into dust. My death had triggered its one passive ability, Nirvana, reversing time by 10 years. I touched my lower abdomen first. There was no puncture wound, no dried blood, only the strong pulse of a young body beneath unbroken skin. The apartment held no stench of rot or gunpowder. Car horns sounded beyond the window, and last night's unfinished glass of water still sat on the coffee table. That ordinary noise of peacetime had once been my most extravagant memory in the apocalypse. The face in the mirror still carried the softness of a student, and my hands bore none of the burn scars left by years of spellcasting. Yet whenever I closed my eyes, every attack on the cliff and Lin Rufei's expression as she withdrew the dagger were as clear as if they had happened seconds ago. I bit my tongue until it bled, using the pain to prove this was not a dying hallucination, then found my phone to check the date. I fumbled with a phone I had not used in years. Blue Star Calendar, October 6th, 2050, 11 a.m. Exactly 1 hour remained before the apocalypse. At noon, the rules of the world would be rewritten. Most people would become zombies, while the survivors gained status panels. From that day onward, weakness would no longer inspire sympathy. It would become an original sin. The first person I wanted to kill was Lin Rufei, my campus beauty girlfriend who had stabbed me in the back before I died. The call rang for a long time before she answered, breathing heavily. "Suyu, why are you calling so early?" She claimed she was working out, but the seductive note in her voice was one she had never used with me. Rage rose into my chest, yet my voice remained calm as I offered the bait. "Haven't you always wanted the old house my parents left me? Come over now. I'll transfer it into your name." Developers had coveted that old house in the city center for years. After repeated negotiations failed, Lin Rufei just happened to enter my life. In my previous life, I had called it fate. Now I could see that it had been a setup from beginning to end. Seriously? Wait there. I'm coming right now. If you're lying, I'll expose you online. After she hung up, I lit a cigarette and turned up the television. On the news, Experts were still explaining the blood-red sky as a natural phenomenon and urging everyone to trust science. I watched the clock on the wall and exhaled smoke one slow breath at a time. Less than an hour remained. This time, everyone who owed a debt would repay it, and everyone who owed a life would pay with their own. The 10 years of my previous life were no hazy nightmare. Whenever Lin Rufei demanded gear or supplies because she didn't feel secure, I always saved the best for her. If she suddenly disappeared, I abandoned my leveling to search everywhere. When Bai Shihao occasionally joined our team, I thought she had secured us a powerful ally. Now I understood. Every disappearance had been a secret meeting between them, and every shared leveling run had been me personally feeding resources to my enemy. Outside, the sky was darkening from pale red to blood crimson. People on the street were still taking pictures and live streaming, unaware that phones, vehicles, and running water would soon become meaningless. I checked my knife, the locks, and the television volume, timing every step down to the minute. 1 hour was not enough to stockpile ordinary food, because it would all spoil after noon. What I could carry forward was information, combat experience, and a head start on the new rules. The Phoenix Heart was already destroyed. I would never receive a second rebirth. That was precisely why every decision this time had to be colder and more calculated than before. At last, high heels clicked outside my door. Lin Rufei had arrived. "Suyu, you're smoking?" Lin Rufei frowned the moment she walked in, giving me the same sour expression as always. She wore a white dress patterned with pink flowers and tan leather shoes, her makeup fresh and tasteful. Yet the scent of cigarette smoke clinging to her body was unmistakably recent. She claimed to be allergic to smoke and never allowed me near a cigarette, but apparently she did not mind another man leaving the smell all over her. In my previous life, I probably would have lowered my head and apologized again. Now, the man I had been for those 10 years seemed pathetic. "Where's the deed? Hurry up and transfer the house. I have somewhere else to be." She could not even be bothered with small talk. She raised a foot to kick me, as though I had been born to obey her every whim. I rose and stared at her coldly. Her foot froze in midair. At last, she realized something about me was different today. "What are you trying to do?" Smack. One slap knocked her to the floor. The television was already loud enough to cover the sound, and I had locked the front door. Shock and fury twisted her face as she clutched her cheek and opened her mouth to call the police. I grabbed her by the hair and slammed her back down. Pressing the tip of my knife beneath her chin, I said, "You want my house while working yourself to exhaustion in another man's bed. Don't you see the irony?" First, she called it a misunderstanding. Then she said she had merely made the kind of mistake any normal girl might make. Finally, she demanded to know why I could not be more understanding. Her phone vibrated at that exact moment. I unlocked it with her face, and the screen opened to a chat with someone saved as master. The property office had already been bribed. She had come here solely to con me out of the house for that man. Several minute-long voice messages and videos filmed while they waited at red lights shredded her supposed misunderstanding to pieces. When she realized the lie had failed, she showed her true face. "I'm the campus beauty of Xingqing University. Why would I ever truly love an orphan like you? I have the Lin family behind me, and I belong to young master Bai Shihao. You think you can touch me?" The Bai family was one of the largest clans in Sakura country, and its influence had already spread deep into Huaxia. Bai Shihao controlled their Xingqing outpost. The real estate company under him wanted my family's land, and Lin Rufei was the pawn they had sent. In my previous life, she drained me while funneling resources to Bai Shihao. Then Bai Shihao framed me, gathering the people who carried out the final ambush. She believed the names of 2 families would frighten me, but once noon arrived, the old order would collapse. Her threats only made my knife steadier. The second hand crawled forward 1 notch at a time. I did not swing wildly in blind hatred. First, I disabled her phone's location tracking and emergency call function, muted it, and reset my grip on the bloodstained knife. 10 years ago, I had never even watched a chicken die. The consciousness forged by a decade of apocalypse had learned to put emotion after action. The more she shouted about the Lin family and Bai Shihao, the more certain I became that I was killing the right person. Lin Rufei tried to drag herself toward the door by the table leg. She promised marriage, apologies, and the return of my property. Every offer began with the same condition: let her survive first. Yet her eyes kept darting toward her phone. If she got even one chance to make a call, the first person she contacted would not be a doctor, but one of Bai Shihao's men. She had never hesitated to stab me in my previous life. Only now, when she faced the consequences herself, did she suddenly remember our relationship. I cut the arteries behind both knees first, taking away her ability to move, then opened both wrists. Blood quickly dyed her white dress red. She did not feel overwhelming pain, but she could clearly sense her heartbeat growing weaker. Suyu, you can do anything you want of me. Just don't kill me. Haven't you always wanted me? I'll give myself to you right now. Her begging lasted a full 10 minutes. I never stopped. It had taken her 10 years to make me see her betrayal, so I let her spend the final 10 minutes of her life watching death approach one heartbeat at a time. The clock was almost at noon. For the final cut, I drew the blade across her throat. I placed the blade precisely on a vital artery, neither killing her too soon nor letting her survive past noon. As the timer on her phone reached 0, her final breath faded. If she died completely before the rules descended, the first kill might not be recorded. If she survived even 1 second too long, zombification or resistance would add unnecessary variables. Revenge had to serve my opening strategy. That was the true advantage my rebirth had given me. A 10-year obsession broke with that final breath, leaving only a freedom I had never known. I had not killed her solely for revenge. I also needed to time her death to the instant the apocalypse began. Experience from my previous life told me that survivors awakened to talent after completing their first kill. The earlier the awakening, the better the chance of receiving a high-ranked talent. Lin Rufei's life would count as the first kill under the world's new rules and become the foundation of my perfect start. At exactly noon, the world suddenly went silent. A familiar notification sounded in my ear. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor who personally slew his enemy, was reborn through nirvana, and achieved the world's first kill. Talent awakened, plundering hand, SSS rank. Even as the system voice faded, blood was still running into the cracks between the floorboards. I did not let the success of my revenge cloud my judgment. I immediately checked the windows, door, weapons, and my physical condition. Lin Rufei's phone contained conversations between Bai Shihao, property officials, and the Lin family. They proved the scheme to steal my old house had not been improvised, and they gave me advanced knowledge of several enemies' locations and habits. I had mistaken being good to her for love and endless surrender for responsibility. She interpreted every concession as weakness and treated my parents' legacy as a gift she could present to her master. During those final 10 minutes, she never truly sought forgiveness. She only wanted to live long enough to take revenge. The silence at noon lasted only an instant. Then came the crashes of out-of-control vehicles, shattering glass, and screams beyond the building. The old world was collapsing outside my door, and the body beneath my feet had become the first stepping stone in the new one. My SSS-ranked talent had only just begun to shine. At exactly noon, time itself seemed to freeze across Blue Star. A child's voice, innocent and harmless to the ear, entered the minds of every survivor at once. Pew. World announcement. I am the Order Keeper, though you may respectfully address me as Lord God. Welcome to the new world I created for you. The entire world has been digitized. Survivors will receive status panels and one opportunity to change their names. The remaining 7 billion people have already become zombies. All pre-existing food and water on Blue Star has been destroyed, so hiding somewhere and waiting this out is impossible. It then announced 4 rules. Every survivor would receive a wristband for interacting with the system. Completing a first kill would awaken a talent. Killing zombies could yield experience, gold, equipment, items, and supplies. Finally, the beginner growth period would last only 7 days, after which zombie aggression and evolution would accelerate dramatically. The apocalypse will officially begin after a 1-minute countdown. Please enjoy this rich and despairing new world. I checked each rule in turn. Once I confirmed they matched my previous life exactly, I activated the wristband. Welcome to the apocalypse, Survivor Suyu. Blue Star currently has 209 survivors with the same name. Would you like to rename yourself? You may also accept the automatic name, Suyu47. What am I? An AK-47. Sorry, AK-47 is already in use. The automatic alternative AK-47B is available. The early stage interface was as rigid as I remembered. I said, change my name to Lone Wolf. A lone wolf answered to no one, and it never forgot an enemy. In my previous life, I had seen too many brothers turn on each other and spouses murder one another. I had personally tasted a knife from the person I trusted most. This time, I would never casually turn my back on anyone again. My status panel appeared. Name, Lone Wolf. Class, None. Level, 1 EXP, 0 out of 10. Strength, 10 Spirit, 10 Constitution, 10 Agility, 10. Luck, 0 Storage, 0.1 cubic meters equipment, none. Primary talent, Plundering Hand, SSS rank. Secondary talent, none. Skills, What's yours is mine, January 1st. Strength, spirit, constitution, and agility were the four basic attributes. Their starting values range from 1 to 10, with 5 representing an average adult. In my previous life, all 4 of mine had been 5. But 10 years of life and death battles had engraved combat skill and physical reactions into my soul. When the system scanned me again, every attribute reached the maximum. Talents range from F rank to SSS rank. The probability of awakening an S rank talent was 1 in a million, SS rank was 1 in 10 million, and SSS rank was only 1 in 100 million. Ordinary talents still had their strengths. F rank scavenging increased survival supply drops by 50%. D rank recovery doubled all recovery effects. A rank lifesteal healed its user through attacks. S rank coup de grace increased critical hit chance by 100%, while SS rank dance of death ignored defense and shields to inflict true damage. In my previous life, I reached the position of Huaxia's mage god with nothing but the A rank mage's heart. The price I paid could never be dismissed with some empty claim that there were no useless talents. Almost everyone who truly stood at the peak possessed an S-rank talent or better. I immediately inspected my new ability. Talent, Plundering Hand, SSS rank, unique. What's yours is mine. Each time you gain a level, you may plunder one talent from another living creature. The victim permanently loses the plundered talent. Success rate is determined by the target's despair and weakness. Special talents cannot be plundered. Current uses, 1/1. Blue Star had a population of 8 billion and roughly 1 billion survivors, which meant only 10 people should theoretically awaken SSS rank talents. Ordinary survivors could not awaken a second talent until level 60, and the level cap was 100. I, however, gained another plunder with every level. I could eventually possess more than 100 talents. My targets were not limited to humans, either. Boss-class zombies and mutant beasts were equally valid. This was more than winning at the starting line. I had been granted the right to steal other people's finish lines over and over again. Before the 1-minute countdown ended, another notification appeared. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf, the first survivor in the apocalypse to awaken an SSS rank talent. You have earned the world's only achievement, Chosen One. A world announcement is about to be issued. Hide your name. No. The weak man I had once been died on that cliff in my previous life. From today onward, the name the entire world remembered would be Lone Wolf. I had not changed my name merely to act mysterious. World announcements, rankings, teams, and trades all displayed nicknames. Revealing my true identity would allow enemies from my previous life to locate me ahead of schedule. Lone Wolf established public deterrence while hiding my real identity behind a first layer of fog. I checked the talent probabilities again. E rank appeared once in 10 awakenings, D rank once in 100, and C rank once in 1,000, with every higher rank growing progressively rarer. An ordinary adult who received a D or C rank talent could already earn a stable place on a team. But high-rank talents did not merely add larger numbers. They often changed the rules of combat entirely. The most terrifying part of Plundering Hand was not simply the number of talents I could collect. My victim permanently lost the original talent, while I could combine future abilities around whatever class I chose. Range, control, true damage, recovery, survival. As long as someone possessed the ability, I had a chance to fill that weakness in my build. The only restrictions were 1 use per level and the success rate. So each attempt had to be reserved for a truly valuable target. I raised my head toward the blood-red sky. The world announcement began. Pew. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person in the apocalypse to awaken an SSS rank talent. He has received the world's only achievement, Chosen One, along with a vast reward. All other survivors should follow his example. The announcement played 3 times across the entire world. I learned later that, at that moment, some people still thought the apocalypse was a prank. One man had just bragged about reading hundreds of apocalypse novels, only to find himself cornered by 6 zombies. In the beautiful country, an enraged thug even demanded to know why murdering the person beside him had not earned him the world's first kill. No one had long to question it. When the countdown ended, the pale red sky instantly turned the color of blood. Vehicles lost power, and alarms merged with the crash of collisions. In seconds, ordinary people became zombies with rolled-back eyes and twisted limbs. Mouths splitting almost to their ears lunged at the living nearby. Screams, snarls, and the sound of flesh tearing swallowed the city. Blue Star became hell in the blink of an eye. I ignored the chaos outside and claimed the reward from the world announcement first. Reputation X1, 000 gold x1, 000 wristband storage expanded to 1 cubic meter world's only permanent title acquired. Chosen 1. Reputation affected discounts, access to special merchandise, and permission to enter certain dungeons. Gold could be spent at system shops and safe zones once the 7-day beginner period ended. The most immediate improvement was the expansion of my storage from 0.1 to 1 cubic meter, which meant I no longer needed a bulky backpack. The title was the truly precious reward. Chosen 1. Permanently increases all attributes by 5. While equipped, damage dealt increases by an additional 10% and damage received decreases by 10%. 5 points in every attribute put me 4 full levels ahead of an ordinary survivor. The percentage bonuses to damage dealt and received did not seem outrageous in the early game, but as everyone became a numerical monster later on, they would grow increasingly powerful. A person could equip only one title at a time, yet I obviously had no reason to hesitate now. I equipped the title, stored all the tools I had prepared inside the wristband, and took a meat cleaver from the kitchen. Real-world weapons carried no stats before I obtained Apocalypse equipment, but they were still better than fighting barehanded. Stepping over Lin Rufei's body, I reviewed my list of enemies again. She had only been a pawn. The Lin family, Bai Shihao, and the Bai family behind him were the true masterminds. Charging at them with my current strength would be suicide. The priority was to use 10 years of memories to seize every beginner resource before anyone else, then strangle each enemy before they had time to grow. The hallway gradually fell silent. After confirming through the peephole that it was clear, I stepped outside and sealed the fire stairs, turning the 8th floor into an isolated zone. For apartments shared the elevator landing on this floor, and only I and an elderly pair of hoarders in Unit 804 lived here. They had filled their apartment and the common hallway with trash. Every morning they stomped on bottles and crushed cardboard. Complaints and police calls worked for 2 days at most, after which building management would tell me to be more tolerant. In my previous life, both had become zombies at the start and died by my hand. More importantly, one of them was the perfect target for my first use of plundering hand. A crash came from Unit 804. The old woman burst through the door and slammed it shut behind her, trapping her zombified husband inside. Even then, she was still shouting that the child absolutely belonged to him, because looking a little alike was close enough. Her absurd words left me speechless, but my gaze settled on the bite mark on her arm. She had already been infected, and the information revealed by appraisal was even more surprising than her ridiculous confession. I did not immediately push open the door, because the most dangerous threat in the building was never the single zombie in front of me. If the fire stairs were not sealed, its snarls would draw hordes from the floors above and below. If a survivor lurking in the shadows saw my equipment and title, they might also ambush me after the fight. I had paid dearly for mistakes like that in my previous life. After equipping Chosen 1, all 4 attributes on my panel rose from 10 to 15, while its damage bonuses were applied during final damage calculation. The title occupied no normal equipment slot, but I could use only one. Whenever I acquired more titles, I would need to switch according to the enemy and my fighting style. I kept the meat cleaver in my right hand, leaving my left free to open the door or shove an attacker away. The impacts inside Unit 804 alternated between violent pounding and brief pauses, proving the zombie was still guided by sound and had not developed higher intelligence. The bite on the old woman's arm was already blackening. The countdown would not stop merely because she could still speak. Another crash sounded beyond the door. Her transformation had entered its final countdown. After the apocalypse began, everyone received basic appraisal, which could inspect targets no more than 3 levels above them. With plundering hand, I could also see the target's talent directly. Li Xiaopi, zombifying, level 2 class. None S-rank talent. Maxed out luck. She had not only completed a first kill, but had also struck the 1 in a million chance of awakening an S-rank talent. Unfortunately for her, she had already been bitten. In less than a minute, she would become a zombie. Maxed out luck was not a direct combat talent, but its value was terrifying. Overall drop rates in the apocalypse were miserably low, and luck influenced equipment, supplies, hidden quests, hidden dungeons, and hidden classes. Even after I became the mage god in my previous life, I had only 2 points of luck. Any item that increased its spark to bidding war the moment it entered an auction house. I activated plundering hand at once. Target despair, 10% weakness, 10% plunder failed. The attempt instantly consumed 1/3 of my spirit, but fortunately the skill had no cooldown. My interface now displayed despair, weakness, and success rate as well. In the future, I would be able to watch every enemy descend into hopelessness with perfect clarity. Old Madam Lee had not yet realized she was about to become a zombie. She pointed at me and cursed instead. "Little Sue, I'm over 70. Didn't your mother teach you to respect your elders and care for the young? Help me up." She had barely lifted herself halfway when I drove a knee into her and sent her crashing back into the wall. Her newly fitted gold tooth flew out, leaving her mouth full of blood. Despair, 20% weakness, 20% current plunder success rate, 40%. I spread my hands. "How did your tooth fall out?" "It was an accident, honestly." "Sorry." "Happy now." Despair, 30% weakness, 20% success rate, 50%. When no one responded to her screams, she immediately invoked her son Li Gang, who worked at the police station, and threatened to use the security footage to sue me for everything I owned. The old social order was gone, yet she was still living in the past. I swung the meat cleaver, severing the finger she pointed at me, then used several more blows to destroy her limbs. The zombie virus left her almost unable to feel pain, but the terror of losing all mobility still shattered her on the spot. Despair, 50% weakness, 90% current plunder success rate, 140%. I'll be a good person from now on. Please don't kill me. Try that in your next life. I activated my talent again. Plunder successful. Remaining uses, 0. S-rank talent acquired. Maxed out luck. Divine favor. Luck is permanently locked at the maximum value of 9 and cannot be altered by equipment or environmental effects. In other words, even if I equipped an item that reduced luck or entered a dungeon that suppressed it, my value would remain 9. Starting the apocalypse with maximum luck put me so far ahead that no one else was even close. The moment her talent was extracted, old Madam Lee's body went rigid. I gave her no chance to finish transforming and took off her head with one strike. Level 2 zombie killed. EXP X 20 gold X 2. Level increased to 2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Remaining plundering hand uses, 1. A flash of green appeared beneath the body. I kicked the headless corpse aside and picked up a green ring glowing with the unmistakable light of apocalypse equipment. Equipment quality was divided into 5 grades, from lowest to highest: excellent, rare, legendary, mythic, and god tier. Ordinary white equipment granted no attributes and was generally not counted among them. Drop rates were already abysmal, and most drops were survival supplies. Anyone who owned 1 or 2 excellent items by the end of the 7-day beginner period had enough to brag about. Yet an item had dropped at my feet after my very first zombie kill. So this is what maxed out luck is worth. The personality I had suppressed for 10 years seemed to break free alongside 2 acts of revenge. I had been quiet in my previous life because any wrong word triggered Lin Rufei's cold abuse. No one could silence me now. I laughed as I pinched the green ring between my fingers. Why shouldn't I stop tormenting myself and finally live however I pleased? I held on to the 5 free attribute points instead of spending them blindly. Attribute allocations could never be reset once confirmed. In the early game, every point could determine whether I pierced an enemy's defense or survived the first hit. Many people in my previous life distributed their points evenly. Their panels looked impressive, but in real combat, they were never good enough at anything. Maxed out luck locked my value at 9 rather than simply adding 9. And that distinction was crucial. Powerful equipment with side effects such as luck -5 forced everyone else to endure low drop rates and misfortune, while I could ignore the penalty. Certain dungeons pushed every participant's luck below 0, yet mine would remain at the maximum. Its long-term value might even surpass that of a direct combat talent. The green ring was merely the first proof. Under normal circumstances, a low-level zombie was far more likely to drop a mouthful of water or half a piece of bread. The chance of equipment was so low it drove people to despair. That green glow beneath the body told me I could not only reclaim the opportunities from my previous life, but also use luck to snowball from every ordinary battle. I closed my hand around the glowing green ring. This was the first answer maxed out luck had given me. I wiped the blood from the ring, and its attributes immediately appeared. Vitality ring, excellent constitution +5. Slowly restores vitality after leaving combat. Set bonus, 1/2 inactive. The Vitality Ring and Spirit Ring were among the best values in the early game. As long as an injury was not irreversible, such as a severed limb or shattered bone, ordinary bruises and cuts would recover by 70 or 80% after a night's sleep. It could not compare to the mythic and god tier equipment I had owned in my previous life, but I had no reason to reject a free item. Besides, I remembered exactly how to open those hidden quests and dungeons. Once I was strong enough, I could naturally claim all their rewards again. I put on the ring. The system informed me that each survivor could equip no more than 2 rings at once. Then I invested all 5 free attribute points from leveling into strength. Strength, 20 spirit, 15 constitution, 20 agility, 15. Skills were scarce below level 10, and close quarters combat depended mostly on strength. My other 3 attributes were already sufficient for now. The old man zombie kept battering Unit 804's security door until it nearly came off its hinges. During the beginner period, ordinary zombies located prey mainly by hearing and smell. Once the hallway fell quiet, it stopped attacking the door. I removed the key from old Madame Lee's waist and turned it gently. The instant the bolt clicked, I yanked the door open and stepped aside. A gaunt zombie in a basketball jersey swiped at empty air. I hooked its leg as it lunged, sending it stumbling forward. It happened to crush its wife's head beneath one foot before diving headfirst into a heap of garbage in the hallway. Cans and cardboard scattered noisily. I used the opening to inspect it. Weak zombie, level 1 strength, 6 spirit, 15 constitution, 6 agility, 3. Its spirit was far higher than its other attributes. No wonder it had possessed endless energy for making noise while alive. But 6 strength and 3 agility were nowhere near enough against me. When it got up, its head became trapped inside a green paint bucket. I rushed in and chopped at its neck with the meat cleaver. The zombie instinctively raised its arms. The blade severed both hands in succession, but the remaining force only cut away its jaw. Even without claws or a lower jaw, it tried to bite me. My second strike sent its head flying into the paint bucket. Level 1 zombie killed. EXP X 10 gold X1. The fight had never been dangerous, yet I was dissatisfied. One blow should have ended it, but my unfamiliarity with close combat forced me to use 2. I had been a mage in my previous life. I needed to turn 10 years of experience into this body's close combat instinct as quickly as possible. A universal capsule dropped beneath the corpse. These single-use containers could hold food ranging from candy and soda to an entire roast lamb. When the apocalypse arrived, all existing food and water on Blue Star spoiled, and safe zones would not open for 7 days. The only way to survive was to kill zombies and obtain supplies. The capsule label read, 2-liter bottle of ice-cold cola. Clean water was worth more than gold in the apocalypse, and cola could provide plenty of carbohydrates. I pressed the button and drank deeply, then noticed the body of a zombified infant that had fallen to its death inside the apartment. Old Madame Lee must have earned her first kill by killing it. I did not linger and continued to the 9th floor. One child zombie hung upside down from the ceiling, while an elderly zombie pushed a baby carriage. The child had 12 agility, though its other attributes were ordinary. The 2 zombies attacked simultaneously, one from above and one from below. Instead of retreating, I charged forward and met the faster child with my cleaver, splitting it in half. The curtain of blood that sprayed out happened to blind the zombie behind it. By the time that one emerged through the blood, my blade was already waiting at its throat. 2 notifications sounded in succession. I received 20 EXP and 2 gold. I still needed 60 EXP to reach level 3. The 2 zombies on the 9th floor also helped me recalibrate to this body. With 12 agility, the child was already faster than an ordinary adult. If I still had the 5 agility from the beginning of my previous life, it might have tackled me before I could raise my weapon. Now, with 15 base agility from my title and 20 strength after the ring, I could attack proactively instead of gambling my life on a block. Another tiny notch appeared in the meat cleaver when it split the neck bone. Real-world steel had no equipment durability protection. Repeatedly striking hard bone would eventually break it, so I needed a system weapon as soon as possible. At the same time, after every kill I had to check my firing lane, escape route, and whether a second target was present. I could not let a system notification distract me. I stored the unfinished 2-liter cola in my wristband. A universal capsule could not be restored after opening, and unfinished supplies occupied storage volume. 1 cubic meter sounded generous, but equipment, arrows, and food would accumulate quickly, so I still needed to plan. Habits of careful inventory management like this had saved my life more than once before. I still needed 60 EXP to reach level 3. Each of the 2 fallen zombies dropped an item. Maxed out luck made me truly feel the difference between this life and the last. In my previous life, I starved for 3 days at the beginning and barely fought my way out alive. Even after surviving the beginner period, my pockets were emptier than my stomach. The only apple one found had worms in it, and I did not notice until I was halfway through. This time, 2 practical consumables lay on the floor. Silver Bird Talon. Common consumes a small amount of spirit to slightly improve perception for 5 minutes. Lure Pot. Common after being thrown, attracts all humanoid zombies within 10 meters for 1 minute. The effect ends when a target takes damage. Their grade was low, but used at the right moment, either could save my life. I stored them in my wristband. The sounds of the fight had also alerted the occupant of Unit 903. A woman in pajamas with a facial mask plastered over her skin threw open the door. Her prescription was nearly -8 diopters. Squinting blindly, she cursed me for making noise at noon and pulled out her phone to call the police. Appraisal showed she was only level 1 and had not awakened. She had not even realized that the world had changed. Killing her offered me no benefit for the moment. Carrying my blood-stained cleaver, I walked straight toward the space behind her. Mistaking it for a provocation, she grabbed a broom and charged. Only when she drew close did she finally see the blood covering me and the bodies in the hallway. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed, trembling as she put on her glasses. An extremely old zombie with no teeth had already shuffled from the apartment to her side. It held her hand and gummed it for ages before finally breaking the skin. The woman was quickly infected. The zombie rose to level 2, then turned unsteadily toward me. I gave neither of them time to change any further. A few quick blows ended the fight and earned me 30 EXP. The two bodies also dropped a supply capsule, one fragrant serving of spicy stir-fry. Cola with spicy stir-fry. Eating a dinner like that on the first day of the apocalypse was already a luxury. After confirming the 9th floor was clear, I headed for the 10th and final floor. A live streaming guild rented the entire level, employing more than 20 male and female streamers and managers. By day, they used suggestive content on ordinary platforms to attract traffic. At night, they moved to adult platforms for money, while their top donors could receive so-called private meetings. Cardboard cutouts of beautiful women filled the hallway. Their slogans included 38, divorced, and raising 2 kids, and Xingqing's runaway princess, finally 18. Every photo depended on filters and digital enhancement. I remembered this place because someone in the guild awakened an S-rank talent in my previous life, briefly becoming leader of the entire building. He then bullied men and abused women until he died before the beginner period even ended. Charging blindly into an unknown room would be foolish. I took out the Silverbird Talon, and my 5 senses instantly sharpened. Through the walls and doors, I heard 2 zombies, each in units 1001 and 1002. Unit 1003 was empty. The half-open door to Unit 1004 reeked most strongly of blood. At least 10 bodies lay inside, and from deeper within came the chewing of 1 zombie and the suppressed breathing of 2 people. I tightened my grip on the cleaver and kicked open Unit 1004. FBI, open up. Vice Squad, everybody behave. Severed limbs covered the room. The lower bodies of every corpse and male zombie had been mutilated beyond recognition. Blood coated the walls, floor, and even the ceiling. A large, naked zombie squatted in the middle of the passage, gnawing on a severed limb. A flame-wreathed Qilin was tattooed on its left arm, a 3-legged golden crow on the right, 9 dragons pulling a coffin across its back, and a wide-eyed Lord Guan across its chest. It looked as if the man had tattooed his entire fate onto his body. Ordinary zombies treated survivors they infected as their own kind. Only elite zombies with fragments of memory and extreme personalities might continue devouring their own species. This creature was the dangerous target I had come to find. The live streaming guild's 10th floor entrance was filled with cutouts and sealed rooms, making its layout more complex than the residential floors. I first listened to the rhythm of footsteps behind every door, distinguishing trapped zombies from living people. The 2 zombies in both units 1001 and 1002 repeatedly struck their doors, which meant the locks were still intact. Unit 1004, however, held dragging bodies and suppressed breathing. Something capable of thought was clearly inside. The Silverbird Talon did not grant X-ray vision. It merely amplified sight, hearing, and smell. I reconstructed the scene from the weight of footsteps, locations of breaths, concentration of blood, and room layout, though the margin of error increased with distance. Throughout the 5-minute effect, I made sure not to produce any unnecessary noise. An elite zombie eating its own kind suggested it had retained powerfully antisocial memories. The mutilated bodies by the entrance also revealed its preferred method of attack. I could not treat a target like this as an ordinary mindless zombie. It might faint, seize my weapon, or exploit the narrow hallway to restrict my movement. Beyond the door, the elite zombie had already turned toward me. Powerful zombie level 3, elite. Strength, 25 spirit, 8 constitution, 22 agility, 15. It had already reached level 3 shortly after the apocalypse began. Its strength and constitution far exceeded those of an ordinary human, and it had developed a degree of intelligence. My overall attributes were not inferior, but I had no apocalypse weapon. The meat cleaver in my hand would struggle to penetrate its skull or heart directly. The elite zombie rose with a roar and lunged to crush me in a bear hug, both claws glowing pale green. It was tall, heavily built, and far from slow. If those arms closed around me, its 22 constitution would let it tear my body apart despite any wounds I inflicted. I did not meet it head-on. When its claws approached my face, I suddenly revealed the inscription-covered lure pot. Its movement froze, and all its attention locked onto the pot. I threw the pot behind it. The elite zombie twisted around in an unnatural motion, as though an invisible rope dragged it away. The item had limited effect on bosses, but its attraction was fatal to low-level humanoid zombies. I had only one chance. I crouched and rushed close, dragging the cleaver through its left leg with the force of its own forward charge. The blade ripped apart a wide band of muscle, struck the femur, and bounced away. Both hands went numb, and the notch in the blade widened. If I had not invested every free point into strength earlier, that strike might not have broken the skin. The wound was not lethal to a creature incapable of pain, but it was enough to weaken its mobility. I retreated immediately, denying it any chance to grab me. Even after losing the muscle support in its left leg, it continued lunging toward the lure pot, but its turns and steps had become visibly slower. When the elite zombie realized it could not catch the pot, it suddenly swept its right claw across me. The wind from the strike grazed my chest, instantly tearing 3 lines through my coat. I leaned back with my retreat and kept the claws from breaking skin. Reliable antidotes did not exist during the beginner period. Even a small wound could burden every later battle with the risk of infection. After the swipe, all its weight rested on the intact right leg, while the wound on its left kept tearing wider. Instead of hammering at its head, I shifted half a step along the wall, positioning the lure pot, the zombie, and myself on a diagonal. To attack me, it would have to turn away from the lure. To reach the pot, it would expose the side of its right knee. The instant it pounced, I angled the cleaver and chopped hard at the right knee. Sparks burst between the blade and kneecap. The bone shattered on impact, and the entire lower leg folded forward at a 90-degree angle. The recoil slammed through the handle into my arms, numbing the web between thumb and index finger. I released one hand with the motion, preventing the rolled blade from catching in the bone and being torn from my grip. The elite zombie's upper body still held its full strength. As it fell, both claws crossed toward my ankles. I jumped sideways against the base of the wall, and its nails carved only a few white scratches into the concrete. Only after both legs lost support did I truly gain the advantage. Advantage, however, did not mean safety. Its neck was a size thicker than that of an ordinary zombie. My first strike opened only skin and muscle. The second hit the neck bone. On the third, I drove the blade into the same notch and finally separated its head from its body. After the corpse stopped twitching, I waited another 2 seconds. Only when its fingers no longer clenched did I approach. In my previous life, I had watched too many people get dragged away by zombies with one final breath because they rushed to collect loot. No reward was worth skipping that last confirmation. The elite zombie crashed heavily to the floor, still reaching toward the pot. I circled behind it to avoid the claws and struck the same point 3 times in succession, finally severing the neck. Level 3 Elite Zombie killed. EXP X 60 Gold X 6. Level increased to 3. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Remaining plundering hand uses 2. Current EXP 30/300. Only when the system notification sounded did I truly relax. The entire tactic had looked effortless, but a delay of half a second at any point could have trapped me in its arms. 10 years of experience had taught me zombie habits, yet this body and its melee weapon still required adjustment. The meat cleaver had cracked and could no longer be used. I threw it aside, rolled over the body, and discovered a supply capsule and a longbow. A lavish barbecue feast serves 4. Dinner and a late-night meal were both covered. Then I lifted the longbow to inspect it. Huaxiao War Bow, excellent strength +2 agility +3 ignores 10% of the target's defense. Includes 30 war arrows. Only one ranged weapon may be equipped at a time. Killing enemies with a bow or crossbow has a chance to drop arrows or bolts. In my previous life, Awakening Mage's Heart had forced me to prioritize a magic-based class. Deep down, however, I had always wanted to be an archer and had studied marksmanship extensively. Now that I held a bow, I fired several arrows to adjust to it. Every one buried itself steadily in the wall. After taking several drinks of cola, I deliberately stored the remaining half bottle in my wristband. The silver bird talons effect had not ended. Behind the gap beneath the secondary bedroom door, two people's breathing suddenly quickened. I had heard the man and woman hiding inside long ago. The man held a 28-inch machete, and the naked body of a middle-aged male zombie lay on the bed. He was probably the #1 donor who had stayed the night. Their eyes were glued to my cola, but neither dared come out. They believed they were hiding perfectly. When I inspected the Huaxiao War bow, my test shots were not random. The 3 arrows tested draw weight, trajectory deviation, and penetration through the wall, confirming that excellent equipment delivered stable output according to the user's strength. I also needed to recover the 30 war arrows whenever possible. Without ammunition, even the strongest bow would become decoration. During the fight against the elite zombie, the lure pot seized its attention first, giving me the opportunity to cut the muscle in its leg. I targeted the kneecap rather than the thigh with my second blow because the cleaver was already rolled. Destroying a joint required less force to ruin the leg's support. Finally, striking the same spot on the neck 3 times kept the blade from lodging at different angles. Every link in that combat sequence was necessary. Had I greedily attacked the head with the first blow, both claws would have caught me. Had I remained in front after the second, the fallen zombie could still have broken my leg. Had I relaxed too soon, the elite's final struggle would have killed me just as easily. As for the pair inside the bedroom, they still thought I knew nothing. Through the door, I heard the two whispering over their plan. The blonde man recognized me as the resident from the 8th floor. Appraisal also showed him my nickname, Lone Wolf, my chosen one title, and my level 3 status. He knew I had just killed an elite zombie, yet he still saw the cramped room as a weakness for an archer and planned an ambush. What interested me more was his own claim that he possessed an S-rank talent. The two of them had probably killed the top donor on the bed together, each gaining 5 EXP and completing a first kill at the same time. An empty capsule that had contained salted vegetables and coarse cornbread lay beside the body. Their mouths were dry, which explained why the sight of my cola had driven away their reason. Swallowing noises repeatedly came through the gap. The blonde man almost charged out several times, only to retreat at the sight of the elite corpse in the hallway. The woman kept asking whether I had been injured. They never confirmed the durability of my weapon, my number of arrows, or my remaining skills. They simply decided that a bow can't be used inside a room. Greed filled in every piece of information they lacked. The blonde man even recalled apocalypse novels he had read and described the future awaiting them after they killed the chosen one, claimed my equipment, and built a faction. He grew so excited that he forgot to lower his voice. The young delinquent woman had been hesitant at first, but the promise of wealth and comfort quickly won her cooperation. One act of supposed self-defense had let them taste experience rewards. On their second kill, they were already willing to treat another living person as leveling material. Kill him, and I'll become the new chosen one. The blonde man invented a ridiculous excuse for himself. I studied law. If he comes in here, it's home invasion and murder. The sentence is death, carried out immediately. The woman actually believed him and praised his legal knowledge. Then both her breathing and voice changed. She pitched her voice high and called for help, while the blonde man tightened his grip on a watermelon knife and hid behind the door, waiting for me to enter the bedroom. When she activated her talent, her rough voice softened and her figure changed through several quiet pops. The blonde man flattened his blade behind the door, pointing it toward the arm I might extend inside, and covered the top donor's corpse tightly with a blanket. They at least understood how to conceal a scene. They did not realize that the door hinge, reflections, and a racing heartbeat could expose an ambush just as easily. I almost laughed. My enhanced perception lasted 5 minutes, and I had heard every word of their conspiracy. Their ambush had been transparent from the start. I walked to the door and deliberately stopped. It creaked open. A thick blanket covered the donor's corpse, and an innocent-looking, half-dressed college student huddled in the corner. One strap of her pajamas slipped from her shoulder as she adopted a pitiful pose. Her appearance looked almost ethereal, but it could not hide the cheap seductiveness beneath. I remained outside and raised my bow to inspect her. Miss Doll Level 1 Class. None C-rank talent. Mass disguise. A talent that could conceal information and alter appearance had only been assigned C-rank, yet its practical value was enormous. It was an ideal tool for ambush and infiltration. For a moment, none of the three of us moved. Sweat covered the blonde man behind the door as he repeatedly signaled to the woman with his eyes. She had no choice but to assume an even more revealing pose and speak softly. "Thank you for defeating that huge monster outside, handsome. I'm a college student who came here for a part-time job. My leg is hurt. Could you carry me out? Odd functions change. Even functions don't. I asked suddenly. She stared blankly for several seconds. Odd. Even. Are those foods? If you have the ingredients, I can cook something for you, handsome. She could not answer one of the most common recognition phrases, yet she dared pretend to be a college student. Besides, what respectable student would choose Miss Doll as her apocalypse nickname? I remained outside, never entering the blonde man's attack range. The bowstring drew back inch by inch. The arrow appeared to point at the woman, but the edge of my vision stayed locked on the watermelon knife behind the door. They had chosen their fate the moment they set a trap to kill me. I released my fingers. The arrow tore through the air. The instant the bowstring vibrated, the woman instinctively hunched her shoulders. The blonde man thought the arrow was meant for her and suddenly exposed half his body from behind the door. That was the reaction I had been waiting for. The arrow passed the side of the woman's shoulder and changed the sound of the air as it grazed the door, forcing him to swing early. Once his hidden killing blow was revealed, the narrow room ceased to be an advantage. The blonde man's plan was not entirely harmless. The small bedroom truly restricted a longbow's movement. He hid in the blind spot beside the hinge, and one hit against my wrist or bowstring could have destroyed my ranged advantage. The woman's disguise was meant to lure me within reach. Their roles were clearly divided, but they had overlooked 3 details. I never left the hallway, so the arrow did not need to enter the room before becoming lethal. The silverbird talon had already exposed the knife's position, and no one who had truly survived 10 years of apocalypse would turn his back because of a beautiful face and a few cries for help. Odd functions change. Even functions don't, was merely my final confirmation. Even if she had answered correctly, I would still have judged from her panel and the scene. Her failure proved she had not even prepared the identity she was pretending to possess. Before releasing the arrow, I had already calculated the wall thickness, the positions of her limbs, and the only route the blonde man could use to charge. I released the bowstring. The first arrow pierced the woman's left palm, exited through her collarbone, and pinned her to the wall. Her scream had barely begun when I fired repeatedly. The next arrows struck each limb and stripped away all ability to resist. Despair, 50% weakness, 90%. I activated Plundering Hand. Plunder from Survivor, Miss Doll successful. C-rank talent acquired, Mass Disguise. Disguise, conceals or alters personal information. Only someone more than 3 levels above you can see through it. Mask, transform into another person's appearance for 1 hour. Usable once per day. After her talent was taken, her tall and innocent appearance rapidly shrank back to normal, revealing heavy makeup and a tawdry air. The sudden attack finally broke the blonde man's nerve. Brandishing his watermelon knife, he charged from behind the door. Lone Wolf, you touch my woman. I'll kill you. I retreated from the blade and saw his panel clearly. Veteran Playboy Level 1 class. None S-rank talent. Double strike. It was S-rank, just as he had claimed. Every time he swung, a nearly overlapping afterimage followed the blade, allowing the same attack to deal damage twice. I kept retreating and observing, not because I could not defeat him, but because I did not want to kill him before taking the talent. Mistaking my retreat for panic, the blonde man swung harder and harder while demanding to know what was wrong with a wounded woman calling for help. I deliberately showed an opening. He committed to a full power chop and struck the elite zombie's corpse. Its rigid rib cage stopped the blade, and the recoil numbed both his arms. By the time he looked up, I had fully drawn the Huaxiao war bow, its arrowhead nearly touching his forehead. The watermelon knife clattered to the floor. He dropped to his knees faster than anyone I had ever seen, apologizing and begging before offering to become my subordinate with his S-rank talent. I suppose I don't have to kill you. His expression brightened as though he had seized a lifeline. Then I shot an arrow through his thigh. The arrows that followed avoided vital points while destroying all 4 limbs. Shock became curses, curses became pleas, and eventually his voice weakened to a whisper. Boss, didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? That's right. I did. Despair, 70% weakness, 50%. I activated my talent for the 3rd time. Plunder from Survivor, Veteran Playboy successful. Remaining uses, 0. S-rank talent acquired, double strike. I turned and left him swearing that fortunes changed and he would rise again in 30 years, even as he searched in terror for his vanished talent. Once outside Unit 1004, I moved into a blind spot and shot the locks off Units 1001 and 1002. For trapped zombies followed the scent of blood into the hall. Their targets were the 2 people inside who could no longer move. I had promised not to kill them with my own hands, and I would keep my word. Once they were infected, I could kill them as zombies and collect experience, gold, and drops. That was true profit maximization. While I waited, I opened the description of my new talent. Double Strike, S rank. Ice in your cola, double the fun. Every attack deals damage twice. There was no cooldown, no activation chance, and no restriction on attack type. One arrow became two. One slash became two. In the future, skills and even ultimate abilities would have their damage copied as well. At last, I possessed my first true combat talent. Huaxiao's first god of warriors in my previous life had relied on Double Strike, which was more than enough to prove its potential. The sounds of tearing flesh and desperate screams soon came from Unit 1004. I knocked another arrow and patiently waited for the two new zombies to emerge. After mass disguise was plundered, the young woman not only returned to her real appearance, but the talent slot on her status panel became blank. That proved plundering was not copying. It was a genuine transfer. Even if she somehow survived, she could never awaken the same ability through a first kill again. The blonde man's double strike forced every successful attack to perform 2 damage calculations. It did not create a second weapon from nothing. Instead, a second force from the same source followed immediately after the first impact. That was why his blade produced an afterimage and why an arrow would stack penetration along the same path. It would instantly kill lightly defended targets and break through heavy armor's durability much faster. I did not remain in front of the doors after shooting the locks. When the 4 zombies entered Unit 1004, they would first attack the 2 immobilized people who were bleeding most heavily. Their levels and allegiance could change after infection. I needed a safe firing angle where the horde could not see me and the pair could not escape after transforming. This was not torture. It was the coldest possible settlement under the apocalypse's resource rules. People who chose to attack me lost their talents, then provided experience and drops as zombies. Only after they transformed would Double Strike truly be mine. Before long, the blonde man and the young delinquent completed their transformations. I used appraisal from outside Unit 1004. Both new zombies had ordinary attributes, and the arrows pinning their limbs still prevented them from moving. The other 4 zombies were in even more ridiculous states. When the apocalypse arrived, this live-streaming guild had obviously been producing adult content. 2 female streamers were covered in bells and small toys. Another man and woman appeared to have kept their speed competition going right through zombification and were still tangled together. 6 zombies crowded the pool of blood, mixing rolled-back eyes, drool, and a room full of equipment into a sight that was both lewd and violent. I had no interest in admiring it. I only wanted to test the true power of the Huaxiao War Bao combined with Double Strike. Tap, tap, tap. I drew their attention with my footsteps. 2 female zombies charged first, the bells covering their bodies ringing wildly with every movement. Their swaying figures made aiming unusually difficult. I steadied my breathing, drew, aimed, and released. The arrow struck the first zombie in the head. Double Strike drove it straight through the brain. She collapsed backward, scattering the objects on her body across the floor. 1 arrow, 1 kill. A ranged weapon kept me out of close combat danger and did not break after striking hardbone a few times, unlike the meat cleaver. The more obvious improvement was my firing speed. What had originally required 2 seconds now took only 1.5, nearly the limit of my current body. The second female zombie had just stepped over her companion when I released the next arrow. I wanted to test the heart as a weak point, but the arrowhead sank barely an inch into her chest and stopped. It did not penetrate, and not even blood emerged. Was her heart on the right side? I shot the other side, with exactly the same result. Both arrows looked as though they had struck stone. She kept advancing. I stopped wasting time and aimed the 3rd arrow at her head, dropping her on the spot. The remaining male and female zombies, still joined together, moved clumsily. The male streamer was lean, while the wealthy top donor behind him weighed almost twice as much. I destroyed the male zombies head first. With half their support gone, both bodies toppled together, and my next arrow finished the woman. Finally, I put arrows through the heads of the blonde man and the young delinquent one by one. Kills in this battle. For level 1 zombies, 2 level 2 zombies. Rewards: EXP X 80 Gold X 8. Current level: 3 EXP, 110/300. Only after recovering the arrows and drops did I inspect the female zombie, whose chest had been unnaturally hard. Up close, I saw evidence of jaw shaving, a nose implant, double eyelid surgery, and thick influencer makeup. My 2 arrows were embedded in implants that remained stubbornly upright, with yellowish liquid leaking from the torn surfaces. It was not a special mutation after all, merely chest armor created by a corrupt clinic. No wonder it felt like shooting stone. The sky outside had already darkened. Only 1 hour remained until 6 p.m. I had cleared everything above the 8th floor, but the situation below remained unknown. As I considered whether to continue, the order keeper's voice suddenly sounded. Pew 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 pew. Are the survivors having fun? Here's another little spoiler from yours truly. Daytime belongs to survivors, but the hours from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. belong to my adorable zombie babies. At night, they'll become just a tiny bit stronger. Anyone who isn't afraid of dying should give it a try. Right? Its tiny bit meant that all basic attributes doubled, along with aggression and detection range. Most zombies would also evolve or mutate during the first night. They preferred traveling in groups and approached the strength of mutant zombies at the same level, without offering any additional rewards. Without overwhelming strength, fighting at night meant risking your life for nothing. I decided to spend the night on the 10th floor. After securing the door, I piled several zombie corpses outside it. The thick rot and blood in the living room would mask the scent of a living person, while zombies wandering the stairwell at night would serve as a natural alarm system. On the first night, surviving was more important than killing a few more zombies. As I recovered my arrows, I confirmed more about Double Strike. Two forces traveling the same path had pierced the first female zombie's skull without noticeably deflecting the shaft. The arrows aimed at the implants had both lost their force against the hard material. The talent increased the number of attacks. It did not ignore physical defense. Against armored targets, I still needed to aim for joints, eyes, the mouth, or existing wounds. The 6 zombies yielded 80 EXP, 8 gold, and 80 arrows, far above the normal recovery rate. Part of that came from the rule governing bows and crossbows, while maxed out luck amplified it further. Physical arrows could handle ordinary single targets. Judgment arrow directly consumed spirit to form a phantom projectile. I would need to switch between the two resources according to the battle. Before the nighttime enhancement began, I inspected every door, window, and ceiling panel on the 10th floor. Corpses could hide the scent of a living person, but light, footsteps, and the smell of food could still expose me. I moved the cola, spicy stir-fry, and quiver into the master bedroom, prepared an escape route from the windowsill to the neighboring balcony, and only then turned off the final light. On the first night of my previous life, I had fled while starving, surrounded by the sound of hordes pounding on doors. Zombies were still outside tonight, but now the initiative belonged to me. The difference was not courage. It was that I had converted every known rule into preparation ahead of time. Darkness fully descended. Outside my door, the horde began to gather. After arranging the entrance, I entered the relatively clean master bedroom. It had served as the studio of the guild's most popular streamer. Glamour photos covered the pink walls, and the closet was stuffed with uniforms, cosplay outfits, and small toys I could not even name. The owner had died to the elite zombie outside. I was only borrowing her room to rest. Once I changed out of my bloody clothes, I began counting the spoils. The 6 zombies had dropped 4 pieces of equipment or supplies, along with 80 arrows. I could never have imagined such results in my previous life. Maxed out luck made the apocalypse's miserable drop rate favor me for the first time. 2 capsules contained steamed Yangtze Lake hairy crabs guaranteed authentic, not fake, and 5-liter bottle of Waha purified water. The water would last me 2 days, while the hairy crabs were an absurd luxury for apocalypse supplies. The third drop was a green ring whose pattern nearly formed a pair with the vitality ring. Spirit ring, excellent constitution +5. Slowly restores spirit after leaving combat. I equipped it immediately. The 2 rings filled both slots, and the set notification lit up. Set bonus activated. Rejuvenation. Rejuvenation immediately restores a small amount of vitality and spirit. Cooldown 1 hour. Plundering talents consumed large amounts of spirit. This recovery skill could save my life and improve my ability to fight continuously. After the equipment bonuses were calculated, my level 3 attributes were already close to what I had possessed at level 10 in my previous life. Strength, 27 spirit, 15 constitution, 25 agility, 18. The final item was an ancient skill book. Skills in the apocalypse generally came from 2 sources. After reaching level 10 and completing a class advancement quest, a survivor learned class skills. Alternatively, someone could use a valuable skill book directly. Skill books were divided into combat, support, and life categories. Support buffs were the most universally useful. General attack skills often restricted weapon type, while life skills such as construction, manufacturing, and alchemy varied greatly in usefulness by person. What I lacked most was an active attack. Hopefully this would not be some useless life skill. The book opened, releasing purple-red light. Judgment Arrow, excellent general skill, requires a bow or crossbow. Consume spirit to begin charging for up to 4 seconds. A phantom arrow may be released at any point during the charge, with range and damage increasing over time. A fully charged shot deals 150% damage. After piercing each enemy, damage against subsequent targets is reduced. For an ordinary person, learning it would effectively lock their class path into archery. A mage could not abandon spell casting to draw a bow in the middle of combat. But I currently lacked area attacks, and physical arrows required repeated knocking. This skill filled the gap perfectly. More importantly, Double Strike would turn a fully charged shot into 300% damage. Skill learned, Judgment Arrow. I raised the war bow without knocking a physical arrow. As I charged, a purple-red phantom gradually formed. I could move, turn, or even spin around and fire while charging. The skill did not pin me in place. After charging for the full 4 seconds, I suddenly turned on the balcony and released in the opposite direction. An ordinary bow or crossbow had an effective range of roughly 100 feet, with 130 feet near the limit. The phantom arrow traveled more than 160 feet before its power visibly declined. The weakness was equally obvious. With my current 15 spirit and energy limit, I could release no more than 6 fully charged shots in succession. If not for the heavy cost, I would have happily stood on the 10th floor and picked off every zombie along the street. I suppressed the urge and reviewed everything I had gained that day. More than half the EXP needed for level 4, 2 excellent set rings, an excellent war bow, plenty of arrows and supplies. Plus the S-rank talents maxed out luck and double strike, and the C-rank masked disguise. I had nearly starved to death at the beginning of my previous life. Now I already had hairy crabs, spicy stir-fry, and cola. I opened the 2 food capsules. Their perfectly heated aromas instantly filled the room. The combination was strange, but the flavor was not compromised in the slightest. I finished every bite and drank the last of the cola. Burp now that's living. It was the first day of the apocalypse and the most peaceful meal I had eaten in 10 years. With the spirit ring equipped, I could clearly feel mental exhaustion slowly receding, while the vitality ring repaired the muscle soreness caused by drawing the bow and gripping the cleaver. I needed to reserve the rejuvenation set skill for emergency, healing, and battle. Wasting its 1-hour cooldown to recover from a few tests would be foolish. I also divided my supplies by function. Purified water, cola, and ready-to-eat capsules went where I could reach them fastest. Arrows and consumable items stayed near my combat gear. Clothing and currently useless odds and ends went at the bottom. Retrieving an item from the wristband was fast, but a disorganized pile could still cost me 1 fatal second. Judgment Arrow's 150% was not a fixed number. It used my current ranged attack as the base. Equipment, strength, titles, and target defense all entered the calculation before Double Strike triggered the second hit. Piercing damage weakened with every target, which meant enemies at the end of a long line were more likely to survive. I wrote down the 4-second charge, the tested range of more than 160 feet, the current maximum of 6 full power shots, and the fact that the projectile did not disperse while I moved. What truly separated experts in the apocalypse was often not acquiring a skill, but discovering every boundary the instruction panel failed to mention. I put away the notes. I now understood Judgment Arrow's limits. Once I had eaten, I found paper and a pen in the room and began planning my class. The apocalypse offered only 3 standard categories: warrior, mage, and Taoist. Once the 7-day beginner period ended, city safe zones opened one by one, and survivors who reached level 10 could accept a class advancement quest. Each level awarded 5 free attribute points, while a person's class path was mainly determined by allocation, equipment, and skills. Tank warriors primarily invested in constitution. Damage warriors focused on strength. Rogues and archers developed both strength and agility. Mages and Taoists usually stacked spirit, though some added modest agility and constitution. Someone could choose warrior and put every point into spirit, but warrior skills calculated mainly from strength and agility. The build might limp through the early game, then rapidly become incapable of inflicting meaningful damage. What I was truly considering were the hidden classes that only one person in 1,000 ever encountered. Like advanced talents, they separated ordinary survivors from the greatest experts. But hidden classes also varied in strength. I would settle for nothing short of the best. In my previous life, my hidden class had been the summoning-based necromancer. I knew its entire quest chain, acquisition method, and every step by heart, so reclaiming it would not be difficult. But a summoned creature's strength mostly followed its owner's attributes and could not fully exploit the large number of talents I planned to plunder. To walk the same path again, I would also need to find someone with Mage's Heart and steal it first. On the paper, I listed the classes I remembered: Flood Dragon Knight, Shadow Assassin, Vajra Walker, Inyang Sorcerer, Gu Taoist, Corpse Herder Taoist. Their owners had all become famous throughout Huaxia, yet few remained seated on their divine thrones for even 1 year. Once someone reached the summit, countless challengers studied their talents, equipment, skills, and battle habits under a microscope. No one could remain invincible forever. I changed my approach and listed every A rank or better talent I knew: damage reflection, blood tank, defense, slow, bleed, silence, immobilize, weaken, disarm, cripple, split arrow, guaranteed critical, true damage. If all those effects stacked on a single ranged attack, one arrow would not merely kill. It would instantly bury the target under negative statuses. That suited me far better than a defensive path built around standing still and absorbing attacks. At last, I underlined archery and circled one name: God of Zongbu. In my previous life, I had briefly cooperated with its inheritor at the Xingqing Museum. We helped each other before the class advancement. The instant the quest ended, he coveted my equipment and betrayed me first. I won that battle by the narrowest margin. His dying arrow pierced my shoulder and left a scar that ached for years. One of Huaxia's strongest, unique hidden classes had died in a forgotten corner of a museum before ever becoming famous. In this life, I would take it first. The night deepened, and enhanced zombies passed through the stairwell several times. The stench of corpses hid my scent. They never attacked the door and instead guarded the outside for me. At first, I could still hear scattered fighting. Eventually, the entire building went silent. For the first time, I did not dream of the cliff, the pursuit, or Lin Rufei's betrayal. The sky was barely bright when I woke, and both my spirit and vitality were restored. On the second day, most surviving zombies had reached level 2. Their reactions and intelligence had noticeably improved. I cleared my way down the fire stairs, silently firing through a gap in a door. The arrow pierced a level 2 zombie's throat and angled upward into its brain. Level 2 zombie killed. EXP X 20 gold X 2. Level increased to 4. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Plundering Hand uses restored to 1. 5 zombies on the first floor sensed their companion's death and gathered around the corpse. I deliberately exposed myself and lured them into the narrow stairwell. Their bodies formed a perfect line. I charged for the full 4 seconds. Judgment Arrow. The purple-red phantom tore through the first zombie and continued through the 4 behind it. Double Strike killed the first 4 instantly. Piercing Decay left the 5th staggering on the edge of death, so I finished it with a normal arrow. I recorded the result from actual combat. At my current strength, one shot reliably killed 4 zombies, but fell just short on the 5th. Once the class path was chosen, attribute allocation became straightforward. An archer's damage depended on strength, while attack speed, movement, and evasion depended on agility. Spirit determined the number of active skill uses. Constitution only needed to keep one mistake from killing me instantly. If I plundered an attribute growth talent later, I could concentrate my free points wherever I remained weakest. God of Zongbu was powerful not merely because of its status panel, but because it possessed a complete skill tree unique in Huaxia. The inheritor's final arrow in my previous life had pierced both a magical barrier and my shoulder bone. The class therefore had to possess shield breaking, penetration, marking, or similar abilities. Combined with Double Strike, its upper limit far surpassed necromantic summoning. The morning battle also revealed that level 2 zombies evolved during the night could gather actively after sensing a companion's death instead of merely chasing sound. Even after I silently killed the first one, the remaining 5 detected that something was wrong. Some primitive connection clearly existed within a horde. That was why I did not fight them in the open first-floor lobby. I made the first kill through the gap in the fire door, then revealed myself to draw the formation into the stairwell. Releasing Judgment Arrow in the lobby would have wasted its area advantage when the targets spread left and right. The 5th zombie was still crawling toward me. 4 per arrow was exactly right for now. According to the rules, killing a zombie more than 3 levels below a survivor granted no EXP, gold, or drops. After reaching level 4, the low-level zombies in my apartment complex had little value left. I gathered the spoils and left. Most drops along the way were food capsules, though I also found several silver bird talons and lure pots. My luck was not as spectacular as on the first day, but the supplies were more than enough to feed me. My destination was Xingqing Hospital, not far from home. According to my memories, a hidden battlefield lasting 24 hours would open at the hospital on the second day. Clearing it offered generous rewards, and killing the final boss multiplied the profits. I had another reason to go. The future head of the Lin family would also arrive there. Killing an enemy from my previous life before anyone had time to grow was far smarter than assaulting the Lin family's compound head-on. Teams of survivors were already clearing zombies from the streets. I inspected them one by one, but nearly every talent was D rank or lower. None justified wasting a plunder. When I reached the hospital parking lot, I casually shot a wandering zombie and picked up a supply capsule from beneath the body. People in hospitals, nursing homes, elementary schools, and preschools tended to have lower average constitution. To balance regional difficulty, the system increased the appearance rate of elite zombies. The hospital was a danger zone to others, but an ideal leveling ground for me. The door of a large SUV suddenly opened, and two young women called my name as they ran over. They were so-called socialites at Xingqing University and Lin Rufei's roommates, Wan Xinran and Miao Huanhuan. They had hidden in the vehicle for a day and a night. Hunger and constant fear left their faces haggard, yet both had deliberately reapplied their makeup. Wan Xinran displayed long legs and black stockings and bluntly said that people outside were more frightening than zombies. She wanted my protection. When I did not respond, Miao Huanhuan offered both of them together, entirely at my disposal. After watching civilization collapse, their decision to trade their bodies for safety was understandable. But my previous life had already taught me enough. People were the least trustworthy thing in an apocalypse. Neither had completed a first kill. They possessed no talent worth plundering and could not serve as reliable combat power. I did not even ask for more details. I walked around them and entered the hospital. I later learned from other survivors that as soon as I left, Wan Xinran pointed at my back and swore to remember the insult. At that moment, Lin Maorong, a young master of the Lin family, arrived with a well-trained squad. She immediately chose a new target. Lin Maorong was her former boyfriend and Lin Rufei's younger brother. First, she lied that I had groped her. Then a few words coaxed Lin Maorong into the SUV. Their transaction lasted only 2.5 minutes, but when she emerged, she repeatedly praised his prowess. The details sounded absurd, yet it confirmed Lin Maorong's personality. Arrogant, lustful, unable to tolerate the slightest doubt, and easily controlled by flattery. The squad he brought was the real threat. They were well-trained, disciplined, and far better equipped than an improvised survivor group. That team was the capital that allowed the Lin family to establish itself rapidly at the beginning of the apocalypse. I steadied the war bow on my arm and continued toward the hospital's rear entrance. My enemy had entered the field. It was time for the hidden battlefield to open. The choices Wan Xinran and Miao Huanhuan made did not make me despise them, only more cautious. After watching a vagrant assault a pregnant refugee, they genuinely feared a lawless world. But their attempt to purchase protection with their bodies also meant they would abandon one patron the moment a stronger one appeared. Appraisal showed neither had awakened. Taking them into the hospital would only add 2 people I needed to protect. Once the battlefield sealed, they might scream in panic and attract monsters, or reveal my identity to save themselves. Refusing useless companions in the apocalypse was not cruelty. It was taking responsibility for my own path. Xingqing Hospital offered both danger and profit. Patients and staff had relatively low average constitution, making ordinary zombies easier to clear. To balance the area, the system raised the elite spawn rate, creating sudden local spikes in combat power. Anyone who judged the hospital solely from the weak zombies in its corridors could easily walk into an elite they could not handle. Before entering through the rear, I observed the wind across the parking lot, the way the doors opened, and the distribution of nearby hordes. I selected a sound source for luring zombies and a room I could enter through a window. The Lin family cleared a disciplined path through the front. I planned to create chaos through the rear. The 2 routes determined our efficiency from the moment the dungeon began. I pushed open the hospital's back door. The hidden battlefield was about to begin. Records I obtained later showed that the moment Lin Maorong left the SUV, Wan Xinran blamed everything on me and planned to drag Miao Huanhuan into relying on the Lin family. Lin Maorong offered them only 1 steamed bun and less than half a bottle of water, then promised them something better that night. That was the last of his rations for the day. The Lin family squad already had a mission and hoped to replenish supplies by killing zombies along the route, yet he spent the food simply to appear generous. I knew none of this at the time. I had just slipped through the hospital's back entrance and killed the patrolling zombie when the order keeper's excited voice rang out. Pew 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 pew. Regional announcement. An impressive little fellow has arrived at Xingqing City Hospital. I have decided to offer a few benefits by scattering plenty of treasure chests throughout the hospital. First come, first served. Let's party. Immediately afterward, every survivor within the hospital grounds received a notification. Hidden battlefield triggered. Xingqing Hospital. Earn points by eliminating zombies or opening treasure chests. Rewards will be distributed according to points after the battle. End conditions. The final zombie is eliminated or the 24-hour countdown reaches 0. Forming a team is strongly recommended. Know your limits. The hospital's outer walls gradually blurred, becoming a translucent cyan barrier that completely separated inside from outside. No one could leave voluntarily once the battlefield began. Every participant's retreat had been cut off. Lin Maorong clearly assumed the impressive little fellow referred to him. When we met again later, his boasting confirmed that he had placed his squad in formation, started clearing from the outer edge, and publicly named them the Young Master Lin Squad. I opened the rear door, then deliberately slammed it shut. The crash echoed through the empty corridor. Zombies across the first floor rushed toward the back in trance like a tide. I had already run more than 100 feet away and climbed through a half-open window into a room that held no sound or trace of combat. Something soft suddenly shifted beneath my foot. A zombie had been playing dead below the windowsill. Its jaws snapped at my ankle. I jumped aside and lowered the war bow at the same time, firing an arrow through the top of its skull and down into its throat. Blood clogged its vocal cords. It collapsed without a roar, leaving the horde outside undisturbed. Level 1 zombie killed. Points X1. The level difference exceeds 3. No other rewards acquired. Points and rankings may be viewed through the wristband. Rankings are anonymous by default, though names may be revealed voluntarily. Rankings refresh once every 10 minutes. Within only a few minutes, the leading team had already earned 10 points. First place, Young Master Lin Squad, 10 points. So he really had come. In my previous life, Lin Maorong had taken first place in this dungeon. The Lin family suffered devastating losses early in the apocalypse, but rose again with Bai Shihao's support. Lin Maorong later became family head and Bai Shihao's most loyal dog. When they accused me of betraying Huaxia, no one shouted louder than he did. The dungeon would last 24 hours, so I had no need to reveal myself yet. Meeting him was only a matter of time. When that happened, I would let him experience despair slowly. I activated the C-rank mask disguise and concealed only my personal information, preserving the once-per-day appearance transformation that lasted just 1 hour. Name disguised as utterly ordinary passerby. If word that lone wolf had appeared at Xingqing Hospital spread too soon, it would disrupt my revenge plan. An unremarkable passerby was far better suited to harvesting from the shadows. Looking around, I discovered I had entered the hospital security office. The zombie I shot was the head of security, and an access card hung from his neck. I tore it free and tied it to my forearm. With it, most doors in the hospital would open for me. I locked the doors and windows, closed the curtains, and found the hospital's fire safety map in a drawer. As a civil engineering student, I needed barely 15 minutes to mark the main passages, fire stairs, restricted zones, rooms likely to contain survivors, and narrow positions suited to luring monsters. Time spent sharpening the blade was never wasted. The sound of running and roaring zombies soon returned outside. They had clearly discovered more prey. I watched through the gap beneath the door, waited for the horde to be drawn away, then swiped the card and opened the security office. Map, access card, disguise, war bow, everything was ready. Now it was time to fight to my heart's content. When the cyan barrier rose, I tested its edge with an arrow. An invisible force knocked the tip back. No one outside could enter during the battlefield, and no one inside could escape. Communication was limited to the wristband's rankings and team functions. That meant the Bai family could not send reinforcements to Lin Maorong, and no outside force could interrupt my revenge. The security access card opened clinics, offices, and some fire and utility rooms. Special areas such as the director's office might still require a different clearance level. The fire map identified the first floor imaging center, second floor maternity ward, fourth floor director's office, and the warehouse in the auxiliary building, all directly useful for escape routes and lures. I marked the wide lobby as high risk, one-way corridors as archer advantage zones, and heavy radiation shielding doors as temporary safe points. I also recorded how the suspended ceiling connected between rooms. A normal person would never treat lightweight steel framing as a route, but if a horde sealed the door, it might become the only exit. The ranking refreshed every 10 minutes, meaning no one could track my point changes in real time. If I killed and relocated between updates while masked disguise hid my identity, enemies might notice the leader's score rising but still fail to locate me. The cyan barrier sealed every exit. Come on, then. It was time to fight. The apocalypse had begun at noon, precisely when doctors and nurses changed shifts and the hospital held its largest concentration of patients. More than 1,000 zombies had gathered here. I followed the route marked on the fire map. Large sections of the corridor ceiling had collapsed, leaving only lightweight steel frames and damaged lights that flickered unpredictably. Blood and severed limbs covered the floor, escalators, and ceiling. Rot, antiseptic, and blood mingled in the cold draft, turning the hospital into a slaughterhouse that still seemed to breathe. 10 years of apocalypse had made me accustomed to sights like this. I used a silverbird talon to push my perception to its limit. Every stop, turn, and access card swipe occurred in a blind spot between the patrol's lines of sight. Beep access granted. I entered the narrow passage outside the first-floor imaging center. This was a high-radiation area, so the clinic walls and protective doors were stronger than those of an ordinary office. I could use the tight corridor to restrict a horde while advancing, or retreat into the reinforced rooms for a battle of attrition. A patrol of 10 zombies occupied the waiting hall, and several survivors were hiding in the restroom. Almost nothing living remained deeper in the imaging center, but a powerful presence there kept ordinary zombies away. Was it the final boss, or merely a powerful elite? I had to clear the lobby before I could enter. The 10 zombies included levels 1 and 2, with a level 3 creature leading them. They moved almost in unison. If one was attacked, the other 9 would immediately lock onto the attacker. An ordinary person risked death against just one. Facing 10 in melee was suicide. Even I would not force my body into a horde without an area skill. But I had a bow. After observing 3 patrol cycles, I memorized their route completely. When the horde reached its farthest point and the leading level 3 zombie turned back, I released an arrow from 100 feet away. The arrow, layered with the second hit, pierced the skull and exploded its head. The remaining 9 turned toward me as one. Roars and pounding footsteps instantly filled the lobby. I had to end this before the noise drew more zombies. I fired continuously. The second, third, and fourth zombies fell in succession. Knocking an arrow took only 1.5 seconds, but the horde was closing rapidly. They thought they had trapped me at the end of an aisle between rows of chairs. They did not know I had deliberately chosen it as my killing lane. Metal benches and scattered bodies narrowed the route on both sides. Zombies with insufficient intelligence understood only direct pursuit and obediently arranged themselves into a line. I had already charged for the full 4 seconds. A purple-red phantom glowed along the bow. Judgment arrow. After reaching level 4, I again invested all 5 points into strength, bringing it to 32. Against ordinary zombies with less than 20 constitution, the numerical advantage was absolute. The phantom arrow pierced the skull of the first zombie and continued through the 4 behind it. 5 bodies fell together like dominoes. The final 2 climbed over their companions and attacked from above and below, cutting off my retreat. I did not step back. The physical arrow I had already knocked entered the open mouth of the first zombie, pierced its brain, and continued into the mouth of the second. The force of double strike met the momentum of both pouncing zombies in midair. They dropped stiffly to the floor, blood and brain matter clogging their throats before either could release a dying roar. Less than 30 seconds passed between my first shot and the destruction of all 10. Ordered footsteps were already approaching from the distance. I had no time to inspect every drop. I swept all the supplies into my wristband, swiped the access card, and entered the imaging center. I later learned that 2 survivors in the restroom had watched the entire battle. They had wagered on whether I could last 30 seconds. Instead, I destroyed the horde without moving from my position. Because of masked disguise, all my personal information appeared as question marks, and they began arguing over whether I or Lone Wolf was stronger. More ironically, they assumed I had overlooked the blue treasure chest in the corner of the lobby and raced each other to open it. Of course I had seen it. The thunderous slam of the lid and a scream soon came from behind me. The first man leaned halfway into the chest, and its suddenly closing lid cut him in 2. The other collapsed in terror and called for help, drawing every zombie outside toward him. I listened to him being torn apart without looking back. Too young, too simple. Real benefits were never left beside the road without a price. The full reward from the 10 zombies in the lobby was 150 EXP, 15 gold, and 10 battlefield points. More EXP from the leading level 3, plus 6 level 2 and 3 level 1 zombies. The experience brought me noticeably closer to another level, but repeated shooting tightened my shoulders and back, while Judgment Arrow continued draining my spirit. Had those 2 survivors stayed in the restroom, they could have searched for a safe exit after the horde moved away. Instead, They interpreted my refusal to open the chest as an oversight, proving their minds still operated on the childish rule that anything glowing must contain a reward. The Order Keeper loved using greed like that to kill people. Before the mimic closed, the edge of its body had twitched faintly like teeth, and its blue glow pulsed at a different frequency from a system chest. The differences were particularly obvious under the Silver Bird Talon's enhancement. The field guide from my previous life evaluated dozens of details, including hinges, shine, shadows, and scent. No single sign was 100% reliable. The screams behind me attracted more zombies and sealed the exterior of the imaging center. The mimic and the horde would attack one another. For a short time, no one could follow me through the lobby, giving me the perfect window to recover spirit and investigate the powerful enemy inside. Listening to the screams behind me, I never turned. Too young, too simple. Normal treasure chests generally dropped from boss-class zombies and often contained high-value rewards. Chests could also appear in the wild, but 99% of those were mimics, tough, highly skilled at disguise, and unrewarding even when killed. That was the Order Keeper's idea of a benefit. Survivors in my previous life suffered countless losses before compiling the illustrated guide to identifying wild treasure chests. The Order Keeper continually improved its counterfeits, and the two sides fought an endless battle of wits. This was only the second day of the apocalypse. The mimic's flaws were painfully obvious to me, as fake as a supposedly ancient crystal superhero figurine. Several brutal battles had clearly occurred inside the imaging center. Damage covered the walls and equipment. I slipped into an office and took out the blue potion that had just dropped. Spirit Potion, common, immediately restores 10% spirit, then restores 2% per minute for 10 minutes. Only one potion of the same type may be active at a time. Survivors called it a small blue potion. It restored 30% total over 10 minutes. The Safe Zone System shop sold a limited quantity for 50 gold. Once scalpers monopolized the supply, the black market price rose as high as 100. I had already cast Judgment Arrow 4 times and spent more than half my spirit, so I drank it immediately. While recovering, I verified the lobby results. 1 level 3, 6 level 2, and 3 level 1 zombies, for 150 EXP, 15 gold, and 10 points. Including the point from earlier, I entered 4th place on the ranking with 11. The 10 zombies dropped 4 supply capsules, 1 small red potion, and a lure pot. Between the apartment complex and the hospital, I had collected 7 or 8 food capsules. Chinese food, Western food, alcohol, beverages, snacks, and fruit were all covered. Those drops were not enough to excite me anymore. Then a flash of blue appeared in the corner of my wristband. It was a necklace in rare grade. Necklaces were among the least common equipment drops. In addition to basic attributes, each was guaranteed to carry an active damage skill. I had just complained that the dungeon's drop rate was underwhelming, so I immediately corrected myself. My apologies. I was too loud just now. Holy Arrow Chain rare. Strength plus 3 spirit plus 2 constitution plus 2 agility plus 3. Holy Arrow Massacre. Move freely while firing 20 gale arrows into the area ahead over 3 seconds. Each arrow deals 30% damage and gains an additional 25% critical hit chance. Requires a bow or crossbow. Cooldown, 12 hours. If all 20 arrows hit, they dealt 600% damage. Under double strike, that became 1,200%. Survivors could dodge and might avoid most of the volley, but zombies that only knew how to charge head-on would absorb every shot. I equipped the necklace immediately. By the second day of the apocalypse, all 3 accessory slots, 2 rings, and a necklace were filled. My attributes and burst damage rose again. A heavy impact struck the CT room door in the deepest part of the imaging center. Both the room and corridor shook, and broken plaster fell continuously from the ceiling. That was where I had sensed the powerful presence. The radiology department used an integrated lead radiation door that ordinary zombies could barely damage. Yet a man beyond it shouted through the observation window, "Come kill me, you filthy bitch. So what if you bit off half my ear? You'll never open this door." I approached silently, piecing together the likely sequence from the physical evidence and his shouting. An 18-year-old high school girl and a radiologist had originally hidden inside the CT room. The girl came from an ordinary family but had earned guaranteed admission to medical school through her grades. She dreamed of becoming a pediatrician. The doctor had been disciplined for accepting bribes and falsifying equipment maintenance and supply costs. Even the woman with whom he had conducted an affair had left him. A man and a young woman had been trapped alone for a day and a night. When the Order Keeper opened the battlefield and the number of nearby zombies increased, The girl felt fortunate to have met a doctor and asked how she could thank him for saving her life. The man was still boasting beyond the door. I no longer needed to guess his answer. Thank me with your body. Once civilized order collapsed, he treated a desperate girl as something he could take whenever he pleased. And whatever repeatedly battered the lead door from outside was probably the victim who had returned for his life. The spirit potion restored 10% immediately and another 20% over 10 minutes. Drinking another potion of the same type during the gradual phase would not stack. It would only waste the dose. I recorded when I drank it to avoid misjudging my remaining spirit during a crucial fight. The small red potion restored vitality, so I reserved it for after an injury. The holy arrow chain increased all 4 attributes. Once equipped, my draw strength, phantom stability, and coordination while moving all improved subtly. Its 20 arrows were not physical and consumed no ammunition, but I had to keep the forward cone aimed at the target for all 3 seconds. Turning too quickly would spread the impact points apart. The base total of 600% was duplicated by double strike into 1,200% before even accounting for the extra 25% critical chance. A 12-hour cooldown allowed no more than 2 uses a day in crucial battles. I could never waste it on ordinary zombies. Scorch marks around the CT room's frame showed that the elite zombie struck precisely the same point every time rather than thrashing randomly. It retained awareness of its target and some tactical thought. The man inside kept provoking it, concentrating its obsession further. Its special talent was likely related to hatred. The man behind the lead door was still laughing. Outside, the Avenger struck again. The doctor believed the absence of law meant the absence of punishment and forced himself on the girl. In despair, she opened the CT room's protective door from inside and exposed herself to the zombies. The doctor slammed it shut before they could enter, but one slipped through. He lost half his life before killing it. After infection, the girl did not become an ordinary zombie. She evolved into an elite. She killed every living creature in the imaging center, and her murderous presence frightened away other zombies. From then on, she attacked the lead door relentlessly, determined to kill her only target. I had not witnessed those events through magic. The doctor's obscenities, traces of struggle inside the room, the elite zombie's fixation on the CT room, and the talent description that appeared afterward assembled the complete chain of cause and effect before me. I left the office and saw a small female zombie covered in blood. She rebounded between the walls and the broken ceiling like a leopard, slamming her body into the lead door every time. The door itself had deformed only slightly, but the surrounding frame was smoking from friction and would not last much longer. Broken zombie, elite level 4. Strength, 30 spirit, 0 constitution, 25 agility, 30. Special talent, vengeful soul. Born of hatred and cannot be plundered. Damage dealt against the object of vengeance increases by 100%. Her strength was 7 points below mine, but her agility was 9 points higher. The most striking number was 0 spirit. Her soul had already broken completely before she ever became a zombie. I silently drew the war bow. When she struck the door again and hung momentarily in the air, a fully charged judgment arrow hit her head. A blow that would have pierced an ordinary zombie only snapped her skull sideways. A physical arrow followed immediately and embedded itself in her left shoulder. The threat of death finally made her abandon the enemy beyond the door. The elite zombie twisted her blank white face toward me and shrieked, rebounding left and right so quickly that only afterimages remained. I predicted her path and fired, but she twisted just before the point made contact and skimmed along the shaft. My next arrow aimed for her abdomen. I intended to use the stiffness from the impact to chain into Holy Arrow Massacre, but she screamed as though terrified, smashed into the ceiling, and raced across the steel framing. Firing blindly into the ceiling would waste arrows. I did not chase, because I was not the person she most wanted to kill. The lead door happened to break open. A man missing half an ear immediately came forward. First, he introduced himself as a doctor who knew the hospital and begged me to take him along. Then he smiled and offered to help me find the prettiest pediatrician and several young nurses for a taste. Appraisal showed ordinary attributes and an ordinary talent. His name, Bai Yun Tao, was the only notable thing about him. I asked coldly, "Were you the one who did this?" "We're men. With your skills, every woman in this hospital is yours for the taking, brother." There was no regret in his expression. He treated his crime as a conversational topic that might bring us closer. "In that case, you won't object if I borrow your body as bait, will you?" I seized his throat, dragged him into the corridor like a chicken, and slammed him to the floor. Then I pointed an arrow at his forehead. The ceiling exploded. Seeing that I appeared ready to kill her enemy first, The elite zombie leaped down exactly as expected. Her claws went straight for the top of the doctor's head without deviating an inch. Bai Yuntao wet himself on the spot, sobbing apologies and begging me to save him. Just before the claws landed, I activated the necklace skill. Holy Arrow Massacre. 20 pale blue crystal arrows poured out over 3 seconds. The elite zombie had no footing in midair. Like a living target, she was driven backward by the terrifying impact stacked through double strike. The rain of arrows exploded across her body. Her screams grew weaker, but her eyes never left the doctor. Before the final arrows fired, I forcibly ended the skill. The elite zombie crashed to the ground, her body bristling with arrows and her presence barely intact. Believing the danger had passed, Bai Yuntao climbed up laughing and even raised a foot to kick the body. Those gray-white eyes suddenly opened again. With her final trace of strength, the elite zombie swept one claw between his legs. I had not let sympathy make me careless around this elite. She currently attacked only her enemy, but nothing guaranteed she would not turn on other living people after completing her revenge. Holy Arrow Massacre therefore had to reduce her vitality to a single final strike. That gave her the chance to fulfill her obsession while ensuring I could finish the battle whenever necessary. Once she entered the ceiling, ordinary arrows could not track her, so I placed the doctor in the open. Vengeful Soul would not allow anyone else to kill her target first, making that obsession the most reliable bait. If the doctor had felt genuine remorse, he would at least have shown fear or shame over the girl's suffering. Instead, his first thought was how to abuse other women. The first arrows in the volley shattered her shoulders and knees. Later arrows concentrated on the chest, abdomen, head, and neck. I stopped at the final instant by judging her breathing, posture, and weakness through appraisal, not by gambling that she had strength left. Bai Yuntao assumed he had been rescued and immediately returned to arrogance, proving that a single brush with death would never change a man like him. The last swipe of those claws was no accident. It was the consequence he had personally created. The final claw fell, permanently separating the man from his equipment. The claw not only severed both Bai Yuntao's legs, but also permanently separated him from his equipment. Blood sprayed from all 3 wounds as he screamed and convulsed on the floor. After completing her vengeance, the madness in the elite zombie's eyes faded. She looked at her enemy, then slowly turned to me. As if finally released from her obsession, she closed her eyes. Level 4 Elite Zombie killed. EXP X 80 gold X 8 battlefield points X 50. For you, death may be the best destination. I had allowed her to take revenge personally, and I could still kill the animal after he transformed. 2 benefits from one plan. Bai Yuntao dragged his severed legs toward me. Brother, please save me. I aimed an arrow at him. What do I gain by saving you? The hospital is hiding an enormous secret. It's on the 4th floor, in the... Before he could finish, his pupils rolled back. The transformation had already begun. I did not let a zombie missing all 3 legs continue struggling. An arrow entered his brain immediately. The elite's murderous aura had suppressed the surrounding horde. Once she died, the imaging center would soon be occupied again. Dozens of zombies were already roaring and running outside the lobby. I had repeatedly used skills and drained my spirit. Meeting them head-on offered no chance of victory. I shoved every drop into the wristband, retreated into the office, and shut the door. The horde still detected my movement. More than 30 zombies crashed forward like a wave. The flimsy door quickly failed, and the narrow room packed solid with bodies. But by the time they entered, I was no longer on the floor. The elite zombies' use of the ceiling had given me an idea. I climbed onto a desk and pulled myself into the lightweight steel frame, moving above the partition wall and away from the office. Only a loose sheet of plaster dropped onto the zombies below. The ceiling was damaged in many places and could collapse at any moment, so I could not remain long. But it was enough to fool zombies with their current intelligence. The battle raised my total to 62 points, 35 ahead of second place. I held first by an enormous margin. I learned later that the Lin family squad had finally found one not too sweet stalk of sugarcane at the same time. More than a dozen people lined up to share it, swallowing even the chewed fiber. When Lin Maorong saw that utterly ordinary passerby had earned 62 points alone, the sugarcane immediately lost its sweetness. Yet he still refused to admit that the powerful newcomer mentioned by the orderkeeper was someone else. Meanwhile, I found a sturdy concrete platform and hid behind a column. I opened crispy sweet and sour pork and a bottle of kvass. Before eating, I drank my final small blue potion. I ate until I burped while waiting for my spirit to recover. Each time the zombies in the office heard the sound, they searched everywhere, yet never saw me behind the pillar. The doctor's dying claim about a fourth-floor secret was not necessarily trustworthy, but it was interesting enough. I already planned to work my way upward, so investigating along the way would cost nothing. Once I was full, I checked the elite zombies drops. I stored the supply capsule immediately. The second item was an antique-looking key. Master key, excellent consumable, opens locks or mechanisms of excellent grade or lower. When exploring hidden dungeons, an item like this was far more useful than an ordinary weapon. The final piece of equipment nearly made me laugh, a pair of rare boots. Then I noticed the flamboyant red leather and 2 round exhaust tubes behind the heels, and my smile froze. Super rocket boots, rare constitution plus 5 agility plus 5 movement speed plus 10%. Skill. Here comes the little rocket. Consumes spirit to dramatically increase speed for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Minor malfunctions may occasionally occur. Occasionally meant a 1 in 6 malfunction rate. Sometimes the boots exploded. Sometimes they refused to stop after activation. One especially unfortunate user had even been launched into the sky and shattered on impact. Every ignition was a round of Russian roulette. Even without the active skill, the equipment's attributes remained tempting. I stared at the red boots in silence for a moment. Before more than 30 zombies entered the office, I used furniture to create sounds suggesting I had fled deeper inside, then climbed into the ceiling. They followed the noise, packed together, and blocked one another from looking up through the plaster. The ceiling frame could only support distributed weight. Every step I took landed near a load-bearing wall. A falling plaster panel almost revealed my position. Fortunately, the low-level zombies merely searched around the impact and never climbed through the opening. Elites had learned to use the ceiling. Ordinary zombies had not. I needed to remember that distinction. The master key opened only mechanisms of excellent grade or below. It was not truly universal. A rare lock or special ward would stop it. The consumable vanished after one use, so I needed to save it for a sufficiently valuable target that the access card could not handle. The Super Rocket Boots' 1 in 6 failure rate could never be dismissed as bad luck. If I had to activate them, I would choose an open direction, avoid tall buildings and cliffs, and prepare an obstacle to slow me before the 3 seconds ended. The passive attributes alone were already worth wearing them. 1 chance in 6. Every activation would be a gamble with my life. I complained, but I still removed my sneakers and put on the Super Rocket Boots. Even without the treacherous active skill, Constitution plus 5, Agility plus 5, and Movement Speed plus 10% all applied in full. My body immediately felt lighter. A grown man in flamboyant red leather boots, however, looked exceptionally fashionable. Aside from accessories such as rings and necklaces, Apocalypse equipment was divided into basic and special equipment. Basic equipment included weapons and 6 armor slots: head, chest, legs, shoulders, hands, and feet. Higher grade items were more likely to carry additional effects beyond their basic attributes. Special equipment such as glasses, cloaks, and fishing rods usually granted no basic attributes, but could provide rare functions such as night vision or reduced threat. After changing equipment, I opened my complete status panel again. Name: Lone Wolf. Disguise: Utterly Ordinary Passerby. Level 4. Strength: 35 Spirit, 17 Constitution, 32 Agility, 26 Luck, 9. Storage: 1 cubic meter. Equipment: Huaxiao War Bao Vitality Ring, Spirit Ring, Holy Arrow Chain, Super Rocket Boots. Primary talent: Plundering Hand, SSS rank. Secondary talents: Maxed Out Luck, S rank. Masked Disguise, C rank. Double Strike, S rank. Skills: What's yours is mine, 1/4. Holy Arrow Massacre, Cooling Down. Rejuvenation Judgment Arrow. Here comes the little rocket. My level 4 attributes already exceeded what I possessed after advancing at level 10 in my previous life, and 5 pieces of equipment plus 5 skills made the build extravagant. On the second day of the apocalypse, finding anyone in Xingqing or even all Huaxia with an equivalent setup would be nearly impossible. The most outrageous advantage remained my 2 S-rank talents, each with a 1 in a million awakening chance. The zombies in the office were still searching for me. When I saw the lure pod in my wristband, an easier solution came immediately to mind. I dropped lightly from the ceiling into the corridor. My boots landed on a corpse without making a clear sound. I placed the lure pot exactly 10 meters from the office entrance. The instant it activated, the eyes of the first zombie at the door filled with obsession. It stopped roaring and focused entirely on the pot. Just before it touched the pot, I destroyed its head with an arrow. Level 2 zombie killed. EXP X 20 gold X 2 points X1. I nudged the pot half an inch farther away with my foot. The next zombie crossed into the 10-meter range, left the horde, and charged alone. During its 1-minute duration, I used the boundary to draw them one at a time and put arrows through their heads. System messages flooded my interface. I gained 27 points. Corpses piled across the floor, and the war bow grew almost hot from constant use. After collecting the drops, I avoided the survivor teams on the first 2 floors and repeated the method, relocating after every attack. 3rd floor ENT department, 32 points. Stairwell between the 3rd and 4th floors, 23 points. 4th floor neurosurgery, 19 points. I searched for the secret mentioned by the doctor while killing, but found nothing unusual. The continued sweep finally brought me to level 5. By then, I was 4 levels above the many level 1 zombies. Killing them awarded battlefield points, but no experience or supplies. Less than an hour remained before 6 p.m. My 168 points placed me far ahead of everyone else. The wristband's 1 cubic meter was nearly full. My vitality and spirit were almost exhausted, and both arms felt as though they belonged to someone else. Zombie attributes and aggression doubled at night, so greedily chasing more points offered poor value. I began searching for a safe shelter where I could wait until 6 a.m. I later learned from the rankings that the Lin family squad had only 68 points and had fallen to 3rd. Lin Maorong was so furious he threatened to report a cheater to the order keeper. Yet he still ordered his team to guard the 2nd floor maternity ward in shifts and head directly to the 4th floor in the morning to complete Bai Shihao's assignment. That order proved the doctor had not lied. Something was indeed hidden on the 4th floor, and the Lin family and Bai Shihao already knew about it. That night, Wan Xinran and Miao Huanhuan changed into doctor and nurse uniforms scavenged from the maternity ward. They argued over who looked prettier until they reached Lin Maorong and asked him to choose who would spend the night with him. His answer was entirely predictable. Only children have to choose. An adult takes both. While they drowned themselves in pleasure, I had already refocused on the 4th floor. Tomorrow, I would claim both the secret and my enemy. The lure pod affected only targets within 10 meters. I placed it on the edge so the first zombie at the door entered the range while the rest remained inside the office. After every kill, I nudged it half an inch outward, making each new target cross the boundary in turn instead of drawing dozens at once. A yard farther, and the item would catch nothing. A yard closer and 2 or 3 might emerge together. Continuous shooting caused more than sore arms. The bowstring heated, the fletching wore down, and the skin on my fingers deteriorated. Partway through, I changed where I gripped the string and used the set recovery skill and brief rests to maintain accuracy. Otherwise, the final arrows would easily miss the head. After reaching level 5, low-level zombies stopped giving EXP but still awarded dungeon points. That was why I continued clearing the 4th floor. My 168 points came from several areas: 27, 32, 23, 19, and more rather than one unexplained jump. The Lin family's 68 came from dividing labor among many people. The efficiency gap drove Lin Maorong further out of control. Bai Shihao's order to head directly to the 4th floor in the morning meant the secret had always been an external mission. The Lin family chose to kill for rankings first, leaving me time to explore. My enemy's greed was becoming my opportunity. Tomorrow, I would take both the secret and my enemy. Only later, through battlefield records and survivor testimony, did I learn that Lin Maorong had not merely spent the night indulging himself. He also allowed his men to torture and kill 2 female survivors who came seeking protection. The 2 women belonged to the dermatology mutual aid team. The moment Lin's men tortured them to death, the system issued a notice. All members of the dermatology mutual aid team have been eliminated. You have acquired all of the team's points. That rule taught Lin Maorong that killing survivors could steal their points. His first thought was to kill the current leader, utterly ordinary passerby. He regarded the 2 bodies in the room only as bad luck. Wan Xinran and Miao Huanhuan felt no pity either. They were merely relieved that 2 potential rivals were dead. When the Hushima family squad arrived later, Lin Maorong secretly drew a finger across his throat for his men. The hidden battlefield was not even over, yet humans had already begun hunting one another. I knew none of that at the time. I was searching for a place to spend the night at the far end of the 3rd floor auxiliary building. A storeroom stood there on the auxiliary building's top floor. Only one narrow corridor, roughly 50 feet long, connected it to the main hospital, making it an island within the complex. I shot the final zombies that followed me and swiped the access card. Another beep granted entry. Bodies covered the space outside, yet the storeroom was unnaturally quiet, every step echoing. The Silverbird Talon allowed me to hear 2 men watching through the peephole. They had observed me clearing the entire corridor, but were hiding now, making it obvious I was not welcome. I put on a black mask that had just dropped. Ghoul mask, special equipment created by a mad inventor after 1000-7 experiments. While equipped, the wearer's eyes turn blood red. Conceals human scent from zombies at night. Any attack or movement cancels concealment. It granted no basic attributes, but nighttime zombies would treat the wearer as one of their own. I had taken only 3 steps when 2 men appeared, one behind the other, each holding a scalpel. Who are you? How did you get access to the storeroom? The other was more direct. Stop talking and kill him. They had watched me clear the corridor, yet still dared attack. They probably assumed I was exhausted. Both blades stabbed toward my neck and abdomen. I did not reach for the bow. Just before the point struck, I extended my hands and seized both wrists, one high and one low. My 35 strength closed like iron clamps. Both men struggled desperately, but their arms did not move an inch. Sweat quickly covered their foreheads. They opened their mouths to call for help and lure the horde outside. I suddenly applied force, broke their arms, and pulled both bodies toward the center. Bang! Their foreheads collided violently. Blood poured from both heads, and they lost consciousness on the spot. Did that sound good? Then those must be good heads. Appraisal disappointed me even more. Wears undersized underwear level 3 E-rank talent. Enhanced attack, attack plus 10%. Living the well-endowed life level 3 E-rank talent. Enhanced defense, defense plus 10%. Apart from their ridiculous nicknames, neither possessed anything worth plundering. The storeroom showed no sign of a fight, but its contents had been ransacked. As I prepared to deal with the men, suppressed breathing came from a corner. A female doctor and a young nurse were tied tightly with professional technique, cloth stuffed into their mouths and parts of their clothing cut open. I had clearly interrupted whatever the 2 criminals intended to do next. I did not want to waste time on strangers, but when I saw the doctor's panel, my feet stopped. I had seen that still youthful face in my previous life. The storeroom's island-like location made it suitable for shelter, but the single exit could also become a trap. Before entering, I had positioned 2 pieces of movable debris along the 50-foot corridor. If a horde approached, rolling metal would warn me early. The access card could open the door, but could not reinforce it. Repeated impacts from nighttime-enhanced zombies could still break through. The 2 criminals attacked high and low at the same time, but the lengths of their scalpels and their positions prevented either from using full force without risking his companion. Once I caught their wrists, I twisted outward first to move the blades away from my body, then used 35 strength to break the joints. Smashing their heads together rendered them unconscious without producing a sharp scream. Enhanced attack and enhanced defense each increased a value by only 10%. They were not useless among E-rank talents. In the hands of trained people with excellent weapons, they could establish an early advantage. But talents could not replace combat judgment. The men saw me killing zombies and still initiated close combat. Their defeat had been decided before the blades moved. I did not immediately cut the women's ropes. First, I needed to confirm their identities, talents, and relationship. A bound person in the apocalypse could still be bait. If a third accomplice hid in the corner, crouching to untie someone would be the most dangerous possible posture. I inspected both women from head to toe without releasing them. Ian Eubing level 2 class. None S-rank talent. Heart of a healer. In my previous life, she advanced into the Taoist hidden class ghost doctor. As long as an injured person still had one breath, she could seemingly restore the dead and regrow bone. Her personality later became cold and withdrawn, and her conditions for treatment were equally unusual. In addition to an enormous fee, anyone she saved had to personally kill any one survivor on her registry within a year. As a result, anyone who dared request her help was either personally powerful or backed by a major faction. I had once suffered mortal wounds while saving Lin Rufei, and Ian Eubing pulled me back from the edge of death. After I fulfilled my contract, I could never find her again. Only when the agreement expired automatically did I learn that a powerful family had killed her. They wanted the ghost doctor's ability, and after she rejected multiple recruitment offers, they decided that if they could not possess her, no one would. I never expected to meet her so early in this life. Heart of a Healer was an S-rank treatment talent with extreme specialization. I did not intend to become a Taoist, so plundering it now would never reveal its real value. The nurse beside her was Xingqing Fairy, also level 2, with only the F-rank talent-assisted treatment. One stood at the absolute peak of healing, the other was almost at the bottom. Seeing the red-eyed mask on my face, the nurse nervously begged for help. Ian Eubing only glared at her with hatred. The hostility between them was obvious. I was willing to keep Ian Eubing alive for 2 reasons. First, I owed her for saving me before. Second, A fully developed ghost doctor would undoubtedly become useful. Killing her was easy, but earning the goodwill of a future supreme physician was worth far more. I crouched beside Yubing first. Don't shout when I remove the cloth. The building is full of zombies. She nodded through tears. But the instant her mouth was free, the first thing she did was resume a whispered argument with the nurse. I did not intervene. I opened the four-person barbecue feast dropped by the elite zombie, sat at a table, and listened while eating. Both women had been tied up for a day and a half. Their stomachs growled constantly, yet neither would stop first. Their argument revealed the entire story. Yubing and her fiancé both worked in dermatology. When the apocalypse began, she was in the cafeteria, while he and the nurse became trapped in the department. Yubing crossed the hospital at the risk of her life, only to catch them in the most intimate act. The nurse did not stop. Instead, she deliberately turned the man's face away and encouraged him to insult his fiancée while they continued. Only then did Yubing learn that the two had been seeing each other behind her back for 2 years. The resentment her fiancé had accumulated and poured out also showed her that their engagement had been a joke from beginning to end. In my previous life, I knew only that the ghost doctor had a strange temperament. Now I finally understood where the shell of ice had come from. They were so absorbed in arguing that they failed to notice living the well-endowed life had awakened on the floor. One broken hand hung uselessly while the other gripped a sharp knife. He crept up behind me and made a silencing gesture toward the women. Yubing noticed first and suddenly shouted, "Danger!" The knife was already stabbing toward my back. He did not know that the silverbird talon made every heavy breath and scrape of a foot perfectly clear. I did not even turn. I drew one arrow from my quiver and thrust it backward into his palm. Metal struck the floor with a sharp ring. The arrow pinned his extended hand to the floor. The ghost doctor's contract in my previous life had not been a meaningless eccentricity. She placed every person she saved on a registry, then required each to kill another survivor on that list within 1 year. In effect, anyone who accepted treatment also accepted the risk of being selected by someone else. The rule prevented patients from demanding endlessly and stopped major factions from treating her as a free healing machine. The fee I paid to save Lin Rufei had nearly emptied all my savings, but I never blamed Yubing. She fulfilled her promise while I was dying. Only when I failed to find her later did I understand that powerful healing without enough force for protection was also an original sin. She had not yet become the ghost doctor. Her S-rank heart of a healer mainly enhanced treatment and medical understanding. The nurse's F-rank assisted treatment could still improve ordinary bandaging and hemostasis, but the difference in potential was enormous. Had they truly cooperated, they could have formed an extremely powerful medical team. The smell of barbecue made their stomachs growl, yet they continued arguing over the betrayal until their faces flushed. Yubing did not want her fiancé back. She simply could not accept 2 years of deception. The nurse tried to portray her own choice as something initiated entirely by the man. Their argument showed me the final crack before the ghost doctor's personality transformed. They kept fighting, and I could no longer understand how either mind worked. The arrow pierced the criminal's arm, then drove into the floor under the force of my 35 strength. He did not scream until the pain fully registered. I drew another arrow backward and thrust it through his throat and out the back of his skull, destroying the brainstem instantly. The corpse dropped stiffly. It never had time to become a zombie. Interrupting a good story, where are your manners? The other criminal, wears undersized underwear, had awakened as well. He stood at the entrance holding an excellent baseball bat. Its length and weight were ideal for close combat against either zombies or people, yet he remained frozen and dared not approach. His companion had thick, muscular arms and had clearly trained before, yet I drove an arrow through him with one bare hand. The second strike moved so quickly it left only an afterimage. Combined with the blood-red eyes reflected by the ghoul mask, meeting my gaze must have felt like seeing the king of hell in advance. Appraisal finally allowed him to recognize me. Level 5. You're utterly ordinary passerby, the number 1 on the rankings. Both men had collected scrap near the hospital, building strength and learning to tie bundles through years of hauling junk. When the hidden battlefield opened, they were extraordinarily lucky. A real treasure chest appeared in front of them, containing food and 2 excellent weapons. Once fed and after killing several zombies, their confidence swelled rapidly. They wanted revenge on the hospital women who had once looked down on them. In the dermatology department, they found Yubing arguing with her fiancé and the nurse. During the conflict, they killed the fiancé and abducted both women to this remote storeroom. I happened to enter before they could continue. The remaining man clearly did not want to gamble his life. His legs buckled as he knelt. "Boss, I was wrong. I'll do it myself. Please continue. Your little brother woke at the wrong time. After speaking, he gritted his teeth, raised the baseball bat, and swung at the top of his own head with all his strength. A dull impact sounded. His body convulsed several times, then became still. I could not tell whether he was alive. I turned back to the two women. The story isn't finished. Keep going. Don't turn this into a bad novel that suddenly ends right before the good part. Death at such close range silenced the nurse completely. Relief entered Een Yubing's eyes. She clearly felt nothing for her fiancé anymore. But night had already fallen. The earlier scream attracted a horde. Repeated impacts shook the storeroom door with increasing force. I took out another ghoul mask and cut the women's ropes. Then I asked, only one mask can hide a human scent. Tell me why I should give it to you. The nurse knew I led the rankings. Judging from my voice and build that I was young, she immediately treated me as a new patron. She deliberately thrust out her chest, pitched her voice high, and displayed the torn nurse's uniform. Pick me handsome, because I'm shamelessly sexy. I was silent for 2 seconds before turning to Een Yubing. Are you sure the hospital hired her through a legitimate process? Een Yubing spread her hands, her face dark with embarrassment. When the nurse saw that her display had failed, her expression immediately soured. Dozens of nighttime-enhanced zombies were closing in outside. I had no time to play flirtation games. The mask would go to whoever held greater value alive and whoever was less likely to push another person forward in a crisis. Their next choices would provide the answer. When living the well-endowed life woke, he pretended to remain unconscious and rose only after my back was turned. He forgot that the silverbird talon enhanced more than hearing. The tiny vibration of the quiver's metal buckle also warned me of shifting air behind me. The first arrow pinned his hand. The second destroyed the brainstem, ending the threat before a prolonged scream could attract the horde. The other criminal's self-harm was not remorse. He had merely decided voluntary submission might buy his life. The excellent baseball bat in his hands could have posed a threat, yet he used it against his own head. That proved men like them were vicious only when facing the weak. After the nighttime horde began attacking the door, I inspected both masks again. The one I wore resumed concealment whenever I stood still. Giving the other to one woman meant the second might be discovered while we relocated. I would preserve only the person with the greatest value who was least likely to betray me. The nurse competed with her body, exposing that she still understood the apocalypse as nothing more than finding a stronger patron. Een Yubing answered with despair, but at least she did not push someone else forward to survive. The final test was not who could flatter me better, but how each would use a weapon when given one. I also made no promise of safety. The mask could not hide a growling stomach, colliding objects, or footsteps, and movement canceled the effect. Even with equipment, they had to follow my rhythm exactly. Otherwise, no one could save them. Legitimate process? I looked at the nurse. Are you sure? Only the pounding on the storeroom door remained. The nurse waited for Een Yubing to answer, eager to seize any weakness and attack again. I asked Een Yubing why she wanted to live. After a moment of silence, she said she had already lost everything and no longer knew what purpose remained in living. My heart sank. The most dangerous thing in an apocalypse was not weakness, but complete despair. Someone who willingly abandoned the desire to survive was not worth the risk of preserving, regardless of ability. The nurse laughed when she heard the answer, believing victory was certain. Een Yubing stared at her triumphant face. Her gaze gradually turned cold, finally revealing the frost that had belonged to the ghost doctor in my previous life. I may die, but before I do, I'll drag you with me. The nurse immediately answered with even more vicious words. She claimed Een Yubing had slept her way into graduate school and had relationships with the hospital director, department heads, and interns. She insisted that refusing to let her fiancé touch her after 5 years meant something was physically wrong. Most of the insults mixed truth and lies drawn from the nurse's own experiences, which was why they came so fluently. Een Yubing's face flushed with rage, yet the only response she managed was bitch. 1 second later, she lunged. Een Yubing had higher basic attributes, but had never truly fought. The nurse quickly straddled her, seized the excellent baseball bat dropped by the criminal, and swung toward her head. My hand had just moved toward the war bow when blue light suddenly flashed in Een Yubing's hand. It was a rare dagger acquired from the real treasure chest. She raised it instinctively to block. The baseball bat broke in half with a metallic crack. While the nurse remained stunned, the dagger entered her abdomen. The nurse turned to flee. Een Yubing seized her lower leg, dragged her down, and stabbed repeatedly. The first strike hesitated. The second grew steadier. After the third, only calm remained. The screams gradually stopped, and the nurse finally went limp in the blood. Covered in blood after her first kill, In Yubing sat blankly on the floor. I pointed at the criminal who had knocked himself unconscious with the bat. There's still one more. He killed your fiancée and took plenty of liberties with you along the way. Are you a demon? I just killed someone. You'll get used to it. Her mouth refused, but her body was already walking toward him. A doctor understood human anatomy. The dagger struck vital points with precision, and the unconscious criminal quickly bled to death. The system notification followed. She inherited the battlefield points of both criminals and the nurse. Combined with her existing score, she reached 26 points and jumped into the top 10. We're strangers. Why did you help me? You saved my life. She clearly did not believe me. Suspecting I had once visited dermatology with an embarrassing condition, she asked whether I wanted an examination now. My face darkened. Killing the people who betrayed her had already begun changing her temperament. The storeroom door finally failed. I forced the second ghoul mask onto her face and had time for only one warning. Don't move. Don't attack. The door exploded inward. Dozens of uniformly level 3 nighttime mutated zombies poured inside. Even at full strength, I could not defeat that horde, and their drops were identical to daytime ordinary zombies at the same level. Risking my life offered no value. Once the masks activated, both our human sense vanished. The zombies saw only several bodies that were still warm and completely ignored us standing in the middle of the room. Rotting faces came within inches of In Yubing. She closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, refusing to scream. More than 10 minutes later, the horde failed to find prey and began leaving. Then the barbecue on the table was knocked over, and its aroma remained. In Yubing had eaten nothing for a day and a half. Her stomach suddenly released a long, unmistakable growl. Every zombie stopped and turned in perfect unison. While In Yubing and the nurse fought, I watched each choice. The nurse's first swing with the bat aimed directly for the skull, without holding back. In Yubing had obtained the rare dagger from the earlier chest, but revealed it only when her life was threatened. Hiding the weapon that long proved she did not want to use it to attack first. The rare weapon cut through the excellent bat, demonstrating suppression by equipment grade. In Yubing's first stab into the abdomen still carried panic, but medical knowledge gradually guided the following strikes toward blood vessels and organs. She had not suddenly become addicted to killing. Betrayal, kidnapping, and mortal danger forced her to make her first act of defense. I made her deal with the criminal personally to cut away the last of her weakness. If he lived, he would become an uncontrollable variable when the horde broke through. Having someone else or me do it would have been easy, but In Yubing needed to understand that some enemies in the apocalypse had to be ended with her own hands. After concealment activated, the zombies were still attracted to the fresh bodies. They inspected the blood first and then passed beside us, proving sight had not vanished entirely. The system had merely marked the wearers as their own kind. Any attack canceled that marking instantly, which was why I did not ambush the horde. The nearby zombies heard the sound and all turned toward us. Following the sound, the horde completely surrounded In Yubing. The nearest rotting face was barely an inch from her. Gray-white eyes repeatedly examined the strange creature that smelled like one of them, but produced a human growl from its stomach. The ghoul mask only concealed scent. Any movement or attack canceled it instantly. She could do nothing but remain rigid and wait for fate. Chaotic running, fighting, and human screams suddenly came from the corridor. The horde already had too many hunters and too little prey. The instant they detected real victims, they turned and rushed away, emptying the storeroom in moments. In Yubing slowly opened a sliver between her tightly shut eyes. When she found me watching her, she suppressed her anger and asked, "Seen enough? Is there another secure room nearby?" She said a backup office lay to the left. The storeroom door was destroyed. Remaining there would only mean waiting for the next patrol, so we needed to relocate quickly. I prepared the silver bird talon and 2 lure pots, then told her we would move like a game of red light, green light. Whenever I raised a hand, she had to freeze immediately. The mask would restore concealment once her body became still. Her face reddened as she told me to wait. After standing rigidly for so long, both legs were numb and would not move. Worse, she kept staring hungrily at the spilled barbecue scraps. I selected food from my capsules that could restore energy quickly. It happened to be yogurt and bananas. In Yubing stared at the 2 items. Did you choose those deliberately, or was it an accident? At first I did not understand. I simply handed her the food. Blushing furiously, she devoured 2 bananas as though proving she would never be influenced by the implication. Slow down. I have more. The moment I said it, I realized every explanation only made it worse, so I turned away to inspect the corridor. The silver bird talon located the patrols, while lure pots temporarily drew zombies away from the route we had to cross. Alternating between movement and stillness, we finally reached the backup office. The room was filled with blood and severed limbs, but at least its doors and windows could be locked. I closed the door and curtains. Yubing began clearing a place to rest without being asked. The movement reminded me of my previous self. Whenever I reached a safe zone, I cleaned everything for Lin Rufei, hoping to earn one kind expression. Brother passerby, thank you. She returned the mask and offered the rare dagger. I don't own anything else valuable. Take this too. I pushed both items back. The mask was her guarantee of survival, and the dagger was more suitable for defending herself at close range. If you really want to thank me, stay alive. You have the potential to become the greatest physician in the world. If I ask for help one day, help me once. Someone as strong as you could need me? Anyone can be injured. She nodded seriously, then called me a good man and made me sneeze on the spot. I had not saved her for a good person card. I was repaying an old debt and investing in the future. I spent nearly the entire night resting with my eyes closed beside the door. The backup office appeared secluded, but its door could never withstand repeated impacts from a horde. Yubing had not slept the previous night either. At first, she forced herself to stay awake beside me. Eventually, she curled up on the couch and fell asleep. Before she slept, I explained basic survival knowledge. Nighttime rules, controlling sound and scent, appraisal, rewards affected by level difference, and caution around strangers. With her intelligence, she would adapt quickly as long as she wanted to live. After her quiet snoring began, I inventoried my gains. I invested all 5 free attribute points from reaching level 5 into spirit. My strength was 35, constitution 32, and agility 26, while spirit lagged at only 17. Judgment Arrow and Holy Arrow Massacre both consumed enormous energy. I needed a larger spirit reserve. I already had enough supply capsules to eat freely for a week or two. Equipment offered no new surprises apart from the 2 ghoul masks, and the wristband storage was nearly full. Leaning against the door, I listened to nighttime zombies pass outside again and again. I never truly closed my eyes that night, yet I felt safer than during any watch in my previous life. After the horde left in response to the screams outside, I did not move immediately. I waited 10 seconds after the final footsteps disappeared before breaking stillness. A low-level zombie could linger beyond the door. Moving too early would cancel the mask and draw the entire group back. Every time I raised a hand while relocating, I had identified a gap in a patrol's line of sight. Yubing's numb legs slowed her, so I threw a lure pod around a corner opposite our destination. Its 10-meter radius attracted only nearby zombies. More distant targets continued on their routes and had to be avoided separately. When she offered the rare dagger, I saw her hand still trembling slightly. Killing had not instantly transformed her into a cold-blooded monster. Instead, the reaction proved she understood what she had done. That kind of rational awareness was more trustworthy than feeling nothing. I taught her not to rescue every person who called for help blindly. First ensure her own safety, then decide whether the wounded would create danger. Medicine, spirit, and time were all limited. Saving one person could kill an entire team. A healer's heart remained precious in the apocalypse, but it needed teeth. After taking inventory, I left 2 bottles of water, 3 food capsules, and a lure pot where she could reach them. If I failed to return the next day, she would still have a chance to survive until the battlefield ended. A room full of zombies guarded the space outside. The night had only just begun. Not long after dawn, the Order Keeper's mocking voice once again covered the hospital. Pew 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 pew. Family, did you have fun yesterday? I believe some of my babies have already discovered the hidden rule. Time is running out, so I will give everyone one more little benefit. Hurry aboard and embrace complete madness. Then the real rule was announced 3 times in succession. Hidden battlefield rules updated. Killing a survivor awards twice the victim's points. All survivors have received the temporary skill hunting instinct. Anyone with 0 points at settlement will be eliminated immediately. Hunting instinct. Consume a small amount of spirit to sense the locations and current points of survivors within 50 meters for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. From beginning to end, the Order Keeper had been activating the darkness buried in every human heart. People without points had to kill to avoid erasure. People who already had points wanted more. Survivors huddling together for warmth 1 second might leave the team and stab a wounded companion the next. Battlefield records obtained later confirmed that within minutes of the announcement, survivors in the hospital began dying faster to other humans than to zombies. People who had been hiding became hunters. Allies, relatives, and even lovers turned into targets that could be exchanged for points. The Lin family and the Hushima family had also turned on each other the previous night. Before the apocalypse, the two families had cooperated while competing. Their influence occupied the east and west sides of the river, and their numbers and strength inside the hospital were similar. Their positions on the ranking had repeatedly changed. Ma Xiuwei, the Ma family's second-in-command, went to discuss an alliance. Lin Maorong attacked without warning while the conversation seemed friendly. After losing the initiative, the Ma family collapsed. They killed 3 Lin family members in desperation, but only the wounded Ma Xiuwei escaped. He had hidden all night and was close to death. After the new rule was announced, Ma Xiuwei activated hunting instinct and discovered more than 30 red dots hidden within 50 meters on the 4th floor. Larger numbers above the dots represented higher scores. When a dot vanished, the person was dead. He had 72 points himself and would inevitably become prey. Just before his perception ended, he saw one especially striking number, 177 points, belonging to the only solo survivor in the hospital with more than 100. That survivor was me. I was repeatedly searching the 4th floor when a dying middle-aged man staggered into view. His status panel stopped me immediately. Ma Xiuwei level 4 class, none S-rank talent, maxed out agility. That talent was on my must-have list. He was so weak his next breath might be his last, practically delivering a 1 in a million opportunity to my feet. I used Plundering Hand on the spot. Target despair, 30% weakness, 99% plunder successful. Remaining uses, 1. S-rank talent acquired, maxed out agility. Ma Xiuwei was so weak he did not even notice the loss. Between breaths, he said, "Brother passerby, I'm Ma Xiuwei of Hushi. I want to make a deal." The Hushi name meant nothing to me. He offered supplies, equipment, his life, and 72 points on the condition that I avenge the Ma family. "You'll live for another minute at most. Why would I work for you?" Noticing that I had been searching the 4th floor, he suddenly asked, "Are you looking for the hospital's secret?" He was the second person to mention the same thing. Ma Xiuwei demanded that I promise to kill Lin Maorong first. That was already why I had come, so I agreed directly. At last he relaxed and haltingly explained that the secret was hidden in the director's office, information he had heard from the Lin family. Then he closed his eyes. I accepted the 72 points he transferred and looked at the locked office at the far end of the 4th floor. It was the only door in the entire hospital that the security access card could not open. Under the new rule, double points meant that the killer gained twice the victim's current score rather than merely transferring it. Ma Xiuwei's 72 points would theoretically be worth 144 upon his death. That was why high-scoring survivors quickly became prey and the ranking inflated violently. Direct elimination at 0 points also blocked the strategy of hiding for the entire battlefield. Hunting instinct displayed red dots and numbers, but could not identify names, teams, or structures beyond walls. Someone who blindly chased a high score could run directly into a horde or trap. Its 10-second duration and 1-hour cooldown also made rotating its use across many people advantageous, which was precisely why the Lin family ordered staggered searches. Ma Xiuwei survived the night by sealing himself inside a room surrounded by zombies. Ordinary hunters feared the creatures outside, but the same barrier prevented him from receiving treatment or escaping. Once the new rule was announced, his protection became a countdown. Everyone knew a red dot worth 72 points was inside. Agreeing to kill Lin Maorong was not a bargain with a dead man. It reassured him enough to finish the intelligence. Had I acted completely indifferent, he might have carried the secret of the director's office into his grave. The objective already matched my revenge and exploration, so I had no reason to lie. After he stopped breathing, I confirmed the talent transfer and point exchange, then placed his body along the Lin family's necessary route. He had written the message in blood himself. It would delay my enemies and enrage Lin Maorong perfectly, and that door was the only one my card could not unlock. Not long after I left, the Lin family found Ma Xiuwei's body. Before dying, he had written "Lin Maorong is a dumbass" in blood across the floor, a mocking smile still on his face. Lin Maorong nearly shouted in fury, but his men clamped both hands over his mouth before he could attract the horde. When the ranking refreshed 10 minutes later, utterly ordinary passerby had 326 points. Lin Maorong immediately concluded that I had not only taken double Ma Xiuwei's 72 points, but also killed the 3 Lin family members lost the previous night. At least in his mind, there could be no other explanation. He abandoned his plan to visit the director's office first and ordered his men to use hunting instinct in rotation. I had been on the 4th floor 10 minutes earlier, he reasoned, and could not have traveled far. Before leaving that morning, I instructed Yubing to hide until the dungeon ended and deliberately drew many zombies into the necessary corridor. Her nearly 30 points would indeed appear to hunting instinct, but attacking her position required organizing at least 20 people. Under the new rules, with everyone fearing for themselves, few would volunteer to die first for someone else. Meanwhile, I entered the ceiling, avoided the search, and moved toward the director's office. Ma Xiaowei's equipment and supplies were worth less than what I had given Yubing the night before. The only true prize was maxed out agility. Maxed out agility, S rank. So fast, so very fast, permanently gained 5 agility with every level. The moment I acquired the talent, the 20 agility corresponding to my progression from level 1 through level 5 was awarded retroactively. My agility leaped from 26 to 46. It felt as though an invisible weight vanished from my body. My steps, reactions, and bowel movements all became noticeably lighter. Strength determined physical attack, spirit affected spells and skills, and constitution influenced defense. Agility mainly improved movement and attack speed. For an ordinary mage or Taoist, excessive investment offered little value. Enough was enough. Archers and rogues, however, depended on distance, attack frequency, and evasion. This talent effectively gave me 5 free agility every time I leveled, allowing much greater freedom with normal attribute points. If I collected maxed out strength, spirit, and constitution as well, growth in all 4 basic attributes would become completely uncontrollable. I crossed the lobby and side passages and finally reached the director's office. The access card still produced no response. I activated both the Silverbird Talon and Hunting Instinct, confirming no survivors within 50 meters. Yet my perception could not enter the room, as though a barrier blocked it. So it really is a hidden dungeon room. I took out the master key dropped by the elite zombie. The lock glowed green and pulsed at the same frequency as the key. With a gentle turn, a blue-black vortex appeared in the office doorway. Hidden room opened. Master key consumed. Forced entry countdown. 5, 4, 3. I took a deep breath and stepped through. The door slammed shut behind me, completely cutting off every sound from outside. Instead of an ordinary office, I found a sealed slaughterhouse. No intact wall remained except load-bearing pillars and structural sections. Doors, windows, brick partitions, and the suspended ceiling had all been destroyed. Blood, rotten flesh, and scorched material combined into a smell that struck like a fist. Severed limbs and organs from nearly 100 people covered the roughly 2,150 square foot space. Doctors and nurses lay among visitors who had attended a meeting. Every body had been cut apart, every face frozen in struggle and fear. The red carpet had soaked so deeply in blood that it had turned black. Every step made a sticky sound. An ordinary mutant zombie could never have committed slaughter on this scale. The Silverbird Talon caught a tiny movement beyond a broken wall at the farthest end. A quiet human voice came through the gap. Another day full of energy. A zombie capable of speech had crossed a genuine dividing line at the very least. After maxed out agility awarded the retroactive 20 points, I tested my footing and turns on the ceiling frame first. Previously, I had needed to adjust my balance on the narrow supports. Now I could step across them continuously without swaying. Drawing an arrow and setting it to the string became almost one simultaneous movement. 46 agility did not mean merely running faster. It improved my entire nervous response and muscular coordination. The sudden increase in speed also created risk. If my mind followed the old rhythm, I might overrun cover during an emergency stop or injure my shoulder by mistiming the draw. I deliberately slowed several movements and recalibrated my scale before approaching the director's office. The 5-second countdown after the blue-black vortex appeared meant that once the key was used, entry was mandatory. I could not open the door, scout, and return to prepare. Before inserting the key, I had already eaten, drunk water, replenished arrows, confirmed that Holy Arrow Massacre had finished cooling down, and kept the Rocket Boots escape skill disabled. The cuts across nearly 100 bodies inside the hidden room were at a consistent height, proving the killer could maintain the angle of its claws while moving at high speed. Extensive destruction covered the walls without any sign of explosion. Its strength, agility, and sustained combat ability all far surpassed an elite. Before I heard the voice, I had already planned for the worst possibility, a boss-class leader. The quiet female voice came from behind the door. Another day full of energy. Zombies were divided into ordinary, elite, leader, lord, and emperor grades. Survivors commonly called anything leader grade or above a boss. Such creatures possessed talents and skills, and their intelligence increased dramatically. A small number could even master human language. An ordinary zombie's combat power roughly equaled that of an ordinary person at the same level. An elite could fight a 10-person veteran squad. Beyond that, every major grade increased the threat by at least tenfold. The hidden door had closed. The only way out was probably to kill the room's master. A tall, slender middle-aged man emerged from behind the broken wall. He wore glasses, and blood had soaked his white coat. All 10 fingernails had evolved into dark green claws roughly a foot long. Because they were too long, he could only push his glasses up with his palm. The pressure naturally radiating from him was enough to make a beginner's legs fail. I immediately used appraisal instead. It worked against targets no more than 3 levels above me. At level 5, I barely qualified to view his level 8 information. Cold-blooded silver Krite, zombie leader level 8, leader. Strength, 35 spirit, 35 constitution, 40 agility, 35. Special talent, lethal venom. A successful claw strike drains 1% vitality per second for 60 seconds. Stacks, cannot be plundered. S-rank talent, absolute enslavement. Enslave zombies as perfectly obedient servants. Skill, silent step. High-speed movement for single target assassination. Footsteps are nearly silent. Skill, instant slaughter. Uses silent step to perform indiscriminate high-speed claw attacks, killing large numbers of targets in an extremely short time. Its strength was close to mine, its constitution higher, and its spirit 13 points above mine, but its agility was 11 points lower. Silver Krite, referred to one of Huaxia's most lethal snakes, responsible for more human deaths there than almost any other. Its bite was not always painful, but the venom acted rapidly. It could make many mistakes. I could not allow the claws to touch me once. Losing 1% vitality every second for 60 seconds was potentially fatal from a single hit. If the effect stacked, survival would become impossible. The neatly severed pieces across the floor were the most direct evidence. An ordinary team could only gather a large number of survivors and overwhelm it through bodies. But its attributes did not completely crush mine, and its skills centered on close-range movement through agility. That made me excited instead. Lone Wolf has encountered cold-blooded Silver Krite, a zombie leader. Hidden quest triggered, the secret of Xingqing Hospital. According to the quest description, the creature had been the hospital director while alive. He was a brilliant physician repeatedly honored as an outstanding medical worker, but beneath his refined appearance, he had long handled unspeakable affairs for a certain family. When the apocalypse began, he massacred nearly 100 people attending a meeting. Quest objective, kill cold-blooded Silver Krite and uncover the secret of the director's office. Rewards, Gold X 500 Reputation X 500 EXP X1 000 Legendary Chest X1. Time limit, 2 hours. Failure or abandonment will teleport you out of the room and reduce your level by 1. Selecting no is strongly recommended. The system actually advises people to give up. How considerate. I answered without hesitation. Accept. A legendary chest justified sealing my own retreat, and 2 hours happened to match the remaining time in the hospital battlefield. The director looked at me with contempt. He had probably expected hundreds of people to enter and attack. Instead, he saw one level 5 young man. In his understanding, zombies felt neither pain nor fear, and a human with the same attributes could never defeat a zombie body. I took the first step. A guest has arrived, it rasped. Rogue-type bosses hated being kited by ranged fighters, and an archer could never let one approach easily. I released an arrow while it spoke, testing its defense and reactions first. The arrow flew at its face, but the director did not dodge. A mountain of a zombie rushed from the room behind it and blocked the shot with its chest. Elite Zombie, Enslaved level 6, all 4 attributes, 25. I had already heard many things hiding in the room. The director remained in place, apparently eager to enjoy the sight of a servant tearing me apart. The elite pulled the arrow from its chest and charged with empty eyes. To an ordinary person, it resembled a moving mountain. To someone with 46 agility, it was so slow that every opening was obvious. The first arrow entered the right eye. As the impact threw its head backward, my second arrow had already arrived and pierced the left. It tore out both arrows along with the eyeballs, yet continued rushing toward my location like a puppet following its strings. It could track me without eyes. That was the effect of absolute enslavement. Leader grade names generally contain traits of their abilities. Cold-blooded Silver Krite referred not only to venom, but to silent speed and delayed death after a bite. 1% per second for 60 seconds meant a theoretical 60% total from one hit. A second stack could exceed all my vitality within a minute. Even calling one-hit survivable assumed I had potions and rejuvenation available. With 40 constitution, ordinary arrows to the torso would struggle to penetrate. Its 35 spirit implied powerful skills and stable control. My advantages were limited to 46 agility, 10 years of combat experience, and the initiative of range. The 2,150 square foot arena sounded spacious, but broken walls, bodies, and sealed rooms continually reduced the available movement. The quest's 1,000 EXP could raise a low-level survivor several levels, while a legendary chest might change an entire path. Losing a level would subtract 5 free attribute points, the agility growth awarded by my talent, and a plunder use. The real loss was far greater than one number on the panel. The system strongly recommended refusing because its normal difficulty estimate considered a lone level 5 survivor's odds extremely low. I accepted not because the reward blinded me, but because maxed-out agility directly countered close-range assassination and Holy Arrow Massacre was ready again. Without either advantage, I would have withdrawn. The first enslaved elite blocking my arrow confirmed that the director would use servants to consume ranged resources. My objective had never been merely to kill a shield. I wanted to force him to reveal his control method, number of servants, and attack habits. I stared at the director's panel. Absolute enslavement. Interesting. The third and fourth arrows shattered the elite zombie's knees. The fifth and sixth pierced its wrists. Under double strike, every projectile was effectively 2 arrows. Its limbs rapidly lost function, and the body swayed on the verge of collapse. I did not wait for it to fall. A judgment arrow I had already charged pierced its chest and heart. But the true target was not merely the shield. It was the director behind it. The purple-red phantom continued forward. Light flashed in the director's eyes, and 10 agile zombies leaped from the room to block it. Judgment arrow killed 6 in succession before exhausting its power. The leading elite then crashed to the floor hard enough to shake the building. Less than 10 seconds passed from the first arrow until the mountain of flesh fell, including knocking, aiming, and a 4-second charge. It crossed 20 meters without forcing me back a single step. I dispatched each of the remaining 4 servants with 1 arrow. With higher agility, drawing and knocking became nearly instinctive. My next hidden shot suddenly flew at the director's face. He wove both claws into a net, but the arrowhead slipped through a gap, shattered his glasses, and stopped less than a millimeter from the eyeball. At last, the director erupted in fury. He closed his claws around the shaft and cut it, then scraped them together, producing a shrill metallic sound. The high-frequency noise made my teeth ache and stomach turn. I continued firing, concentrating on the eyes, mouth, throat, and armpits. Leader-grade skin was much harder than an elite's. Ordinary locations were almost impossible to penetrate. Arrows turned the white coat into a sieve but left only shallow wounds, forcing him to protect his face continuously. If the pressure never stopped, even superficial injuries would slowly drain vitality. More importantly, every time he summoned a servant to block, I reduced his numerical advantage. The number of bodies on the floor kept growing, and the director's expression began to twist. Stupid insect, you have successfully enraged me. Despair, 10% weakness, 1% current plunder success rate, 11%. He had mastered language but possessed the emotional control of a 3-year-old. A truly intelligent boss would have fought with full strength from the first second. He used servants as disposable material, sending them to die in groups, and acted personally only after his advantage had been weakened. The director seized 1 zombie as a shield and summoned the remaining servants into a collective charge. He dodged from side to side behind the body, increasing speed as he approached. 5 meters was the activation range of Silent Step. Another half meter, and 2 swipes at most would end the battle. I deliberately focused my attention on him, while arrows hidden by the shield eliminated servants to either side. The director reached the edge of 5 meters. Light flashed in his eyes as he attempted to call another servant to block, only to discover that every nearby connection had vanished. He had no choice but to take my tricky arrow directly. The point struck between his eyebrows and briefly interrupted his movement. Despair, 22% weakness, 3% success rate, 25%. He finally stepped into skill range, and both claws glowed poisonous green. At that moment, I moved for the first time, stepping sideways along his charge and restoring the distance to more than 5 meters. Silent Step's activation condition broke. The director froze in place, his claws hanging uselessly between positions. As the mage god in my previous life, I fought expert rogues countless times and knew the limits of their skills better than he did. If I held the distance between 5 and 10 meters and kited at the absolute edge inside the confined room, he he would remain forever one step short, trying to attack, but can't get the basic hit off? At an expert level, half a meter separated life from death. During the instant he hesitated, I poured a barrage of arrows into his face. 6 physical arrows against the level 6 elite became 12 hits under double strike. Both eyes, knees, and wrists were destroyed, yet it continued advancing according to the director's command. Absolute enslavement therefore shared the target's location directly rather than relying on the servant's sight. Judgment arrow stopped after piercing 6 zombies, revealing the current limit of its area damage. Each body reduced damage. Double strike killed the first 6, but after the 7th, penetration was insufficient. Against a horde of higher grade, the limit would be even lower. While the director blocked, I deliberately allowed some arrows to strike the white coat and non-vital locations, maintaining the illusion that I knew only frontal suppression. The arrows truly intended for his servants hit along both sides of his evasive path. Only when he prepared to enter the 5-meter range did he discover that every shield was dead. Silent Step was not teleportation, but a high-speed dash usable within 5 meters. Before activation, the claws glowed green and the center of gravity shifted forward. Pulling him out of range caused a brief stiffness. That single frame was the opening I exploited. The room was finite, so I could not retreat forever. With every lateral movement, I updated the distance to each wall mentally, ensuring another 5 to 10 meter lane remained. If the director learned to block my route, the battle would reverse instantly. I needed enough damage and despair before he adapted. Every arrow in the next volley aimed at the director's face. My 46 agility exceeded the director's 35. When he advanced, I retreated along the side. When he attempted to cut me off, I turned first. We remained between 5 and 10 meters apart, dancing on the edge of a blade. I could not see the future. 10 years of experience simply made every opening movement of a rogue-type enemy familiar. The director always seemed a moment from touching me, only to be pulled out of range before his skill activated, like a hungry animal chasing meat that remained 6 inches beyond its jaws. After the prolonged exchange, he lost nearly 1/4 of his vitality and finally realized that continued pursuit would let me grind him to death. With a shriek, he turned and fled into the rear room. Despair, 33% weakness, 23% current plunder success rate, 56%. I sent several arrows into his back, but did not rush after him. An unknown number of zombies remained inside. The director had not fled. He was hiding behind the broken wall in search of a chance to reverse the battle. I deliberately raised my middle finger and gave him a smile that said, "Come get me." He could not endure the provocation. A metal door crashed open, and dozens of final servants poured out at once. Everyone was a young female mutant zombie. Some still wore gags and blindfolds. Others had collars and chains around their necks. Bruises and whip marks covered their bodies. They had been imprisoned secretly before zombification, and even death had not freed them from the director's absolute enslavement. The instant they left the room, their eyes turned red, and instinct drove them toward the director. Light flashed in his gaze. Every body froze, the eyes becoming vacant again. He even forced them to kneel at his feet in humiliating poses. No wonder those zombies had extremely low spirit. The secrets the director had handled for the family, while alive, clearly included these long-tortured victims. I had no time for sympathy. Under his control, dozens of mutants formed a moving wall of shields while the director advanced from the center. Every arrow I released was intercepted by one body. With my current skills and spirit, clearing the horde head-on was impossible. If he depended on enslavement, I would take the talent away. The success rate was 56%. By a certain kind of mathematics, wouldn't 2 attempts make 112%? I activated my first plunder. Plunder failed. Despair, 33% weakness, 23% success rate, 56%. My spirit plunged, but the talent had no cooldown. I activated it again immediately. Plunder successful. Lethal Venom is a special talent and cannot be plundered. Automatically acquiring the secondary talent instead. Remaining uses, 0. S-rank talent acquired. Absolute enslavement. The light in the director's eyes instantly died, and the smile froze on his lips. A detailed description appeared at the same time. Absolute enslavement, S-rank. Power of life and death. Control one ordinary zombie or mutant beast whose strength does not exceed the host's, making it absolutely obedient. Only one servant may exist at a time. Controlling a new target immediately kills the former servant. If the host dies, the servant dies as well. I had expected to control a horde like the director. Instead, I could enslave only one ordinary target. The system had clearly weakened the zombie version after transferring the talent to a survivor. Otherwise, raising an invincible army in moments would have been absurd. It appeared that I had exchanged a precious plunder for a nearly useless ability. But at this moment, it was enough. Once the director lost his talent, dozens of female zombies broke free simultaneously. Their vacant eyes turned red again. Hatred carved into their bones made them ignore me completely and race one another toward the director. Once their teeth closed, they never released. Dozens of bodies soon formed a mountain of corpses, crushing the director at the bottom. Fangs and claws pierced his skin. The dense sounds of biting and tearing made the scalp crawl. I added arrows while directing attacks according to the leader's weak points. Go for the armpits. You with the gag, stab his eyes. Tattooed arms, a little lower. That's right, bite down and don't let go. The mutant zombies had respectable attributes, and their natural claws were better suited than my arrows to tearing open close-range weak points. The horde drowned the director's roar. His vitality began falling visibly. At last, he tasted absolute control and the helplessness of being unable to resist. The first failed plunder consumed nearly 1/3 of my spirit, leaving no third attempt. The second success was not a mathematical accumulation to 112%. It was an independent roll at 56%. The joke merely steadied my mind. The real protection was that the director was already badly injured, and even another failure would still leave me able to continue kiting. The weakened transfer proved that the same talent was rebalanced according to the host species. The director could enslave dozens and even control elite and mutant targets. I could command only one ordinary zombie or mutant beast no stronger than myself. But absolute obedience and the linked death condition could still hold strategic value for scouting, luring enemies, carrying equipment, or cultivating evolution. After breaking control, the female zombies' eyes turned red before they all locked onto the director. That proved their memories and hatred had not vanished, only been suppressed. Attacks against his armpits, eyes, and lower abdomen penetrated leader's skin more easily than my normal arrows, inflicting far more damage in a short time than the horde could have from the front. I maintained distance and kept firing to prevent the director from suddenly clearing the horde with instant slaughter and counterattacking. The horde suppressed him for me, but the zombies might turn on me after the target died, so I had to remain ready to finish them with an area skill. As the director's vitality declined, despair and weakness rose together. For the first time, he realized the talent he trusted most could not protect him and had instead delivered every victim from over the years to collect their debt. Fangs and claws tore open flesh. The director's own servants were making him pay. A murderous aura suddenly erupted beneath the mountain of corpses. Instant slaughter. The director finally seized an opening and unleashed his strongest skill. For 3 seconds, his dark green claws carved through everything around him at blinding speed. The female zombies pinning him down seemed to explode all at once, chunks of their bodies flying into every corner of the room. But he had paid a terrible price. Large sections of skin and muscle had been torn away, exposing bone in several places. One eye was blind, one arm was almost useless, and even his most vulnerable part had been bitten off. All that remained was a body covered in scratches, bite marks, and mingled blood. Breakdown, 60%. Weakness, 50%. I had timed plundering hand for the exact moment the horde immobilized his limbs. The first attempt failed and cost me spirit, but the second left him no time to activate instant slaughter in advance. A severed piece rolled to my feet. I deliberately provoked him, so it really was just a tiny toothpick. No wonder they bit it off so easily. What do you mean, tiny? It was always this big. The director's voice warped with fury, but his attacks had already lost all precision. After several exchanges, he dragged his mangled body into the secret room where the women had been imprisoned. Silverbird Talon told me he had not fled far. He was hanging upside down from the ceiling just inside the doorway, waiting for me to enter the 15-foot range of Silent Step, so he could ambush me. I danced back and forth along the edge of the skill's range, deliberately exposing half a step of vulnerability. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. The director took the bait. His claws shattered the door frame as his entire body lunged down from above. Holy Arrow Massacre was waiting for him. All 20 pale blue crystal arrows struck within 3 seconds, 8 of them critical hits. At full strength and on level ground, he could have dodged at least half. With his movement impaired and his body suspended in midair, he could only be driven backward by the barrage until it finally nailed him to the wall. I raised my bow and aimed at his head. The director cursed me as an insect over and over in despair, unable to understand how he had lost to a human 3 levels below him. At the same time, the Lin family team had gathered outside the director's office. I learned later that they had neither a key nor enough time to break down the door before the dungeon expired. After killing every nearby survivor he could easily handle, Lin Maorong had accumulated 340 points, only 5 fewer than the passerby, whose score had remained frozen at 345. Desperate to climb the rankings, he even ordered his men to remove their own critically wounded teammates from the party and kill them. Wan Xinran and Miao Huanhuan had already realized that if the team came up 1 or 2 points short at the end, they would become points too. Before the countdown ended, I released the bowstring. One arrow pierced the director's heart and ended his wicked life as both a man and a boss. Cold-blooded Silver Krite, Zombie Leader LV8, killed. EXP X800, Gold X80. Congratulations. Lone Wolf is the first survivor of the apocalypse to kill a leader rank zombie alone. Unique achievement earned, Solitary Hero. A world announcement will now be made. Survivor Lone Wolf has earned the world's only Solitary Hero achievement and a massive reward. It's this little fellow again. Everyone else, keep trying. The announcement played 3 times in succession, and my name once again echoed across Blue Star. According to reports that reached me later, some people in Great Hanming Country insisted I had to share their ancestry. Powers in Beautiful Country demanded that I be recruited at any cost. Bai Shihao, meanwhile, flew into a rage and demanded to know whether the Lin family had completed the hospital mission. Several hundred-person groups had challenged leader bosses and returned empty-handed. I had killed one alone on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. This time, the name Lone Wolf no longer meant someone lucky enough to steal the first kill. It was proof of strength. The horde had already pinned the director's limbs before he activated instant slaughter, yet he still shredded every target around him within 3 seconds. If I had stood nearby to finish him, those indiscriminate claws would have caught me too. A leader's skill was dangerous not only because of the attack it targeted, but because of its area and unpredictability. He had fallen below half strength after breaking free, yet he could still hang from the ceiling and set an ambush. That proved a boss became even less forgiving at low health. My feints to either side were not merely taunts. They made him believe I did not understand Silent Step's range and lured him out of the darkness where he held the greatest advantage. 8 of Holy Arrow Massacre. 20 arrows landed critical hits, exceeding the theoretical average of 25% but consistent with maxed out Lux tendency. Double Strike copied each arrow's damage, but a critical hit was not guaranteed to trigger on both instances. I therefore planned around the minimum damage and treated every extra critical as a safety margin. I aimed the last arrow at his heart rather than his head because one of his eyes was already destroyed while his skull remained thick. The female zombies had torn away a large swath of muscle from his chest, leaving that defense at its weakest. The system confirmed the kill the moment the arrow pierced his heart, preventing him from playing dead and activating another skill. The world announcement did not reveal that I was in Xingqing Hospital, nor did it show my level or equipment. Making my name public bought reputation and deterrence, while leaving the powers of every country plenty of room to speculate. Some wanted to recruit me, some wanted to claim me as one of their own, and others wanted to eliminate me early. Those reactions would all become external pressure in the future. To Bai Shihao, the announcement was an alarm. He knew the Lin family was carrying out a mission at the hospital, but he did not know Lone Wolf was connected to me. I still held the information advantage, and I had to press forward before he made the connection. The announcement ended. It was time for Bai Shihao to become wary. The director fell, but notifications continued flooding the screen. Xingqing Hospital's final boss killed. Points X1000. The hidden battlefield has ended. Points and rankings are now locked. Settlement will begin shortly. Survivors with 0 points will be eliminated immediately. The people in the hospital who had been hunting one another stopped watching their backs at last. Those without points had their lives stripped away by the system on the spot. At the last moment, Lin Maorong killed Miao Huanhuan to gain the single point he needed to overtake me. Wan Xinran watched her best friend fall beneath his long saber, then immediately agreed with him that Miao Huanhuan ate too much and had needed to lose weight anyway. She only wanted to avoid being next. The Lin family finished with 346 points. Lin Maorong had assumed the passerby, stuck at 345 points for 2 hours, must have been badly wounded and hiding. Then the rankings showed a first-place score of 1,345. The extra 1,000 points had come from the final boss. He could not accept that one person had earned more points in 10 minutes than there were zombies in the entire hospital. He ordered his subordinates to seal the exits and kill utterly ordinary passerby on sight. completely forgetting by Schurhau's instructions concerning the director's office. My hidden mission, meanwhile, updated with its final requirement. Cold-blooded silver, Krite killed. Discover the secret of the director's office within 5 minutes. Failure or abandonment. You will be teleported away and lose 1 level. Killing the boss had produced no drops. If I failed to find the secret, that entire brutal battle would have been almost pointless. I rushed into the back room and discovered that it was no ordinary secret chamber, but a black site complex beneath the hospital, even larger than the office outside. The first room was a sterile operating theater. Surgery had still been underway when the apocalypse began, and everyone inside was dead. A whiteboard outside was covered in organ trade information written in marker, while unmarked human organs were arranged neatly inside cold storage cabinets. Beside it was the area where slaves were caged and trained. Rows of iron cages in every size filled the space. Instruments of abuse covered the walls, and torn clothing littered the floor. Mutilated bodies lay across the ceiling, the walls, and the racks, while tally marks on a blackboard recorded the number of incidents. Animals. This place had long trafficked in people and organs. The enslaved women in the front room represented only a fraction of its victims. I continued searching and finally entered an unnaturally clean office. A file sat squarely on the desk, its cover bearing the words, Black Death. Hidden mission completed. Gold X 500. Reputation X 500. EXP X 1000. Legendary Chest X1. The Black Death Organization. I had fought it in my previous life, but I had destroyed only the tip of the iceberg. The file documented every transaction since the secret facility was established. Drugs, weapons, people, human organs. They had even deceived ordinary people into traveling to deserted islands, where the wealthy and the newly powerful hunted them for sport. The director was a citizen of Sakura country and a descendant of a Class A war criminal from the invasion of Huaxia. The Lin family supplied local protection and victims, while the operation's financial backer was the Bai family. A sheet of paper slipped from the file, and what it contained awakened my full intent to kill. Beyond the blood debt from my previous life, they had given me one more reason they had to die. For the first time since my rebirth, I fully released the killing intent I had accumulated over 10 years. The pressure swept through the room like an army of vengeful ghosts, almost freezing the air. When I unleashed it at full power in my previous life, it could knock out zombies below leader rank on the spot. Truly controlling that killing intent required tremendous spirit. My spirit emptied in an instant. I could only activate rejuvenation to recover a small amount. This is the kind of thing you can only do at noon. Try it morning or night, and something's bound to go wrong. I mocked myself as I put away the file, unaware that a petite shadow had appeared behind me. When the dungeon settlement ended, the Lin family team held 346 points. My 1,345 consisted of my original 345 plus the boss's 1,000. The numbers matched perfectly. Miao Huanhuan's life had bought Lin Maorong a single point without even changing his rank. That absurdity was exactly what the Order Keeper wanted to see. The hidden mission's 5-minute countdown began the instant the boss died. The bodies in the outer office, the cages in the secret room, and the organs in cold storage were all evidence, but the file on the desk was the true trigger. If I had stopped outside to collect equipment or examine corpses, the mission would have failed before I found the critical material. The Black Death dossier documented not only their clients, but dates, amounts, transport routes, and the Lin family contacts involved. The Bai family used the medical system as a legal facade. The director supplied the expertise and location, and the Lin family handled local construction, transport of victims, and official connections. Together, they had created a complete criminal chain. The loose page was directly tied to Bai Schurhau's later plans. Even if the apocalypse had rendered the old laws meaningless, these people would not stop doing business. They would only turn the atrocities once hidden underground into public rules. Destroying them was therefore not about enforcing the old order. It was about preventing the same people from controlling the new one. Releasing my killing intent drained my spirit and reminded me that this attribute remained my weakness. It could intimidate the weak, but it was not a free aura. If I released it recklessly in battle, I would lose the ability to use my skills before the enemy went down. Even rejuvenation restored only a little. I had to leave or hide immediately. I stored the vital documents in my wristband instead of leaving them inside a dungeon about to close. The other bloodstained rooms could be burned, but this evidence might reveal the locations and rosters of Bai family strongholds. It was worth far more than an ordinary piece of equipment. Yet I failed to notice that a petite shadow had appeared behind me. The shadow silently climbed onto my shoulder, its cold mouth pressing against my neck. I had let my guard down. My spirit was nearly empty. The only ability I could activate before being bitten was the one I had just plundered. Power of life and death. Zombie successfully controlled. Please name your servant. Cold sweat covered me as I pulled the thing off my shoulder and repeatedly felt the back of my neck. The skin was smooth and unbroken, coated only in saliva. My status panel showed no infection either. In the dim light, I saw a gray-haired girl with twin ponytails, shackles still around her wrists and ankles. She looked 13 or 14, with delicate features and gray-white eyes calmer than those of an ordinary zombie. She merely tilted her head and stared blankly at me. If not for the sharp teeth inside her mouth, there was almost no sign she had turned. Her records happened to fall out of the file. Name: Lu Wei. Age: 18. Designation: VIP client. Lu Wei was an experimental subject created by the Black Death Laboratory. The children in her group had all been named after flowers. Injected with different drugs since childhood, she escaped after watching the other subjects disappear one by one. She passed through more than a dozen foster homes and orphanages, but each time she resisted a foster parent's indecent advances, she was sent back. On the eve of the apocalypse, she snapped one owner's hand and was delivered to the director for training. The age of 18 seemed impossible beside her childish appearance, but both the file and her physical development confirmed that she was not a child. Name her Lu Wei. Name registered successfully. Lu Wei will obey absolutely. A personal status panel and exclusive space have been generated. A separate entrance appeared in my wristband. I could store Lu Wei and other items inside, and she could train on her own and slowly recover there. It resembled the growth-type summons used by necromancers in my previous life. Her status panel made me suck in a breath. Lu Wei LV4, Common. Strength 40, Spirit 3, Constitution 3, Agility 3. Talents: Innate Divine Strength, S rank. Titan's Grip, S rank. Skills: Charge, Bloodlust. Common rank zombies generally had only Claw and Bite. She possessed 2 S rank talents and 2 skills. The price was an extreme imbalance, a terrifying 40 strength, with only 3 in each of her other attributes. Her defenses were weak, her movement slow, and a single mistake could get her shattered. If her agility had been even slightly higher, that bite might already have torn open my throat. Fortunately, she could wear equipment. As long as I used bonus attributes to make up for her constitution and agility, her twin talents would not go to waste. At that moment, the dungeon settlement concluded. Lone Wolf, disguised as utterly ordinary passerby, ranks first with 1,345 points. Gold X1, 345. EXP X1, 345. Choose one of 3 rewards: Supply Capsules X100, Random Skill Book X1, or Refined Chest X1. Supplies were the last thing I lacked, while a random skill book was far too risky. I chose the Refined Chest, planning to use maxed out luck to gamble on a higher grade. The reward for my world achievement arrived as well. Reputation X1, 000, Gold X1, 000, storage space expanded to 2 cubic meters, and the permanent title, Trailblazer. Trailblazer permanently increases all attributes by 5. While equipped, damage dealt to zombies below leader rank plus 20%. Chosen One provided both 10% bonus damage and 10% damage reduction. The new title enhanced only offense, but its bonus against low-rank zombies was a full 20%. Since I could wear only one title at a time, I switched immediately. If an archer let an enemy close the distance, he was already one step from death. Better to kill the target first than patch up my defenses. Lu Wei had not actually bitten down after jumping onto my shoulder because absolute enslavement overrode her attack order at the instant the skill succeeded. Her teeth might have been less than an inch from my carotid artery. If my spirit had been too depleted to activate the skill, my reborn life would have ended on the 3rd day. The file showed that although she was 18, years of experimentation and nutritional control had left her looking much younger. Her 2 S-rank talents likely came from the laboratory's injections combined with her abnormal constitution. The director had marked her as a VIP and was preparing to sell her to a particular client. She still wore shackles after turning, though her 40 strength could have snapped them at any time. With only 3 spirit, however, her behavior was almost entirely driven by instinct. Time did not stop in her exclusive space. Lu Wei would continue to train, recover, and consume her condition inside, and she could use anything I placed there. When I summoned her outside, she would appear beside me instantly. That made her less like an ordinary summon and more like a growing companion. But if her master died, she would die too. Our fates were now bound. Charge solved the problem of closing short distances despite her low agility, while Bloodlust might enhance her attacks or let her steal health when her vitality ran low. The two skills formed a complete combination with innate divine strength and Titan's grip. The system ranked her only common because her constitution, agility, and spirit dragged her down so severely. The achievement reward expanded my storage to 2 cubic meters, just in time to solve the problem of everything I had collected in the hospital. My accumulated reputation would also affect my access to the store after 7 days. Titles had no cooldown when switching. Against people, I could return to Chosen One for its attack and defense modifiers. When clearing zombies below leader rank, I could use Trailblazer for 20% bonus damage. Choosing the refined chest was not a blind gamble. A random skill book could yield a crafting skill, while 100 supply capsules far exceeded my current storage capacity. The chest guaranteed at least rare gear, with maxed out luck offering a chance at an even greater return. What difference was there between an archer letting an enemy get close and being dead? A refined chest guaranteed at least rare gear and, with extraordinary luck, could even contain something legendary. I rubbed my hands and opened it, only to find 2 identical black hammers. Black Iron Hammer, rare 2-handed weapon, weighs roughly 90 pounds and measures more than 3 feet long. Strength +7. Constitution +3. Attacks have a 10% chance to inflict stun for 1.5 seconds. Both were rare. That was not bad luck, but they were clearly better suited to Lu Wei. I handed her the first and told her to break her shackles. With the slightest exertion, the steel chain snapped. Then she held out her other hand to me. One isn't enough. Each hammer weighed roughly 90 pounds and required a normal person to use both hands. Her S-rank, Titan's grip, however, allowed her to wield a 2-handed weapon in one hand. I gave her the second one too. The petite girl swung a hammer in each hand until the air howled, creating a ridiculous contrast. If either hammerhead landed on a person's chest, it would be a great deal more than a tiny love tap. The hidden mission had also rewarded me with a legendary chest. Something about my posture during the last opening felt wrong, so I ordered the absolutely obedient Lu Wei to follow me through a viral shuffle dance. Her steps flowed far more smoothly than mine. Her expressionless face, paired with the sliding footwork, made the whole thing look like some absurd chest-opening ritual. When the chest opened, the first things to appear were 2 pieces of an archer's set. Hunter's Coat, rare Constitution +5. Agility +5. Damage taken -5%. Hunter's Greaves, rare Constitution +5. Agility +5. Damage taken -5%. An individual set piece was not necessarily better than a perfect standalone item. Its true advantage came from the extra effects triggered by collecting a specified number of pieces. A complete 6-piece set could even create a qualitative transformation. I equipped both pieces immediately. Hunter 2-piece bonus activated. All attributes +2. Chance of acquiring additional Hunter set pieces increased. The surprises were not over. At the bottom of the chest lay a skill book radiating golden light. Gold signified mythic grade, far above my excellent Judgment Arrow. Death Mark, mythic universal skill, marks an enemy for 10 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be dispelled. Only one mark may exist at a time. The target takes +30% damage from ranged weapons. The mark above the target's head always remains visible to the caster. While the target is within 50 meters of the caster gains increased movement speed and attack speed. It dealt no damage directly, yet it was a divine skill for long-range hunting. Even if the enemy turned invisible or hid in darkness, the mark would remain visible. Once they came within 50 meters, I would become even faster. I learned it on the spot. The 800 EXP from the boss, 1,000 from the hidden mission, and 1,345 from taking first place arrived together, raising me to level 6 and granting another use of Plundering Hand. I put the 5 new attribute points into Spirit again. After changing equipment and applying the title reward, my status became Lone Wolf LV6, Strength 42, Spirit 34, Constitution 49, Agility 68. I also pulled Strength Boots, Spirit Gloves, and a Constitution Breastplate from my inventory for Lu Wei. Lu Wei LV4, Common, Strength 56, Spirit 6, Constitution 18, Agility 3. Equipment: Black Iron Hammer X2, Strength Boots, Spirit Gloves, Constitution Breastplate. Her Constitution was finally high enough that she would not shatter at the first touch, while her damage with the twin hammers had become even more absurd. I glanced at Lin Maorong in second place, then turned toward the tightly shut door. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Each black iron hammer provided strength +7 and constitution +3. Dual wielding gave Lu Wei both sets of attributes. Even if an ordinary person somehow lifted one, the two-handed restriction would prevent them from equipping the second. Titan's Grip allowed her to gain the full double status bonus and 2 chances to inflict stun. A 10% chance to stun for 1.5 seconds did not look impressive, but repeated attacks with 2 hammers made it fairly likely to trigger. If a future area skill inherited her weapon effects, one strike against several targets might even control them simultaneously. The Hunter 2-piece bonus increased the drop rate for the rest of the set, creating a snowball effect. The coat and greaves each reduced damage by 5%. Whether that combined into 10% or resolved as separate checks still required testing in battle. The +2 to all attributes directly improved strength, spirit, constitution, and agility. Death Mark had no cooldown, meaning I could immediately switch targets once the previous mark ended or its target died. But since only one could exist at a time, I had to choose the greatest threat or the enemy most in need of tracking during group combat. Being undispellable countered cleansing skills, while remaining visible countered invisibility, smoke, and cover. The movement and attack speed increase within 50 meters did not list an exact percentage, so I would need to test it in combat. For an archer, 50 meters happened to match the maximum charged range of Judgment Arrow. The design clearly encouraged me to lock onto a target at the edge of my range and kite it. Upon reaching level 6, maxed out agility automatically added another 5 points. Only in combination with my equipment and title did it reach 68. I recalculated the source of every status change so I would not confuse temporary title bonuses, equipment bonuses, and permanent attributes, then make a fatal misjudgment after changing gear. I looked toward the door. Lin Marong, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? I put the ghoul mask on Lu Wei to hide her sharp teeth. Apart from her pale complexion and slightly stiff movements, she did not look much different from an ordinary girl. I set fire to the director's office, letting the flames consume the traces of crimes in the secret facility apart from the organ trade records, then pushed the door open and left. Instead of returning Lu Wei to her exclusive space, I had her waddle behind me like a duckling with both hammers strapped to her back. I needed to test her combat ability. With the dungeon over, the survivors hiding in the shadows began to emerge. Up ahead, a man whose handle was Bottle Rocket was fleeing an LV-5 elite zombie, while several other badly wounded survivors lay on the floor. You use zombie LV-5 elite strength 40 spirit, 10 constitution, 20 agility 30. Most of the nearby survivors were level 3 and had only E or F rank talents. Their 4 starting attributes generally totaled no more than 40. Against an elite zombie with 40 strength alone, they naturally had no way to fight back. Bottle Rocket's gaze changed the instant he saw that Lu Wei and I were fully equipped. With his 34 agility, he had repeatedly lured zombies into crowds, waited for other people to die, and then returned to finish off the creatures and loot the bodies. He intended to use the same trick again. He sprinted toward us and deliberately shouted, "Sorry, buddy." The instant he entered my range, I raised my bow and fired. This one really is going to break your heart. The arrow punched through his chest, leaving an enormous bloody cavity. Bottle Rocket collapsed and convulsed, never believing that his 34 agility could fail to follow my movement. But I now had a full 68. Technique could not bridge that kind of gap. Several wounded survivors recognized him as the man who had sacrificed others and applauded at first. Then they realized the elite zombie had lost its original target and was now coming for us. They helped their fat, big-eared leader to his feet, preparing to abandon this mess to the 2 kids. Lu Wei tilted her head beneath the mask, but an eagerness to try flashed through her eyes. "Take the stage, Lu Wei." She drew both hammers. With only 3 agility, her steps looked a little clumsy, yet the floor trembled beneath each one. The instant the elite zombie entered attacking range, an afterimage from a warrior's movement skill appeared behind her. Charge. Once the skill locked on, its forced collision was difficult to evade. The zombie raised its claws and met her head-on, its 40 strength colliding with Lu Wei's 56. There was no stalemate, only domination. The elite zombie flew backward like a cannonball, its entire body embedding itself in a load-bearing wall. Lu Wei followed and brought down a 90-pound black iron hammer again and again. The first blow sent blood spraying from all 7 openings of its head. The second pulverized its breastbone. After the third, its body no longer looked human. She kept mechanically carrying out her attack order, smashing apart even the concrete wall until only several reinforcing bars remained. Wind lifted her gray hair. Her white dress and face were covered in bits of flesh. The onlooker's jaws nearly hit the floor. Lu Wei killed elite zombie LV-5. Gold X10, Lu Wei levels up the same way as an ordinary zombie and cannot gain EXP from missions or killing zombies. Her gold, equipment, and item drop rates are identical to her master's. In other words, if she killed a zombie, neither of us gained EXP. I could never let her deliver the final blow to a boss, or the loss would be enormous. But ordinary zombies could level up through nighttime evolution, and they could increase their level or even grade by killing humans. The same rules applied to Lu Wei. I looked at the badly wounded survivors preparing to flee. My free and powerful fighter needed to grow, and ready-made sources of experience stood right in front of me. I had not set the director's office on fire to destroy the entire truth. The critical records were already in my wristband. I burned only the cages, instruments, and remains I could not carry away, preventing the Bai family from recovering the experimental data or using the site again. Once the dungeon barrier vanished, the blaze would also become an obvious signal, leading the Lin family to misjudge me as still nearby. Bottle Rocket's 34 agility truly was outstanding among ordinary survivors. His repeated success at luring monsters proved he knew how to exploit distance and crowds. His mistake was appraising only Lu Wei's level without seeing my concealed level 6 status and real agility of 68. I shot him through the heart with an ordinary arrow and wasted no skill. Death Mark was unnecessary too, because he was charging in a straight line and had no invisibility. Enhanced by double strike and my ranged equipment, the arrow left an enormous cavity after passing through his chest, far beyond what his constitution could withstand. After Lu Wei's charge locked onto the LV-5 Elite, her 56 strength collided head-on with its 40. The first hammer blow merely embedded the target in the wall, proving its 20 constitution and elite body could still absorb some damage. Her following blows repeatedly broke its bones, while her current 18 constitution endured the recoil. She did not yet possess the life-stealing ring, so she was unsuited to sustained attacks from multiple enemies of the same level. The system awarded only gold and no EXP to prevent a master from using a servant to level up safely. Drop rates still benefited from my maxed-out luck, meaning Lu Wei could clear minor enemies and control targets while I personally finished anything that granted critical experience. Those badly wounded survivors had not only planned to abandon us, Bottle Rocket had previously used them as human shields. Whether I let Lu Wei kill them could not depend merely on the fact that they were weak. It depended on what they chose to do next. I turned toward the wounded survivors. I first picked up the capsule dropped by the elite zombie. Its label read, Roast Suckling Pig. The wounded survivors stared at it with bulging eyes. They were a group of pampered officials from Hushi District who had hidden on a rooftop for nearly 3 days after the apocalypse. At the dungeon settlement, the 5 of them received only a single can of fermented herring. Driven by hunger, they forced it down, only to vomit and suffer diarrhea. The moment they came downstairs, the elite zombie lured over by Bottle Rocket gravely injured them. I barely glanced at the roast pig before storing it in my wristband. They swallowed so loudly I could hear it. Silverbird Talon, let me hear the district chief whisper an order. No matter what it took, they had to get that capsule. Whoever succeeded could have Secretary Guan in his bed that night. His gaze even settled on Lu Wei again. Secretary Guan had worked for him for 2 years, and her younger brother remained under his control. She could only lower her head and accept being offered as a reward. The other 3 men had been too battered by the elite zombie to stand a moment ago, yet the promise instantly revived them. They assumed Lu Wei and I were merely students with great strength, but no worldly experience. Putting on false smiles, they approached. Young lady, you two are so powerful. Why don't you share a few supply capsules with us? Everyone has to work together in the apocalypse. Once order is restored, we'll have reporters visit your school and interview you. Lu Wei tilted her head without responding, so they turned to me. First, they identified themselves as Hushi officials and demanded that I hand over all my supplies for centralized safekeeping and distribution. Then they invoked starving children and the elderly, saying I needed to set a good example for my little sister. The records from the director's office happened to document their corrupt transactions, with every one of their names on the list. Men who drooled over a roast pig and used a secretary as a bargaining chip thought they were qualified to speak for the country and its people. When I remained silent, they gradually shed their disguises. Accusations that I was selfish became threats of a permanent criminal record. They even said I should feel honored that officials of their rank had personally asked me for something. Pretending to rebuke his subordinates, the district chief crouched in front of Lu Wei and produced a ring to entice her. What a good little girl. Come give uncle a hug. Help uncle talk some sense into your brother, and I'll give you this. voluntarily showing me his equipment right before his death. That was some impressive self-awareness. I said one word. Kill. The district chief's smile froze. Two black iron hammers rapidly filled his vision. The first blow flattened him against the floor into a thin sheet of bloody flesh. The others finally panicked. First, they demanded to know why a young man could not be compelled by morality, then immediately changed course and begged for mercy. Lu Wei did not stop. An ordinary person's constitution was far below an elite zombie's. Her hammers fell in succession, and within seconds, nothing remained but blood mixed with bone fragments. Without morals, I could not be morally blackmailed. Besides, these people had never wanted to save anyone. They only wanted to spend other people's lives to preserve their own privileges. A succession of system notifications confirmed my theory. Lu Wei killed LV-3 survivor. Evolution points X30. She could not gain EXP by killing zombies, but she could accumulate evolution points by killing humans. The canned herring the 5 so-called officials received on the rooftop was the dungeon's minimum survival reward for a low-scoring team. Even after starving for 3 days, they refused to take risks themselves. Instead, they blamed the food for making them ill, then plotted to steal someone else's roast pig. Their personalities had not changed at all since before the apocalypse. The moment the district chief offered them a night with his secretary, the others forgot their injuries. They were not physically incapable of contributing to the group's survival. They simply refused. Secretary Guan obeyed outwardly because her brother's safety was being used against her, but she had fallen into total despair. That was also the direct cause of her later jump from the building. I let them finish their performance to determine whether anyone among them was acting under duress or was truly innocent. The list and their conversation proved that all 4 men had participated in corruption and coercion. Only Secretary Guan had not approached us of her own accord, so Lu Wei's targets included only the men. After Lu Wei killed a human with her hammers for the first time, the system awarded evolution points according to the target's level. LV-3 yielded 30. Several identical notifications in succession proved the points accumulated. Reaching some threshold might increase her level or rank. The mechanism matched zombies leveling by killing humans, only expressed as a visible point total. Before acquiring the life-stealing ring, she relied mainly on her 18 constitution to endure damage. That was enough against humans, but elite enemies could still overwhelm her in a group. Letting her use these targets to practice controlling her strength, turning, and chaining attacks with both hammers was more valuable than mindless killing. Having no morals did not mean having no principles. I refused to let corrupt people use fraudulent appeals to the public good against me, but I would still distinguish willing abusers from their victims. If self-interest abandoned all judgment, I would eventually become another by sure how. The system notifications had not stopped. Just as I suspected, Lu Wei really could evolve by killing humans. Under the rules of the apocalypse, the system reclaimed a survivor's wristband and anything in its storage when they died. Only equipment worn on the body could be looted. I found the ring among what remained of the district chief. Life-stealing ring, excellent constitution +5. Converts 5% of damage dealt into the wearer's vitality. I already had the vitality and spirit ring set, so I gave this one to Lu Wei. She attacked frequently in close combat, and lifesteal could significantly improve her endurance. A woman's scream and a heavy impact suddenly sounded beside us. Secretary Guan, whom the district chief had treated as a prize, had jumped from above into the hospital lobby. The moment blood began to spread, the surrounding zombies swarmed her. When they dispersed, only scraps of clothing and a pool of blood remained. Once despair completely consumed the mind, many people chose an ending like that. I had neither the ability nor the obligation to repair the life of every stranger. As the horde stirred, I spotted Lin Maorong's group in the distance. Lu Wei equipped the life-stealing ring and smashed through everything in our path as we followed their trail out the hospital's rear entrance. The front remained blocked by zombies, making this the only way out. A white SUV stood not far away. Inside, Wan Xinran was doing everything she could to please Lin Maorong and prove her worth, calling herself his servant and his pet. What I learned later made it clear that although Miao Huan was more uninhibited, Wan Xinran understood how to indulge him better. That was why he had kept her alive. She recognized me first. Number 8 opened the door and used appraisal. All he saw for my information were question marks, while Lu Wei displayed level 4. Lin Maorong assumed I was hiding my status with some strange item. After Wan Xinran confirmed Lu Wei was not in the top 10, he decided we posed no threat. He did not know I was utterly ordinary passerby, or that I had returned to the identity of lone wolf after the rankings settled. The Lin family blocked our path. Two subordinates made the first excuse, claiming the zombie I had just killed was one they had already selected and demanding that I surrender its supply capsule. Only then did Lin Maorong emerge from the group and sneer. "Aren't you my cousin Lin Rufei's boyfriend? Why are you at the hospital instead of protecting her?" I watched him in silence. The future head of the Lin family who had framed me and surrounded me in my previous life was, at this moment, merely an arrogant level 5 survivor. At a signal from him, Number 8 demanded that I crawl between his legs and bark twice before he would consider letting me pass. Lin Maorong, meanwhile, took a liking to Lu Wei. He wanted her to join the Lin family and replace Wan Xinran, who had already begun to bore him. The Bai family stands behind us, and we ranked second in the dungeon. "Young lady, come with us and you'll live like a queen." Lu Wei tilted her head and walked closer. Mistaking her approach for a genuine defection, they mocked me for being unable to keep even my teammate. Then they used filthy language to discuss how Lin Maorong would enjoy her. I remembered the child exploitation operation hidden behind them. There was no longer any reason to conceal my intent to kill. Kill. The laughter stopped instantly. When Secretary Guan jumped, I did not use a control or rescue item. She had already leaped from a great height and was too far away for me to reach before she hit. The horde surrounded her the instant she landed, and charging in would only have exposed us. The apocalypse did not guarantee there would be time to reverse every tragedy. Once Lu Wei equipped the life-stealing ring, every hammer strike converted 5% of its damage into vitality. Her damage per blow was so high that even a small percentage restored far more than it would for an ordinary melee fighter. The rings from my set were more important to me, so there was no conflict in this allocation. Lin Maorong's men looked down on Lu Wei when they saw she was level 4 because an ordinary level 4 had far fewer total attributes. They could not see her twin S-rank talents, her 2 hammers, or her growth potential far beyond an ordinary zombie. They saw only her mask and attractive body as things they could seize. I was not silent because their presence frightened me. I was confirming their numbers, the positions of their ranged attackers, and Lin Maorong's escape route. 2 archers stood in the rear, Number 8 held a shield in the center, and the remaining loyalists spread out along either side. Wan Xinran had no weapon and remained beside the vehicle. My first command to kill also authorized Lu Wei's targets. Lu Wei did not use charge immediately as she walked into the crowd. She wanted them relaxed and the distance shortened. Mistaking obedience for surrender, they gathered on their own the perfect position for her twin hammers and any future area skill. My score with the Lin family involved more than Lin Rufei. The director's dossier, the homestead fraud, their partnership with the Bai family, and their slander in my previous life all belonged to the same chain. The loyalists before me had both carried out orders and personally participated in the hospital massacre. There was no danger of harming innocents. Kill. Their laughter stopped at once. Number 8 still did not believe we dared attack. He raised an iron shield while loyalists to either side advanced with spears and iron clubs. 2 archers in the rear began to knock their arrows. The nearby bloodstains of survivors, not yet dry, proved they had robbed and killed plenty of people along the way. Lu Wei activated charge first. She erased the 50-foot distance in an instant, and a black iron hammer struck one loyalist squarely in the chest. Even an elite zombie could not withstand her 56 strength. Applied to a human, it pulverized every rib in his chest and drove some of the broken bones out through his back. He died before leaving the air, then crashed down in the center of the Lin family team. Lin Maorong merely retreated with a dark expression. He ordered them to keep the girl alive and do whatever they wanted with the man. Even while his subordinates fought for their lives, he treated Wan Xinran as a toy. He did not take the battle seriously at all. Every Lin loyalist was level 4. Their training and teamwork far surpassed ordinary survivors. Alone, each could handle 2 zombies of the same level, and the full team had even killed elite enemies. They treated those earlier victories as proof of their strength and assumed their first companion had died only because he was careless. Number 13's corpse landed at their feet. Broken ribs tinted his clothing, and blood rapidly spread beneath their shoes. Someone instinctively stepped back half a pace, then drew his foot forward again under Number 8's stare. While everyone spoke, the 2 archers widened their angle, and the spearmen lowered their points to restrict Lu Wei's charge. Fear had already appeared, but years of Lin family training kept them moving according to their old formation. I did not fire blindly into the chaos. With the Huaxiao war bow, every arrow carried the question of whether I would recover it, and Lu Wei needed to complete the kills herself to earn evolution points. Disabling the ranged fighters first, breaking the shield bearers second, and dealing with the melee fighters last would preserve more rewards than simply killing everyone as quickly as possible. Number 8 ordered the archers, Aixing and Agia, to fire. I sidestepped their arrows and raised the Huaxiao war bow. 2 shots pierced their shoulder blades, leaving holes the size of fists. Their arrows veered out of control and grazed number 8's scalp. I did not shoot them through the head because I wanted Lu Wei to deliver the final blows. She walked over, gave each man 1 hammer strike, and collected another 80 evolution points. After losing 3 men in only a few exchanges, the Lin family finally realized that every red mark on Lu Wei's white dress was old blood. Number 8's anger overcame his fear. He decided to hold her back himself while the remaining 3 men surrounded and killed me. He had put every point from leveling into Constitution, reaching 44 with his iron shield. He was confident he could withstand a mutant zombie head-on. The first hammer slammed into the shield and showered sparks. The second split the skin between number 8's thumb and index finger, numbed both arms, and triggered a system warning that the shield's durability had fallen below 50%. The third forced him to abandon the shield and dodge, while the excellent shield shattered into 4 pieces on the spot. Every impact sounded like a giant bell tolling in the narrow street. Number 8 still cursed after the first strike, but his voice had weakened after the second. When the system warning rang, he looked down and saw cracks crawling from the shield's center to its rim. Only then did he realize that 44 Constitution could protect his body but could not restore his equipment's durability. Before the third hammer had fully descended, he threw the shield aside and rolled away. The formation he had maintained open with it. If Lu Wei had not possessed only 3 agility, leaving her attacks and movements so slow, he would never have survived to the third blow. Number 8 no longer dared block. He fled her in disarray while urging his companions to kill me first. But in my eyes, the 3 so-called Lin family elites were full of openings. Standing in place, I fired 1 arrow after another. Knees, ankles, and weapon-holding wrists were struck in turn. The 3 men fell to their knees screaming, and Lu Wei soon caught up and finished each of them with a hammer. At the end, number 8 turned to his master for help, only to hear Lin Maron curse, "Useless trash." In less than a minute, every one of his trusted men had been wiped out. Lin Maron finally pushed one Shinran aside and stepped forward himself. I knocked an arrow and looked at him. "Any last words?" "I'll give you 2 moves." Lu Wei used her full strength when her first hammer killed number 13, which was why the corpse flew back into the group. For the archers, I first shot through their shoulder blades to ensure they could no longer draw their bows, then let her finish them. If I had merely struck a wrist, a level 5 archer might have reached for a weapon with his other hand. With 44 Constitution and an excellent shield, number 8 truly could withstand an ordinary mutant zombie. His mistake was treating the shield's durability as part of his own defense. Lu Wei drove both black iron hammers with 56 strength, compounded by 50% bonus melee damage and the weight of 2-handed weapons. 3 blows were enough to take the shield from pristine condition to fragments. Her low agility prevented her from catching number 8 continuously, so I used arrows to block his escape routes instead of killing him directly. Each time he turned toward safety, an arrow struck the ground before him and forced him back into Lu Wei's range. The 3 men surrounding me tried to approach from the left, center, and right without a shield to support them. I shot the center attacker's knee first, making him kneel, then used his body to block the man on the left before piercing the right attacker's ankle. The moment their formation broke, their so-called coordination became nothing but individual attempts to survive. Wiping them out in 1 minute was not simply an overwhelming difference in attributes. Lu Wei and I had clearly divided our work. I disarmed them at range, broke their legs, and sealed their routes, while she delivered the final blows and collected evolution points. Lin Maron failed to provide effective support even once before all his men died. He had never considered them teammates. I gave him 2 moves so he could display every card in which he had confidence, and so the future head of the Lin family from my previous life could personally collapse before the absolute gulf between us. I aimed the knocked arrow at Lin Maron. "Any last words?" "You get 2 moves." Lin Maron rushed forward, changed direction twice to shake Lu Wei, and suddenly vanished. Gale Step. Become invisible for 60 seconds. Movement speed plus 40%. The first attack breaks invisibility and deals 150% damage. It was a divine melee skill in the early game. But before he activated it, I had casually placed Death Mark on him. A dark red triangle remained above his head, revealing his invisible path with perfect clarity. Lin Family Air LV 5B rank talent. Windchill Blade Breakdown 30%, weakness 0%. A B-rank talent was not worth plundering. I was more interested in using him to test the limits of breakdown and weakness in a human. Lin Maorong had swung a saber 1,000 times every day since the age of 5. He appeared to be a spoiled heir, but in secret, he had always trained to compete for leadership of the family. After the apocalypse, he and Lin Maoying were the only members of the Lin family's younger generation left. Bai Shihao had made the 7-day novice period their test. Whichever one contributed more would inherit the family enterprise. He had seen Xingqing Hospital as his chance to turn everything around, only to lose the mission and every trusted subordinate. Now he wanted to blame all of it on me, kill me, seize my equipment, and present the victory to Bai Shihao. With 40 agility and Gale Step's 40% movement bonus, he had already entered an ordinary archer's range. He believed that if he closed the distance and disabled my bow arm, victory was guaranteed. First move. When Death Mark's target entered 50 meters, my movement and attack speed increased simultaneously. My first arrow came from a vicious angle, aimed directly between his legs. The instinct built through years of training forced Lin Maorong to twist aside, but he was still half a beat late. The arrowhead tore through his pants and red underwear. Its fletching shaved away a small piece of flesh before the arrow landed at Wan Xinran's feet. A stray dog smelled the blood, raced over, and carried it off. Breakdown 50%. Weakness 10%. He bit down on his arm to suppress the pain, afraid any sound would reveal his position, but his eyes were already bloodshot. Gale Step was about to expire, and only 30 feet remained between us. Second move. At close range, an arrow struck the center of his chest and drove him back more than a dozen steps. By the time invisibility ended, Lu Wei had finished every loyalist and was approaching with both hammers in hand. Lin Maorong sat on the ground gasping. As he watched me approach at a stroll, he finally called me Brother Su Yu and brother-in-law. He offered all his equipment, supplies, and items, asking only to live. Breakdown 80%. Weakness 70%. When he realized begging would not work, he shoved Wan Xinran toward me and said she knew all kinds of tricks and could be mine. Breakdown 90%. Weakness 70%. Wan Xinran had reached her limit from his painful grip and 2 days of humiliation. She suddenly drew a dagger, closed her eyes, and stabbed Lin Maorong more than a dozen times. He drove his machete into her lower abdomen, but she clamped her teeth onto his arm and refused to let go. He hacked wildly at her neck. Even after Wan Xinran died, her eyes remained wide with rage and her teeth stayed locked, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Both values finally stopped at 99%. That was probably the limit of the human body and mind. Before dying, Lin Maorong wanted only to know how I could see through Gale Step. Otherwise, he said, he could never rest in peace. I offered no explanation and simply had Lu Wei bring down a hammer. His body was crushed, leaving half a ruined head with both eyes and deeds staring wide. He had chosen to die with his eyes open. Lin Maorong never noticed Death Mark land. The skill had no obvious damage or control effect, and only its caster could see the dark red mark. Once he became invisible, his body, weapon, and footsteps all vanished, yet the triangle above his head remained like a signpost in the night. I still maintained a defensive stance because seeing the mark's location was not the same as knowing the angle of his attack. Gale Step's first strike dealt 150% damage. If he threw his weapon or changed targets, an all-around advantage and attributes could not replace vigilance. My first arrow deliberately avoided a killing blow and instead destroyed the dignity he valued most. Breakdown rose from 30 to 50%, while weakness reached only 10, proving the mental damage was far greater than the physical injury. After the second arrow struck his chest, weakness jumped straight to 70, effectively eliminating his ability to fight. Wan Xinran's counterattack was not a sudden act of bravery. She had watched Miao Huanhuan die, been called useless, and finally been offered as a gift. She knew continued obedience would kill her all the same. Even a cornered rabbit would bite, and a weak person could still inflict a fatal wound at the very end. Their mutual stabbing drove both breakdown and weakness to 99%, further confirming that 100% likely represented death or total unconsciousness. When plundering a valuable talent in the future, I would not need to force either status all the way to 100. Bringing both close to the limit should make the result sufficiently reliable. I withheld the truth about the mark so the information would die with him. If the Bai family knew I could see through invisibility, they would prepare a countermeasure in advance. Lin Maorong dying without an answer helped keep my ability secret. As for dying with his eyes open, that was the choice he made. Lu Wei killed LV for Survivor. Evolution points x40. Lu Wei has reached level 5 and gained 5 strength. Effect of innate divine strength. Strength gained is doubled. Innate divine strength. S-rank double strength gained upon leveling. Melee weapon damage plus 50%. Either effect alone would rank above an A-rank human talent. It truly was a zombie version talent. I began to wonder whether Lu Wei might eventually change classes into some kind of berserker. I stroked her gray hair and felt only ice beneath my palm. Lu Wei, who had never shown any emotional reaction, actually closed her eyes as if she enjoyed the touch. Lin Maorong had redeemed Gale's step after the dungeon ended, but he sent most of the supplies he plundered back to the Lin family in advance. Apart from a ghoul mask, nothing truly valuable remained on him. Exactly 2.5 minutes passed between the beginning of our clash and his death. I put on the mask I had taken and continued hiding my information with mass disguise. No one was currently 3 levels above me, and even people who knew me would struggle to connect my present demeanor with the weak man I had once been. At 2 in the afternoon, Lu Wei and I left the hospital for Lin Corporation headquarters. It was a long trip, and her agility was low. We had to arrive before 6 that evening. I no longer needed to act against the ordinary zombies along our route. Wherever her twin hammers went, almost nothing remained standing. Lin Construction headquarters occupied an old 6-story office building. The company had been unknown in its early years, then expanded through substandard work, falsified project quantities, and predatory competition. It was even connected to the collapse of Xingqing Tower. Those illegal practices attracted support from the Bai family, eventually making it one of Xingqing's most powerful construction companies. From records I seized later, I reconstructed what happened in the top-floor conference room before I arrived. Only a little more than 60 people remained in the Lin family, yet its core members had surrendered the head seat to the Bai family's envoy Hiroshima Atom. While communications were down, she traveled between the two families, issued missions, and recorded the Lin family's performance. In my previous life, she had also traded both favors and her body with Lin Maorong. At the height of her appetites, she even ordered Da Zhuang, an electrician and plumber from the construction site, to massage her in front of everyone before the meeting. The moment she finished enjoying herself, she turned hostile and demanded to know why Lin Maorong had been absent for 2 consecutive days and whether he was defying his sworn military order. The Lin family elders could only offer Lin Maoying's results. He had taken 30 people out and returned with 15, bringing back 10 supply capsules and 2 pieces of excellent equipment. That was everything the Lin family had desperately managed to gather, but Hiroshima Atom was completely unimpressed. The person she truly missed was the smooth-skinned and attentive Lin Maorong. The burly Lin Maoying, capable only of brute force, held no appeal for her at all. As she continued applying pressure with veiled sarcasm, a subordinate barged through the door without waiting to be announced, interrupting both her lecture and Da Zhuang's movements. Does the Lin family understand less about proper behavior every day? A fierce wind suddenly rose outside the windows. Lu Wei and I were already standing beneath the Lin Corporation building. A storm was coming. When Lu Wei reached level 5, innate divine strength doubled the base reward of 5 strength to 10. Her melee damage also increased by another 50%. With both effects operating together, every level placed her farther ahead of an ordinary warrior at the same level. Her reaction to having her head stroked proved absolute enslavement, had not erased all awareness. Tilting her head, closing her eyes, and watching food might be traces of her original personality rather than simple programming. I had to observe those changes as I raised her and avoid treating a self-aware being as nothing more than a tool. Most of the hospital loot was absent from what Lin Maorong carried because he had sent a trusted subordinate back to headquarters with it. That only identified my next destination. If I captured the Lin building, the 12 pieces of excellent equipment, 1 rare item, and skill book might all still be there. The battle lasting only 2.5 minutes also meant the Bai family would not receive a complete warning anytime soon. Survivor communications were limited, and no witness had left the scene. I could reach the Lin family and continue my operation before dark. I knew something about the Lin construction building's 6-story layout, main entrances, and materials storage from investigating the homestead fraud in my previous life. The company specialized not in construction expertise, but in using connections to conceal quality problems. Their hastily assembled defenses might look professional, but the materials, personnel, and inspections would all contain potential weaknesses. Hiroshima Atom occupying the head seat proved the Lin family was no longer a partner, but the Bai family's subordinate in Xingqing. She dismissed the supplies Lin Maoying had nearly died to retrieve as inadequate and treated Lin Maorong's disappearance as an insult. The Bai family cared only about results. It would discard failures at any moment. Rain began to fall. Night at the Lin building had begun. The man who barged into the conference room was a trusted subordinate Lin Marong had sent back. He brought 12 pieces of excellent equipment, one rare item, and one skill book. Delighted by the loot, Hiroshima Adam accepted it and dragged Dazhuang into the next room again. Survivors later told me that a man's wails and a woman's laughter soon came from inside. Members of the Lin family even pressed themselves against the door to listen. None realized that death had already slipped into the building. After 6 in the evening, every ordinary zombie temporarily entered a strengthened mutant state. Using the night as cover, Lu Wei and I circled around to the Lin building's main entrance. After the initial chaos, the family had sealed every door and window with steel pipes and wire mesh, leaving only one controllable stairway. They believed they had created an impregnable fortress. But I saw the flaws in the materials and construction at a glance. The supply manager took kickbacks, their star scaffolder had bought his title with bribes, and the safety director had not visited a construction site in more than a decade. With all three problems combined, the defenses only looked solid. I tied the lure pot to an arrow and shot it through a gap between the steel pipes. The clay vessel struck the floor and shattered. Dozens of nighttime zombies outside instantly went berserk and began battering the entrance. The steel framework shrieked until a small opening split apart. A zombie the size of an infant forced itself through. I led the rest of the horde away, allowing the entrance to fall quiet again. Manager Ma brought several people over to inspect it. When he saw the zombies disperse, he confidently sat back down to play cards and boasted that his defensive project would never fail. The infant zombie did not attack them. It crawled silently along the ceiling toward the upper floors. Lu Wei and I slipped through the opening as well. While the men played cards, Manager Ma spilled scandals about the general manager and his 5 secretaries, the finance director and an intern, and the chief elder giving his daughter to the Bai family. None noticed that 2 more people had appeared behind them. Pair of 7s, pair of 8s, double jokers, I added for them. 2 players produced their jokers and looked around, wondering who had called the hand. Lightning illuminated the red eyes beneath my ghoul mask and the twin hammers in Lu Wei's hands. Manager Ma had barely shouted, in Trud, when a hammer fell. One swing produced 3 impacts as 3 bodies were flattened into the wall at once. The chaos upstairs conveniently masked the noise. The infant zombie had already entered Hiroshima Adams' room, leaving a tiny bite on her ankle before hiding beneath the bed. She mistook it for an insect bite and continued tormenting the blindfolded, bound Dazhuang. The infection manifested in Hiroshima Adam first. In the darkness, Dazhuang was still asking why she was biting him when her teeth sank in. After Hiroshima Adam completed her transformation, Dazhuang turned immediately afterward and tore free of his blindfold and restraints. People outside heard the screams and came knocking. Both zombies smashed through the door at once and pounced into the unprepared crowd. The entire Lin building ignited in an instant. The zombies' night of revelry had officially begun. The Lin building left only one stairway open, believing they could centralize the danger. In reality, they had concentrated every guard and escape route at the same choke point. Once an infection began inside the entrance, people moving up and down would trap one another, and the so-called fortress would instantly become a sealed cage. My arrow did not smash the lure pot directly. I used the shaft to carry it through the gap between the pipes, letting the clay hit the floor inside. This made the zombies attack toward the interior. The guards would assume it was merely unrest among the horde outside, and never realize someone was controlling events from a distance. The opening broken by the horde was only large enough for the infant zombie, but after I led the others away, it was also large enough for Lu Wei and me to squeeze through sideways. Had it been any larger, the entire horde would have flooded the first floor and ruined our chance to infiltrate. The guards played cards while eating capsules they had just received, showing that the Lin family supplied its core passages first, giving ordinary members a reason to maintain order. The corporate scandals manager Ma told also revealed that the organization had already fractured internally. They cooperated only under the Bai family's intimidation and control of the food. Lu Wei killed 3 people with one swing without using an active skill. A sweep of her twin hammers, driven solely by her level 5 strength, compressed them into the wall. I caught their falling weapons before the metal could clatter upstairs and dragged the bodies away from the passage to preserve our later escape route. The infant zombie had extremely high agility. It left a shallow wound on the ankle and hid, seemingly retaining a predator's instinct. Hiroshima Adam did not transform immediately because infection required a brief period to spread. When it took hold, she was pressed so close to Dazhuang that her first bite passed the infection directly to him. Dazhuang was bound and blindfolded, yet the nighttime enhancement let him snap his restraints easily once he turned. If the people outside had become alert at the first scream, they might have sealed the door. Instead, they mistook the disturbance for a private game and did not flee until both zombies burst out, creating the perfect conditions for the infection to spread. When I heard the first wave of chaos from downstairs, I did not rush upward. I let those who had turned destroy the Lin family's formation first. The enemy and the zombies would wear one another down, leaving us to clear the remaining targets. That was the true value of Allure. The entire building ignited in an instant. The zombies' night of revelry had officially begun. When the zombies spread upstairs, a subordinate who stuttered whenever he became nervous burst onto the 6th floor. It took him ages to tell the chief elder that Hiroshima Atom had turned and that zombies were everywhere in the building. The chief elder immediately ordered everyone to assemble on the roof. By then, however, the messenger had fled alone. Lu Wei and I cleared upward from the bottom floor. Nearly half the building's horde had gathered on the 3rd floor, led by the leather-clad female zombie Hiroshima Atom had become. Its hide was so thick that repeated arrows did not slow it. I had to fire while retreating, luring the wave of zombies into a 2nd-floor restroom. The restroom entrance was narrow. At close range, I shot through Hiroshima Atom's knee. She stumbled and fell across the doorway, and Lu Wei immediately brought down a hammer. The zombies behind continued forcing their way in. The frontmost corpse and the hammer strike created a blockage, dozens of zombies piling atop one another until they were completely trapped. Hiroshima Atom fought desperately to push upward from the bottom, only compressing the zombies above even more tightly. The more they pressed down, the less she could escape. Running feet, collisions, snarls, thunder, cries for help, and screams blended together until the 2nd floor seemed to boil. I stood at a safe distance and shot them one by one. The horde could not move, so no elaborate maneuvering was necessary. Only after stepping on Hiroshima Atom's corpse and firing another arrow did I finally end her enhanced existence. No remaining zombie or living person could hide from Silverbird Talon. I shot the zombies, while Lu Wei took the humans for evolution points. Unfortunately, the nighttime mutation was only a temporary enhancement. EXP, gold, and drops were still calculated according to the ordinary daytime state. By the time we cleared the entire building, the sky had begun to lighten. Only 13 exhausted members of the Lin family remained on the roof. They had lost 7 companions to the infant zombie and the transformed Dazhuang. The chief elder had then killed everyone wounded or infected in advance, narrowly preventing their complete destruction. Lin Maoying still believed they could fight their way out after sunrise. Someone noticed that the lower floors had been quiet for a long time and remembered hearing combat, so they imagined Lin Maoying had returned to rescue them. They even shouted, "Heaven won't end the Lin family." The fire door was suddenly hurled open by tremendous force. The person standing directly before it flew away and died the instant he hit the ground. 2 sets of footsteps came from the stairwell, one light and one heavy, tolling like a death knell against every heart. At that exact moment, the storm stopped. I stepped out of the shadows. "Heaven won't end the Lin family. I will." Lin Maoying continued shouting threats. The moment 2 subordinates stuck out their heads, Lu Wei became a white blur. Her hammers smashed into their faces separately, ripping their heads from their necks and sending them flying hundreds of feet into the horde below. The headless bodies collapsed. Everyone on the roof finally saw that a gray-haired girl alone had done all this. The horde on the 3rd floor was far larger than expected, and my first response was to retreat rather than fight head-on. Hiroshima Atom possessed enormous constitution after mutating, and repeated ordinary arrows inflicted only shallow wounds. If she stalled me in the open corridor, dozens of zombies behind her could surround me from both sides. I kept firing as I retreated toward the 2nd-floor restroom, prioritizing the fastest enemies in front, so the horde's formation became increasingly congested. The final arrow through her knee used the doubled damage at close range to destroy the joint and turn her into the first plug in the doorway. After Lu Wei's hammer fell, the prone zombie lay across the narrow frame, while the remaining targets continued pushing along the shortest path. Pressure from above left the lower zombies unable to lift their claws, while Lu Wei and I attacked safely from behind the restroom stalls. The timing came from the frenzied nighttime horde refusing to retreat, the terrain came from the narrow entrance, and our advantage came from coordinating at range and up close. Hiroshima Atom remained tougher than an ordinary mutant zombie until her death, indicating that her attributes or equipment before turning had been substantial. But since the temporary nighttime enhancement did not improve rewards, I did not let Lu Wei waste too much time. I dealt the critical damage at the end to secure the EXP. From the second floor to the sixth, we used the same principles on every level. Lure enemies into a narrow area rather than fighting in a lobby, use ranged attacks rather than close combat whenever possible, and appraise living people to determine whether they attacked first. We maximized both Lu Wei's evolution points from killing humans and my EXP from killing zombies. The 13 people on the roof were the final core of the Lin family. They had lost 7 people fighting the infant zombie and Dazhuang, then eliminated the infected in advance. Their stamina, skills, and medicine were nearly exhausted. The heavy fire door could have delayed us longer, but because they thought Lin Maorong had returned, they approached it voluntarily. When Lu Wei opened the door, she used the nearest man as a buffer behind it, sending both door and body flying with tremendous force. She followed with charge and 2 decapitating hammer blows, rapidly reducing their numbers and psychologically destroying the fantasy that their visitors were merely survivors. The end of the rain was not good fortune. It signaled that the nighttime enhancement would soon expire. The Lin family thought surviving 1 more hour would save them, unaware that the person truly coming to collect their lives was unaffected by daylight. Lu Wei stepped out from behind the door. At last, they saw that the attacker was only a gray-haired girl. Blood splashed across Lu Wei's white dress like blooming red peonies. I stepped onto the roof behind her. The Lin family was too stunned to speak. Only Lin Maoying continued cursing. The chief elder stopped him. He understood that anyone capable of silently luring zombies into the building and then clearing the entire structure was no ordinary survivor. Forcing himself to remain calm, he asked how the Lin family had offended us. Such a large family, and this is all that's left. I regarded them as corpses. The moment the chief elder met my eyes, he felt the killing intent forged through 10 years amid mountains of corpses and seas of blood, yet he could not immediately recognize the face beneath my ghoul mask. Lin Maoying saw only 2 opponents and charged first with his shield raised. The others had no choice but to follow and protect their young master. I did not intervene. I let Lu Wei use them as live combat practice. A black iron hammer struck the heavy shield, spraying sparks. Lin Maoying staggered back 5 steps, but he successfully withstood the first blow. Appraisal showed. Invincible Little Overlord LV 4B rank talent. Corrosive skin. When attacked, secretes an infectious toxin that deals poison damage to the attacker for 4 seconds and reduces attack speed and movement speed by 20%. Stacks. This was one of the best defensive talents at B rank, perfectly suited to investing everything in Constitution. Black mist engulfed Lu Wei and slowed her immediately after the strike. But with the life-stealing ring and bloodlust keeping her alive, I was not worried. The others took the opportunity to surround her. It was Lu Wei's first fight against 10 people at once, and her low agility left her passive at first. I corrected her from the side. Hold back the first hammer so the second can follow. Raise the attack another 3 inches. When someone ambushes you from behind, use charge to reposition and eliminate 1 enemy along the way. Her comprehension was astonishing. She could use almost anything after hearing it once and soon shifted from defense to suppression. After a careless-looking feint, her hammer suddenly shot toward Lin Maoying's head. His necklace flashed green, and a pale yellow barrier stopped the lethal blow, though the impact still drove him back more than a dozen steps. The chief elder realized my guidance was the key. He decided to lead a group against me personally, while Lin Maoying held Lu Wei back. Rolling his joints, he adopted the bearing of a respected elder. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. I don't know who you are, but now that you've attacked us, prepare to die. The moment he finished, an arrow pierced his shoulder and pinned him to a rooftop ventilation shaft. Have you forgotten? If you can fight, stop talking. The chief elder was Lin Rufei's biological father. He had approved both his daughter's relationship with Bai Shihao and the scheme to trick me out of my family's homestead. He had pushed his own daughter into the abyss simply to please the Bai family. Killing him with 1 arrow would be far too merciful. He took pride in the Lin family, so I would make him watch that pride collapse before his eyes. Lin Maoying withstood Lu Wei's first hammer not only because of his shield and constitution, but because corrosive skin reduced her attack and movement speed by 20% the instant they made contact. Each layer of black mist lasted 4 seconds. If she kept attacking recklessly, she would slow more and more until the people surrounding her found an opening. I told her to restrain her strength between strikes to reduce useless recovery time. Twin hammers did not need to kill with full force on every swing. The first could pressure the shield, the second could change angles, and only the third needed to target something vital. That was far more efficient than swinging blindly. Charge was not only a way to engage. When surrounded, She could lock onto a distant target and escape. The first time Lu Wei heard the suggestion, she used an attacker behind her as the movement endpoint, opening a gap in the formation that had surrounded her. Her speed at learning combat might be connected to her background as an experimental subject. Lin Maoying's necklace barrier saved him from decapitation, but it also revealed a single-use defensive effect or one with a cooldown. Once the barrier shattered, he had no protection of the same grade left and could only push the Chief Elder toward me. The Chief Elder had practiced Tai Chi in his youth. His footwork and opening posture showed real foundations. But levels, talents, and equipment had transformed the system of power after the apocalypse. Traditional martial arts could improve technique, but they could not carry him across a gulf in attributes. An arrow pinned his shoulder before he entered striking range. I repeated the phrase, "If you can fight, stop talking," because he had used similar words to humiliate me when they surrounded me in my previous life. He might have forgotten. A victim remembered for 10 years. He pushed Lin Rufei to approach me not only for the homestead, but to prove to Bai Shihao that the Lin family would carry out any dirty work. His daughter's happiness never entered the decision. Their supposed bond as father and daughter existed only while the family's interests remained unharmed. I did not have Lu Wei kill him immediately. I wanted to clear away Lin Maoying and the rest of the core members first, leaving the Chief Elder without any future on which to place his hopes. I looked at the Chief Elder. "I'll make you watch the Lin family's pride collapse with your own eyes." The Chief Elder fought through the pain and tried to pull out the arrow in his shoulder. A second arrow pinned the other side. Lin Maoying roared at everyone still breathing to surround us, and at last I intervened. Arrows crisscrossed the rooftop. Every time the bowstring sounded, a Lin family member took an arrow through the knee, wrist, or shoulder. No one came within 15 feet of me. I also kept diverting my attention to shoot the Chief Elder, disabling each limb in turn until he was firmly pinned to the ventilation shaft. The surrounding wails broke Lin Maoying's concentration. Lu Wei struck his shoulder with a hammer, and the shield bearer's hands began to tremble. The Chief Elder endured physical agony while watching his family members executed by twin hammers. His orders and threats became pleas. He promised to meet any demand if only we stopped. I did not answer. He began to suspect my identity. My build and voice resembled the pathetic boyfriend the Lin family had thoroughly investigated, disciplined, and forbidden from touching Lin Rufei. But the killing intent before him could only belong to someone who had survived countless life-or-death battles. Lin Maoying still placed his hopes in his younger brother. He shouted that Lin Maorong had ranked second in the hospital dungeon and would certainly avenge them. Lu Wei's final hammer crushed his head, splattering blood and brains like a watermelon hitting the ground. Lin Maorong went ahead of you. I walked toward the Chief Elder one step at a time, adding another arrow with every step. His eyes finally went wide when he heard Lin Maorong was dead. Combining that with my knowledge of the Lin family's secrets, he spoke my name. "Suyu." I did not respond. I merely slowed my steps on purpose. Only hours earlier, more than 60 people had occupied the building, and Lin Construction remained their pride. Now the Chief Elder hung alone on a rain-washed rooftop. Lin Rufei had never appeared. He must have guessed his daughter had probably already died at my hands. The simultaneous mental and physical blows drove both breakdown and weakness to 99%. Like Lin Maorong, he had reached the human limit. He held on to his final breath. "Suyu, I truly regret." I did not let him finish his threat. An arrow entered through his mouth and silenced the rest forever. The rising sun broke through the clouds left by the storm and illuminated his eyes, which could no longer close. At last, I released a long breath. "It seems dying with your eyes open runs in the Lin family." My next target was Xingqing Estates on an island in the Xiangjiang River. The entire development covered nearly 500 acres and was connected to the main city by a single bridge. Bai Shihao lived in Bai Manor, the flagship mansion occupying more than 16 acres. In my previous life, a leader-rank zombie appeared in the residential complex on the 4th day of the apocalypse. The Bai family organized its death and promoted the victory everywhere. I intended to steal both the man and the boss. When I began shooting, the remaining Lin family members tried to charge from different directions, using the Chief Elder's pinned position as cover. I prioritized destroying knees and weapon hands, while Lu Wei followed with her hammers. No one could form a sustained attack. The rooftop was open, with no cover for close-range fighters to evade my arrows. The wails around him distracted Lin Maoying, allowing Lu Wei to strike his shoulder joint from the side. The shield bearer flinched and opened his defense. Her following blows deliberately avoided killing him immediately, so he could shout Lin Maorong's name and give the Chief Elder one final hope. When I revealed Lin Maorong's death, The chief elder's collapse visibly accelerated. He finally connected the hospital, his daughter, and the homestead plan. He understood that I was not passing by and would accept no compensation. Only when fear of the unknown became the certainty of a reckoning did his mental support truly break. I added one arrow with each step, avoiding vital organs in the torso and primarily destroying the muscles and joints of his limbs. Physical weakness continued to rise, while the corpses of his family drove breakdown upward. Bringing both panels to 99% required more than a single threat. When he said he regretted it, he did not necessarily regret harming people. More likely, he regretted misjudging me and failing to kill me first. Since I could not know, I had no need to hear a final speech absolving himself. With Lin Construction destroyed, one of the loudest attack dogs in the chain that surrounded me in my previous life was gone. But the Lin family was only the Bai family's local tool. The true mastermind remained on the river island, protected by 186 heavenly soldiers of level 4 or higher in Yamamoto Shinjin. The single bridge to Xingqing Estates was both a defensive line and a blockade. Once inside the island, a frontal retreat would be difficult. Conversely, if I controlled the bridge, Bai Shihao would also struggle to escape. My plan had to account for the boss, the heavenly soldiers, and the manor's terrain at the same time. The leader-rank zombie appearing on the 4th day meant Phase 3 had undergone rapid evolution. If the Bai family killed it along the route from my previous life, they would gain enormous EXP, equipment, and publicity. Taking it away would weaken my enemy and strengthen me at once. The Lin family was gone. Next stop, the river island. Before the apocalypse, Xingqing Estates had more than 10,000 residents. Most transformed instantly. The Bai family, however, had long maintained a group of loyalists indoctrinated and trained from childhood. Calling themselves heavenly soldiers, they obeyed Bai Shihao absolutely. They rapidly secured the 16-acre manor, then isolated the surrounding development by zone and established the Bai family's order. New arrivals were sent into the most dangerous Phase 3 area to clear zombies and bore the consequences whether they lived or died. The Bai family retained the real resources and safety for itself. From the manor's archives, I later reconstructed what happened that morning. The archives contained more than lists of orders. They preserved the mansion's surveillance footage, heavenly soldier duty logs, and Butler Wong's voice recordings. The materials corroborated one another, giving me enough information to know what happened inside the master bedroom without inventing Bai Shihao's movements. The Bai family believed locking the evidence inside its private network made it safe, yet it had preserved the most complete timeline of its own crimes. Bai Shihao was abusing several women from the residential complex in the master bedroom. The patrolling heavenly soldiers had long since become accustomed to it. Butler Wong reported that the family's direct force numbered 186, all level 4 or higher, while many additional survivors had come seeking protection. The footage showed Butler Wong waiting outside for a long time. Only when the room became quiet did he enter with towels and cigarettes. Several women lay across the bedroom floor, the couch, and beside the desk. Some had been forcibly taken after losing their families. Others had been offered by relatives in exchange for shelter. The heavenly soldiers in the corridor stared straight ahead. This clearly was not the first time it had happened since the apocalypse, and it would not be the last. Everyone wants shade beneath a great tree. Bai Shihao looked pleased when he heard the number of newcomers was increasing. Butler Wong immediately suggested following their usual method. Send the newcomers into Phase 3 to clear zombies. Those who survived could be registered as laborers. Those who died would still weaken the zombies before the heavenly soldiers arrived. Bai Shihao complained aloud that the people of Huaxia could be truly ruthless toward their compatriots, even as he approved the proposal on the spot. Every word between them concerned cost and utility. Neither mentioned rescue once. At the hospital, Hiroshima Adam had failed to report back, and an informant had seen only the director's office burning. Bai Shihao's greatest fear was that the transaction files had leaked. He ordered another heavenly soldier team to investigate. He wanted to present himself as the savior of the apocalypse while ensuring no one discovered the trafficking of people, weapons, and organs. He wanted to play the whore and still demand a monument to his virtue. When he heard that the director's office had burned, his first response was not to ask whether the envoy was safe, but whether the files had been completely destroyed. Only after Butler Wong promised to send someone immediately did he light another cigarette. In its public propaganda, the Bai family was organizing survivors to build a safe community. In its private orders, every witness and document capable of damaging that image had to disappear. The so-called savior merely buried his criminal record deeper. Butler Wong bent 90 degrees at the waist. After being praised as a good dog, he was rewarded with his choice of the women in the bedroom. Bai Shihao then asked about Lin Rufei and me. The man responsible for the search was Heavenly Soldier Captain Yamamoto Senjin. Short and thin, he usually wore a black fitted suit that revealed only hawk-like eyes, yet he was celebrated as the strongest warrior in Sakura country. In my previous life, he had defeated 100 people alone and independently secured the world's first Lord-rank zombie kill. Even Bai Shihao treated him with respect. At that moment, Yamamoto Senjin entered the mansion carrying a heavy black bag. When the front door opened, Butler Wong was so frightened that he dropped the woman in his arms and scrambled over. Yamamoto wore a fitted black suit, with a mask and gloves concealing most of his skin. There was little dirty blood on the soles of his shoes, proving that combat along the way had barely slowed him. The straps of the black bag stretched taut, yet his steps remained steady as he carried it in one hand. I didn't find the man. He spoke only 5 words. Butler Wong eagerly took the bag, only for its weight to knock him down. Bai Shihao assumed Lin Rufei was washing herself and waiting for him. Excitedly, he asked where she was. Butler Wong's arms dropped, and his knees struck the tile. He dared not complain and kept smiling as he pulled at the zipper. Bai Shihao had automatically interpreted "I didn't find the man" to mean that the woman had been brought back, never considering the possibility that the mission had failed. His arrogance allowed him to hear only the answer he wanted. Yamamoto pointed at the black bag. In there. Only then did Bai Shihao remember that his order had been to bring them back alive or produce their corpses. Under his stare, Butler Wong opened the zipper. The thick odor of blood and rotting flesh immediately poured out. There could not possibly be an unharmed living person inside. After clearing Phase 1, Bai Manor advertised safety and order to those seeking refuge. In reality, it sent them into Phase 3 as expendable assets. Survivors generated points, labor, and supplies. The dead weakened the zombies before the Heavenly Soldiers arrived. The Bai family paid almost no cost. The name Heavenly Soldiers came from Bai Shihao's admiration of invading armies. He presented himself as heaven-sent justice while privately using loyalists, women, and Huaxia civilians to satisfy his desires. His order merely replaced old crimes with more direct rule. Butler Wong knew how dangerous Phase 3 was, yet still proposed sending the newcomers there to demonstrate his ruthlessness to his master. Bai Shihao praised him as a dog, then rewarded his loyalty with a woman from the bedroom. Their relationship rested entirely on obedience and humiliation. News of the hospital files burning made Bai Shihao ask about the evidence before the lives of Hiroshima Atom or the Lin family. That proved the dossier could threaten the image underpinning his rule and confirmed I had made the right choice by taking it. Yamamoto Senjin looked small and weak, but possessed tremendous speed, strength, and combat experience. His victory over 100 people and Lord First Kill in my previous life were not empty rumors. They were the greatest reason the Bai family dared establish its own order in Xingqing. He returned with only Lin Rufei's corpse and failed to find me, meaning he had searched the residence and the complicated surrounding terrain without learning the killer's destination from the body. If Bai Shihao immediately believed I was responsible, he would order a blockade. His fixed impression of me as a spineless sycophant continued to conceal me instead. The property deed in the black bag proved Lin Rufei had indeed come for the old house and connected Bai Shihao's property scheme to the death scene. The more carefully they investigated, the more they would realize the killer knew her intimately, yet it would remain difficult to reconcile that method with the person I had been. At that moment, I was already on my way to the river island. The time difference meant their defensive orders would always be one step behind. Butler Wong pulled the zipper fully open. The odors of blood and rotting flesh poured out together. Inside the black bag lay Lin Rufei's blood-drained corpse, her neck connected by only a thin strip of flesh. Her head slid into Butler Wong's hands, its wide eyes meeting his. Butler Wong went deathly pale as his stomach churned. But he feared Yamamoto Senjin's severe obsession with cleanliness and could only force the vomit already in his mouth back down. Bai Shihao became hysterical, as though he had lost a beloved toy, and demanded to know who had done it. The moment the subject turned to combat, Yamamoto became far less sparing with his words. The corpse had received 10 cuts. Each severed a major artery or vein with precision, causing her to lose more than 3 pints of blood before death. The blade had deliberately avoided the areas with the highest concentration of pain receptors, stretching the dying process to a full 10 minutes. The final slash opened her neck. It was a clean cut, yet failed to remove the head completely. Yamamoto did not understand why. Had I been present, I would simply have told him that an ordinary dagger was not long enough. The body had been found inside my house, with the bloodstained property deed also in the bag. Butler Wong opened it again to retrieve the evidence. This time, the stench and maggots made him vomit uncontrollably until even bile sprayed out. A heavenly soldier reported at that moment that more than 70 people in the Lin building had been wiped out during the night. Both zombies and humans appeared to have taken part in the attack. Yamamoto concluded that Lin Rufei's death and the Lin family's destruction might have the same source. The attack seemed to target the Lin family, but their true objective was Bai Shihao. Bai Shihao briefly suspected me, then dismissed the thought because the weakling, in his memory, could never have accomplished any of it. In the end, he ordered only that the manor's defenses be strengthened. Meanwhile, I slept inside the Lin building until noon. Upon waking, I set out barbecued pork buns, shrimp dumplings, egg tarts, dry steamed shumai, and a pot of hot tea, eating Cantonese dim sum while I counted the spoils. Apart from Lin Maoying's protective necklace, the Lin family's drops were unimpressive, but the smell of food attracted several survivors with malicious intentions. Before they could speak, Lu Wei's hammer had already fallen. Corpses of zombies and would-be attackers lay in a dense pile outside the door. When the last LV-3 survivor died, the notification finally changed. Lu Wei has killed 50 survivors and advanced to elite rank. All attributes +5. Skill acquired, seismic blow. Smash a heavy hammer into the ground, damaging enemies within range. The central target takes double damage. I completed her equipment with the loose pieces we had. Both of us now lacked only helmets, while she also needed one more ring. Lu Wei LV-5 Elite Strength 72 Spirit 14 Constitution 37 Agility 11. Lone Wolf LV-6 Strength 45 Spirit 37 Constitution 53 Agility 68. Our attributes were sufficient for the next phase. I stored our things and left with Lu Wei for the entrance to Xingqing Estates. A large crowd of survivors was lined up, waiting to enter the island. We returned to our unremarkable appearances and quietly blended in. Yamamoto's conclusions 10 cuts, 3 pints of blood loss, and a 10-minute dying process were largely accurate. The final cut's failure to separate the head was not a deliberate mystery. The physical dagger simply was not long enough. Even an expert's analysis could be misled by a tool's limitations. He believed even the family's best assassin could not duplicate the work because every cut had to sever a major blood vessel while avoiding concentrations of pain-sensitive nerves, with the depth controlled so none would kill immediately. I had learned that knowledge through 10 years of repeated real combat against the body's weak points. The report that humans and zombies attacked together at the Lin building made Yamamoto realize for the first time that his opponent could manipulate a horde instead of relying purely on frontal attacks. If he connected the lure pot with the opening at the scene, the next defensive line would be reinforced against ranged lures. I slept until noon because the previous night's continuous fighting through the building, revenge on the rooftop, and travel had exhausted me. The 2 set rings restored me only slowly. Sleep and calorie-rich dim sum could not be replaced. Having Lu Wei keep watch while I ate also tested whether she could independently carry out the order to prevent strangers from approaching. After killing her 50th survivor, Lu Wei advanced from common to elite. The +5 to all attributes raised her original base agility of 3, and equipment brought the final value to 11. Her constitution had risen from a fragile weakness to 37, enough to endure a frontal attack from an enemy of the same level. Seismic blow provided the area control she lacked most. Its double damage at the center made it ideal for killing the key target after charge, carried her into a group, while the surrounding shockwave disrupted anyone trying to surround her and opened room for continuous attacks with both hammers. The difference in our panels made us complementary. My 68 agility handled the opening move, ranged attacks, and control. Her 72 strength handled close-range bursts. My 53 constitution was steadier, while her life steal and high damage gave her endurance. Unless a large-scale control effect caught us, an ordinary team could no longer threaten us easily. Before entering the crowd headed for the island, I stored our conspicuous equipment in my wristband instead of permanently replacing it. We could re-equip everything instantly if attacked. The disguise reduced the chance of a focused by family inspection while encouraging anyone with bad intentions to expose themselves first. We changed back into ordinary equipment and quietly joined the crowd entering the island. Excellent and rare equipment emitted green and blue light, making it far too conspicuous among ordinary survivors. I gave Lu Wei and myself ordinary white gear with no attributes, though it was still stronger than real-world weapons, then changed our information with mass disguise. If I was going to kill people from Sakura country, my name ought to suit them. I changed my handle to Little Boy and disguised myself as level 3, while Lu Wei remained level 5. I did not attack directly because the residential development covered nearly 500 acres and almost 200 heavenly soldiers occupied it. The moment I alerted them, Bai Shihao could relocate. Only by infiltrating the island could I find the Phase 3 boss and the manor's core. But the line did not move. A middle-aged man who looked like a stadium ticket scalper approached and introduced himself as Brother Fly. Wu Ing Handle, Brother Fly LV 4 D-rank talent, tactical enhancement. He told me the Bai family opened the entrance only from 7 to 8 each morning and 5 to 6 each afternoon. The regular screening required registering one's information, and anyone with levels or attributes too low could be refused. The Bai family did not support idlers. It was only early afternoon. Some people at the front had already spread bedding or set up stalls to wait until evening. Brother Fly offered to use an inside connection and take us in early for only one universal supply capsule. He even agreed that we could pay after entering the island. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Fly. As he led us out of line, some people nearby looked as if they wanted to speak, while others showed regret. No one looked envious. I knew this shortcut had to be a problem, yet I followed him anyway. Brother Fly found Captain Su, who guarded the bridge, and first handed him a pack of cigarettes. Su pushed it back, claiming access to the island was tightly controlled, so Brother Fly added the last half-pack he carried. Seeing that I was level 3 and Lu Wei was level 5, both apparently harmless, Captain Su finally let us pass. He assumed we would die at Brother Fly's hands after crossing the bridge anyway. Several people at the bridgehead saw the signal and surrounded us from the left, right, and rear. The island survivors clearly knew Brother Fly's reputation and hurried away. I produced the capsule as agreed. Brother Fly said one should never flash wealth in public and insisted we complete the exchange somewhere secluded. A young man tried to follow and warn us, but a large man blocked him, and his companions could only pull him away. We entered an indoor library. Its doors slammed shut, and more than 30 people emerged from behind the shelves and along the second floor. Even before the apocalypse, this group had skirted the edge of the law and made a habit of chasing fast money. Afterward, they became even less willing to risk themselves against zombies and relied on numbers to rob survivors. In 2 days, they had stripped at least dozens of victims of everything they owned. The women were tortured and then fed to zombies. Bai Shihao allowed the group to exist because it performed dirty work the heavenly soldiers did not want on their own hands. A fat man stepped forward carrying an axe and stammered as he demanded our equipment, items, gold, and capsules. When he saw Lu Wei, a disgusting smile spread across his face. Brother Fly, wait. I'll rob the beauty first. Everything Brother Fly said about the opening hours and entrance was true. The deception began only after he mentioned his inside connection. He built trust with accurate information, then promised to collect payment after we entered the island so his victims would lower their guard against an immediate scam. Captain Su did not reject the first pack of cigarettes because he respected the rules. He was signaling that the price was too low. After Brother Fly added half a pack, Su let us through without even recording our detailed information, proving that selfish interests could circumvent the Bai family's strict screening too. The 4 people who followed us from the bridge sealed the route. Island residents hid when they saw them, proving this routine luring people, surrounding them, and transferring them to the library had been repeated many times. The young man who tried to warn me was blocked, showing that some people disagreed, but lacked the strength to resist openly. The library had once been a public building. Its open interior, second-floor firing positions, and sealable exits made it an excellent bandit base. Floor plans, victims' possessions, and people hanging high above proved this was more than a temporary ambush. The 30 bandits had maintained levels 4 and 5 by the 4th day, but not entirely through robbery. They forced victims to surrender their food, threw the wounded to zombies, then delivered the finishing blow for EXP. It was more efficient than killing zombies directly, but their growth was built on the bodies of their own kind. Bai Shihao permitted them to exist because the bandits filtered out the weak, gathered supplies, and spread fear. The heavenly soldiers regularly collected protection payments, taking the profits while retaining the option to eliminate the witnesses later in the name of restoring public order. I did not follow them to the end out of carelessness. Before entering, I had used Silverbird Talon to confirm their approximate numbers and the building's layout. I could switch equipment instantly, and Lu Wei had just advanced to elite. If anyone held an A rank or higher talent worth plundering, the group would bring an additional reward. If not, all of them would become evolution points. The instant the fat man focused on Lu Wei, he had already stepped into a straight line for her charge. He had chosen both the target of her first strike and his place in the center of the crowd. The fat man stared at Lu Wei and laughed. Brother Fly, hold on. I'll rob the beauty first. Robbery? I know this game. Lu Wei immediately moved in front of me. Absolute enslavement made protecting her master the highest priority. Brother Fly mistook her vigilance for an empty bluff. He could not imagine 2 kids robbing 30 adults instead. He pointed to a naked man hanging from the 2nd floor, his body covered in bloody holes, and generously pretended we could leave if we surrendered all our supplies, though Lu Wei had to stay. The so-called misunderstanding was merely their standard method of coercion. Killing someone directly allowed them to strip only worn equipment. By first making victims empty their wristbands voluntarily, they could extract every last bit of value. I had followed them partly in hopes of finding a talent worth plundering. Yet appraisal found not one A-rank talent among all 30. They had done nothing but waste time I could have spent leveling. You've wasted my time. What are you going to repay me with? Only their lives would do. Lu Wei and I instantly switched back into our real equipment, dazzling the onlookers with green and blue light. She activated Charge and entered the most crowded position first, then raised both hammers and released her new skill. Seismic Blow. The fat man stood at the center of the area, and the first hammer completely crushed his face. Its head continued into the floor, exploding tile and concrete. The shockwave threw 4 people within 15 feet into the air before they crashed heavily back down. 5 people lost the ability to fight in a single exchange. Still relying on his numerical advantage, Brother Fly ordered everyone to surround us and said he would use every torture ever devised. Every one of them was level 4 or higher, with even a few level 5 experts. They truly were stronger than the exhausted remnants on the Lin rooftop, but they had chosen the wrong opponents. Most surrounded Lu Wei, while they sent 5 people to deal with me and my displayed level 3 panel. I moved nimbly between the shelves, my arrows behaving as if they had guidance systems. To eliminate their resistance without killing them immediately, I aimed every shot between their legs. All 5 clutched their bloody wounds and collapsed in succession. The men surrounding Lu Wei instinctively squeezed their thighs together, their minds breaking before their bodies. I deliberately slowed down and charged Judgment Arrow. It pierced a row of thighs, and I then rapidly picked off the archers hiding above and firing sneak attacks. Within 1 minute, Brother Fly was the only person in the entire library still standing. Had I not saved the final blows for Lu Wei to accumulate evolution points, it could have ended even faster. Brother Fly's legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees. Everyone else who could still move crawled over with their wounds and begged for mercy. Lu Wei stopped her final hammer half an inch above one man's head, frightening him so badly he lost control of his bladder. "Grandpa, little boy, Grandma Lu Wei, we'll give you anything." The professional bandits finally said what I had been waiting to hear. Until they begged, I had no easy way to make them empty their wristbands voluntarily. Letting you go isn't impossible. Before Lu Wei entered the crowd, I briefly placed Death Mark on Brother Fly to confirm he had no invisibility or escape skill, then memorized the positions of the archers above. When Seismic Blow landed, the enemies around it flew into the air, and their bodies temporarily blocked the ranged lines of fire. The fat man at the center took double area damage and a direct hit from the hammerhead, killing him instantly. The other 4 might or might not have survived, but the fall interrupted every skill they were using. The new abilities range, center designation, and control effect were all verified in a single blow. One of the 5 sent against me was LV5, yet his attributes remained far below the real panel hidden beneath my disguise. I avoided their heads to disable movement and preserve their lives. Injuries between the legs could quickly destroy a person's will to fight while psychologically intimidating everyone else. As I charged Judgment Arrow, I deliberately retreated between the shelves and lured 6 men into a line. The phantom arrow pierced only thighs instead of hearts, but double strikes still dealt enough damage to shatter bone and bring them down together. The archers above planned to ambush me while I charged. Death Mark's speed bonus and my 68 agility let me turn and pick them off first. Once the ranged attackers were gone, the people surrounding Lu Wei could no longer deal safe damage between her hammer strikes. I called Lu Wei off after clearing the room in a minute because if she killed any more, the system would reclaim everything in the dead survivors' wristbands. Letting them surrender their equipment, items, capsules, and gold before finishing them would secure the full return. Brother Fly knelt first, and only then did the others dare follow. Professional bandits understood victory and defeat. The moment they saw they could not turn the battle around, they shifted to begging and bargaining faster than ordinary people. They believed I was just like them and would release anyone who offered enough profit. I deliberately offered them vague hope so they would reveal hidden assets and their relationship with the Bai family. Those confessions would deliver supplies and confirm the island's underground order. I looked across the floor full of kneeling people. Letting you go isn't impossible. They had not expected me to agree. Brother Fly cautiously sought confirmation. I promised on the name of little boy that my word was good, then asked whether people in their line of work had forgotten the rules. Brother Fly immediately reframed their robbery as a waste of my time and ordered his men to pay compensation. Ordinary equipment, excellent items, and universal supply capsules formed a pile before me. After every wristband was empty, my expression remained cold. That's all. Some began crying and sniffling in terror. Brother Fly hurriedly ordered a skinny man, nicknamed Monkey, to offer his prized treasures. Monkey first produced pink underwear. When I showed no interest, he emptied out stockings and bras in different colors and styles, each sealed in plastic wrap and labeled with a name, age, and size. The evidence of this group's crimes was more revolting than their equipment. They assumed I shared their tastes. Some even offered to remove everything but their underwear in exchange for their lives. Brother Fly finally confessed that the Bai family had collected protection money the day before, meaning the truly valuable items had already been surrendered. He also used the admission to suggest he worked for Bai Shihao and hoped that would make me wary. You work for Bai Shihao? That made them even more deserving of death. I reminded them that they still had gold. The system store was closed during the novice period, and gold could not yet buy food or drink. The group had nearly forgotten it would become hard currency in the future. Ordinary members held 1 or 200 each. Brother Fly alone possessed more than 1,000. Between all 30, they had over 4,000. Added to my existing balance, my gold total passed 10,000. How many people had they robbed to accumulate numbers like these? Once every transfer was complete, I walked toward the exit in satisfaction. Brother Fly thought he had survived, only to notice Lu Wei still standing where she was. Grandma Lu Wei, why are you? A black iron hammer descended from above. His entire body instantly became shorter as his head burst like a balloon. I agreed to let you go. Lu Wei never did. The library immediately became a slaughterhouse. Curses, terror, and regret intertwined while Lu Wei practiced each of the combat techniques she had recently learned. Her final, seismic blow made the entire building tremble. Only 2.5 minutes passed from our entrance to our departure, and most of that time had been spent emptying their wristbands. For 1,000 gold, and the supplies were not a top-tier haul, but they were satisfying enough. We returned to our inconspicuous equipment and disappeared into the depths of the library. Along the way, several survivors were discussing Phase 3. A leader-rank zombie had appeared that morning, and the Bai family was recruiting people for a campaign against it. Every participant would receive a supply capsule upon arrival. Plenty of people intended to take the capsule and avoid doing any real work. But I knew both the leader boss and the Bai family's true killing ground were waiting there. The ordinary equipment the bandits surrendered had little value. Their excellent items and capsules also fell far below the inventory 30 people should have accumulated. I kept my expression cold and pressed them because I concluded they either maintained a shared vault or had already paid protection money. Monkey's collection of intimate clothing carried detailed labels, some matching missing people. They were not harmless souvenirs from a ridiculous obsession, but evidence that the group had repeatedly violated and murdered its victims. My expression became colder because of that evidence, not because I disliked the styles. Brother Fly invoked the Bai family to intimidate me with his patron. When he heard me say Bai Shihao's name without respect, he immediately shifted to calling our fight a way of becoming acquainted. His supposed loyalty was founded entirely on his judgment of strength. Gold transfers required a survivor's active confirmation and could not be extracted directly from a wristband after death. That was why I first had to make them believe they would live. 1 or 200 per member, more than 1,000 from the leader, and 4,000 in total proved that robbery truly produced gold faster than killing ordinary zombies in the early game. When I said it wasn't impossible, I was answering only whether they could leave the negotiation after paying. I never ordered Lu Wei to stop. Literal compliance was not mercy. This group had used the same language to trick victims into surrendering everything before murdering them to silence witnesses. As Lu Wei cleared the room, I observed whether she could control her twin hammers among shelves, stairs, and fallen targets. After the rooftop and library battles, she had learned to arrest a swing before it became stuck in a wall and to use charge to switch to a distant fugitive. The actual fighting lasted less than 1 minute of the 2.5. The rest was entirely resource transfer. 4,000 gold pushed my total above 10,000. When the safe zone store opened after 7 days, I could be first to buy limited potions, arrows, and items granting special privileges. After hearing about the Phase 3 recruitment, I did not immediately reveal myself and register. The Bai family used one capsule to attract expendable fighters, while most participants planned to coast. Once the real battle began, their formation would inevitably fall into chaos, the perfect opportunity to redirect the horde with a lure pot. Recruitment calls for Phase 3 echoed around us. The next round of killing and looting was already waiting. Lu Wei and I followed the crowd toward Phase 3. We had gone only a short distance when her stomach began growling repeatedly. She had seen a full table of dim sum that morning. There was no reason she should be this hungry. I opened her panel, and the status made me stop immediately. Lu Wei LV 5 negative statuses. Hunger, thirst. All attributes minus 80%. Only her strength remained in the teens. Everything else had nearly fallen into single digits. Unlike survivors, who awaken talents only through first kills, zombies could acquire new talents when their attributes, level, or even state of mind met certain conditions. Sure enough, a new entry had appeared in Lu Wei's talent list. Bottomless stomach. While hungry or thirsty, all attributes minus 80%. While full, all attributes plus 20%. Ordinary zombies did not need to sleep or eat. Once night fell, they recovered on their own. But after I enslaved Lu Wei, she received no nighttime attribute enhancement. She also appeared to have lost that recovery mechanism and instead needed food like a human. I told her to select someone among the men, women, children, and elderly along the road to eat. She immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. She also refused when I told her to eat a zombie. Instead, she extended a finger toward my storage wristband. So she wanted human food. I remembered her last glance back when I put away the dim sum that morning. She had gone all day without eating and fought 2 battles. It would have been stranger if she were not hungry. The Bai family's campaign against the leader could not end immediately. I first took her into an unfinished, vacant villa. There were at least 100 similar homes in the development. Each had sold for roughly $1.4 million before the apocalypse. Now they were merely abandoned cover. I pulled out a handful of capsules. Lu Wei's throat visibly moved, and she nodded again and again like a little penguin. Remembering that she had been treated only as an experimental subject and a commodity since childhood, I stopped teasing her. I opened 6 capsules at once and spread a white cloak on the floor as a picnic mat. Braised meat, sliced fish, fried rice, and other dishes appeared, 5 entrees and a soup. She immediately sat on the floor and devoured them, her cheeks puffing like a hamster's. I ate a few hurried bites and unfolded the Xingqing Estate's planning map I had torn from the library. The roads, walls, and zones were clearly marked. Brother Fly had circled Phase 3 in red and written danger at its center. The Bai family had cleared the zombies from Phase 1, which contained most survivors, and by manner. Phases 2 through 6 remained unsafe, with a particularly large number of elite zombies concentrated in Phase 3. I was still studying the map when Lu Wei extended a pale hand. Within a few short minutes, she had finished the 5 entrees and soup, gnawing clean even the bones of the roast chicken. I had no choice but to bring out the roast suckling pig. Surely an entire 11-pound roast pig would be enough. When she finally burped, her lower belly had rounded slightly, and the status on her panel reversed. Full status. All attributes plus 20%. From now on, I had to feed her before every major battle. Bottomless stomach's penalty was lethal, but its positive bonus was equally astonishing. There had already been signs of Lu Wei's abnormal nighttime recovery before bottomless stomach appeared. Inside the Lin building the night before, her attributes had not doubled like an ordinary zombie's. After the fighting, she also needed life steal and the slow recovery of her exclusive space. Being enslaved by a survivor talent appeared to have removed her from the natural rules governing zombies. The 80% penalty from hunger applied to her current total attributes, including equipment and rank bonuses. Even the finest twin hammers could not rescue an empty stomach. The 20% full bonus likewise applied to the total. Feeding her increased strength, constitution, and agility simultaneously, effectively granting a powerful persistent enhancement. Her refusal to eat human or zombie flesh proved that she retained human tastes or memories. That backward glance at breakfast had not been meaningless. It was her first voluntary expression of desire. If I insisted on feeding her like an ordinary zombie, I might never enable her to communicate. After the 6 capsules opened, the food remained at the ideal temperature and texture. Lu Wei ate extremely quickly, yet did not indiscriminately bite the cloak or the utensils, proving she could distinguish food. It took 5 entrees, 1 soup, an entire roast chicken down to the bones, and an 11-pound roast pig to change her status to full. From then on, I would have to calculate her supply consumption separately. Brother Fly's planning map marked more than Phase 3. It also identified the bridgehead by manor, a temporary warehouse, and the iron gates between every phase. Combined with the routes used to burn corpses, it allowed me to infer the Heavenly Soldiers' patrol paths and supply corridors so I could avoid following the main force head-on. With Phase 1 cleared and zombies still occupying Phases 2 through 6, the Bai family had artificially divided safe and dangerous zones, using access controls to manage people. The concentration of elites in Phase 3 likely came from a leader talent or skill rather than a simple random spawn. The campaign team distributed supply capsules at the entrance, appearing to pay participants in advance. In reality, accepting one removed any excuse to withdraw. Those who took the reward and planned to coast would be washed by the Heavenly Soldiers and still pushed to the front when the battle became most dangerous. My lure pot could briefly make humanoid zombies within 10 meters ignore their original targets. If I threw it behind the Heavenly Soldier formation, the elites around the leader would change the direction of their charge. The boss itself, however, might not be affected. I had to handle it separately from the ordinary horde. After confirming no one was nearby, we left the villa. Along the road, people used small carts to transport human and zombie corpses. The thick smoke from distant funeral fires was their final trace in the world. Iron fences now completely separated the different zones, and the Bai family controlled every passage. By the time we reached the Phase 3 entrance, the campaign force had already assembled. It distributed capsules while clearing the zombies along the route. I weighed the lure pot inside my wristband. We've got work.